and your globe maps, you erased 1/3 of ocean property, in which you can hide a lot of islands and continents.
Oh yeah, yeah, continents for sure. The whole side of the globe there is completely water when you turn it around. Like, wait a minute, there's some uneven distribution
that is
going
one
on
thing
here
I
with this
noticed,
other
even at a
area.
young age.
Yeah, it's so big, nothing.
You're
out
like,
there.
hold on, the ocean's how big? I've had that thought forever. How big is
Yeah,
the ocean?
exactly. So if we have
What? No one
continental
knows.
drift,
If
don't you think that
you
they
know,
would have evened out a little bit?
jeez.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Hey,
It's just a plastic patch.
Onassis had an island removed from the map. We know that for a fact, right, Dave?
Ah, yeah, that brings up another kind of interesting thing that I looked into. Yeah. Hey, yeah, Aristotle Onassis was able to take one of his private islands off the map. Off the official maps. That's the kind of power he had. He has a son that died supposedly at 23 years old, and the son took off from runway 33. Was in the air for seriously, look at Wikipedia. Right, Alexander Onassis took off from runway 33 and was in the air with two other men in a plane that supposedly came right back down and crashed and burned. But the other two men were perfectly fine. They lived, and he was in the hospital. His mother-in-law, Jackie Kennedy Onassis,
Right.
Jackie Kennedy Onassis came in with Aristotle Onassis, and then there was a whole lawsuit about trying to find who killed his son. But a lot of times, I think these men hide their kin or their kids because of threats, and maybe just because that, I don't know, they're in that psyop group that you become a different person, so you have more power, and you can be kind of a secret op type thing. So if that is true, I have to put the picture in, Ken. You're making me put the picture in, Kenny. Everyone can take a look. So I looked into that. I found this thing that's very, very interesting about the possibility of where Alexander Onassis went. Because somebody was telling me that Epstein looked a lot like, or Epstein's brother looked a lot like Alexander Onassis. And I was like, and I look, and his argument was, well, they have the same frame glasses, right? Now, the brother doesn't look anything like Epstein, but it got me looking, and it just so happens that the brother looks like somebody else. Let me post it here.
Yep.
Oh, not the brother looks like somebody else, but Epstein looks like somebody else. But it would be interesting. I have to go into the whole theory if I'm going to talk about this, but if it's true, I could be killed, I guess. No one's going to actually.
They're coming after you, man. Be paranoid, man. Be 100% paranoid, man. It's a good.
If I go missing, you know why?
Yeah, well, you won't be the last one to say that, or the first. Yeah.
So I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So he doesn't look much like Epstein's brother, but if you take a look at this, looks a lot like somebody else, doesn't it?
No,
possibly.
There's no comparison at all, man. You're completely no. I'm just kidding.
Couldn't be, right? There's no way.
No, they just go to the same hairdresser.
Exactly.
And now, who would have enough money to go to an island, have his own island, and all that?
Have his own island, and then have
maybe
moved from the official maps. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the dad did, right? But then if it's the son that became Epstein, then that would be interesting because he would have
his own island too, man. How about that?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right?
Did the island have a landing strip?
That's what he preferred.
He
preferred a landing strip, yeah.
If they have a landing strip and you file a flight plan, you have to announce where you go. And then you have to file the destination airstrip with the international code.
Right.
If it's international flight. If it's national flight, then Yeah, they are less.
And to be all private?
It might be all private, but you still need an end destination when you fly away. So if you're not home by airport closing time, you must have landed somewhere else, and that should be noted somewhere.
Yeah, well,
So they must be on a map of some kind. Otherwise, they cannot fly there.
Well, the son would fly charter flights before he died, or supposedly died, right? And the interesting thing is the brother-in-law, which would have been JFK Jr., he taught him how to fly, and like he was much older, but he let him take the controls of these charter planes where he would do island hopping, and that's where JFK got his love for flying. And then, of course, if it's true that JFK didn't actually die in the flight that we were told he died in, and the Q people are at least a little bit right about some things and that he's still alive, then, and he have something to do with Q, which is kind of known for going after the pedophiles, then he kind of would have been the unofficial leader of the army that took down his older ex-brother-in-law.
Yeah, but that still doesn't change the fact that if you are flying over.
Oh no, I'm not trying to say that.
From island to island,
right?
They have the war on drugs around there. They got a lot of stuff going on, checking the airspace, checking airplanes. If a Navy vessel with a track radar sees a plane dip down in, let's say, the ocean, they will investigate.
Right, but that's old news. The fact that he had it taken off the map back in the day, we're talking about his dad, like back in the day. That was just one of the things.
It means that there's always a spot which should be noted by now because of war on terror.
Oh yeah. Well,
so
he had the officials take it off. That's the thing. That's the kind of, he was a shipping magnate, so he had that kind of power, and maybe kind of a black ops type connection, maybe of some sort. So they would know if he's flying there. But he just wanted it. He just wanted to take off the map. The general populace wouldn't know where the thing is, right? That's all. I'm sure that the people in charge were aware of where it was. It wasn't like he was hiding it from the world.
Oh, then you probably can have it on navigational charts for ships and airplanes.
Maybe, yeah. Interesting though. Also, his son.
Hey, I'll just say, Onassis had an island back in the '60s, and he got it removed from the map, man. Whether it has a landing strip or not, I have no idea. But
I thought he was making a joke about.
You cannot remove something from international traffic. That's my point. Because then it becomes a hazard. Or it becomes a point of interest for, let's say, the war on drugs, the war on terror, etc.
Right.
So it must be on used maps because, and probably it might be hidden in a restricted area for, let's say, military purposes.
Yeah, but just like all the other islands and continents we just talked about on the other side of the Earth, that there's probably tons of land that we don't know about that's not on our maps. That's the point, right? They know about it. We don't know about it.
Yeah, but for, let's say, in the Caribbean, Mexican Gulf, wherever, that is high traffic area. So it must be located in a restricted area if it is erased from the map.
You ever hear of Diego Garcia?
Who?
The island.
What was it called?
Diego Garcia.
No. Diego Garcia. Yes.
Think about how much they have on that tiny island and how many of those there could be. Unknown or known.
Hundreds.
Yeah, there are many such islands in probably the whole southern region because no one goes there because it's not on trade routes.
Exactly.
But Diego Garcia, yeah, you could land a Cessna around there and park it next to the B-52s.
Yeah, there's all kinds of islands just that are labeled in the South Pacific that are just tropical paradises that I kind of get like just overlooked. It seems like I was looking into those like Cook Island and all kinds of little things. And supposedly, as far as this whole Epstein thing goes, um, it's Virgin Records dude. What's his name? The guy
Bronson?
yeah, he's got the A-list island with the girls, and so whoever they brought down, they brought down the B-list of people rather than the A-list or something like that. Is what I hear. There's another island of all the same kind of thing going on supposedly.
And the islands are not even that far apart from each other.
Oh, really? Epstein's
I think if you have a P90 or P900 and you stand on Bronson's Island, you could see the Epstein Island. I think those are close together.
I'm sure they had their trading system for the girls, yeah. The circuit, right? That makes sense.
The submarine routes, I think, between those islands.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's right. Did that too.
And don't forget the most important thing for on your pancakes, the Colombian powdered sugar.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's necessary. Keeps the circuit running. And that's just what we know about, right? That's just what we're privy to. Think about what goes on that we have no idea with that whole other area of water that's totally empty, supposedly. Yeah. What does anyone think about that? What's the comparison look like for anyone else that hasn't seen it besides Kenny? Anybody have any thoughts on that? Very similar, don't they? Oh, and his son also was dating the wife of one of his dad's biggest rivals in the shipping magnate business, and she was like 20 some years older than him, at least almost 30 years older, and he was only 19, and there was a problem between him and his father for dating that older woman, which could have been like how he learned, to be the older with the younger, if you want to add that into the theory.
He was infiltrating that family. His intentions were bad.
Yeah, maybe. But it was the ex-wife, so yeah, who knows what kind of
how to marry into inheritance.
Right. Well, Epstein got a lot of money out of nowhere. Supposedly he helped people with their money and was managing money. He was a math teacher and a tutor for other people. But I don't think he's dead, that's for sure.
He's not as dead as the Globe.
That'd be a good shirt. Picture of him, not as dead as the Globe.
The Globe didn't kill himself.
Right. I don't think he killed himself either, though.
I thought you were talking about Kennedy then. I was thinking of the globe with the balloon back and to the left. Back and to the left.
There you go.
From JFK movie.
Yeah. We all know that line. And which funny thing is that whole movie was subterfuge. So funny when you realize that it might not have even happened the way that any of them were talking about, or even happened at all. Then we're talking about a whole nother level. Is it a dummy? Was it filmed twice? Was it all that kind of stuff now is part of what people add into the...
That film might have woken me up to conspiracies when I was a kid. That JFK movie. I used to watch it a lot.
Yeah. It did such a good job of showing all the different angles, and then that line about it being wrapped in a riddle with an enigma and inside a whatever it is. That line is exactly what it was. But the funny thing is, now you realize that movie itself was just giving you a story within the story that they wanted you to believe to make the conspiracy movement become alive. I mean, it was time to reveal themselves with that, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
And Oliver Stone got a lot of backlash against him, which always makes me think when something gets hit hard with a lot of backlash, that there must be more truth to it than,
right.
You know what I mean?
Bad press is good press. Yeah. It makes people pay attention to it. Like Chris Rock getting hit in the face.
Yeah. And his ticket sales soar now for his tour or whatever.
His tour. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could see him smiling and everything right afterwards. It's crazy. Yep. That's funny. That's the other thing I was arguing with Kosho about, is that he was like so convinced that it was real and the way they acted and everything. It's just like your level of acceptance is across the board in most areas, it seems, But if you believe they landed on the moon, I guess you believe that Chris Rock really got slapped because he pissed Will Smith off with a stupid joke.
Yeah, did you see the picture of it?
I hope people take the example of Will Smith in how to slap people, because it's totally ineffective.
Yep. It's a theater slap. You learn that in theater, where you open your hand and you follow through that way, and the person tightens up, and then you can see him tightening up, putting his head out, and
and you pull your shoulders backwards as you impact, and then you lose your footing like a real fighter. You get off balance suddenly. Yeah, really, really good slap.
Yeah, and he didn't lose. He didn't even lose his footing.
Oh yeah, he stumbled
a little bit.
Will Smith,
not enough for a hit that hard. He probably would have. So funny. It was so staged when you really look at it.
If someone insulted your wife, you would knock someone out.
Well, if it was real life, but that's what makes it so funny, because we know it's not real life when they're up there. It's an act. Their whole lives are acts. They're in the tabloids and playing up things. Wasn't Will Smith talking up his wife being with somebody else and him being okay with it?
Yeah, yep.
So, really?
And something about him being gay too.
Yeah, and it's only the biggest night of his life where he's about to win his first Academy Award. Like, he's going to go out and start hitting people right before that moment, right? And it was the embodiment of his character from the movie, because his character was, kind of treated like a bitch in the movie. These guys beat him up and stuff. He doesn't do anything. He just takes it. But he's protecting his family.
BitChute has all the evidence. Many, many videos.
Oh, about the fakeness of it?
Yeah.
Did they go into the idea that there was a padding attached to Chris Rock's face?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's true? Because I was looking at that when I was watching it on TV.
It looks weird.
It does. It looks weird. It does look weird. And in fact, there's a weird thing that you don't really get to see unless you actually watch the recording of it. But right before they come back from break, they show Chris Rock standing there and kind of just looking around for like a quick minute. And then they go to another commercial and then they come back, right? And they don't even say, coming up Chris Rock or anything, I don't think. But it seemed like because he turns his cheek intentionally, almost too intentionally and weird. And the look on his face looked like he was trying to play something off. And so I'm wondering if they were just trying to make sure that once they're broadcasting, that they could get a good look at the cheek, and it didn't look like you could notice it very well. Like they were trying to get him on camera to make sure that it was going to fly, that no one was going to notice there was a padding there.
It looked like he got clipped in the rehearsal, and that was like a Band-Aid on his cheek.
Maybe. The rehearsal.
Yeah, that looked weird.
Is that right? Interesting. Yeah, because they just go on with the award, like, and then the line where he says, "Well, that was the greatest night, and that was the greatest night in the history of television." It doesn't cut to a commercial right there. So it's like he was saying that line so that they knew they could edit it later and have that be kind of like what people hear, because it wouldn't make any sense to say that it was the greatest night in television right then. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like it's not the end of the night. It's not the end of the show. If he said that was the greatest night, or like what just happened there will make for the greatest night would be more like how you would word it or something like that. Obviously it was scripted. They got even us talking about it though, didn't they?
Because they lack any evidence of their globe.
Nice. Yeah, there needs to be more
Anything to distract, right? Anything to distract.
True. Although I think they're pointing it out on purpose. That's the other weird thing. They're gaslighting us, so showing us all the mistakes on purpose.
Basically, what Chris Rock did was not insult his wife, but put her on the spotlight as a courageous woman. Mm-hmm. And it gets misinterpreted by everyone because everyone says it's about the disease. No, it's about her courage and her pride to be as she is. Mm-hmm. And that is overlooked.
And someone was saying it was sponsored by Pfizer, and Pfizer's coming out with an alopecia type thing or something like that, or alopecia drug.
I don't know that much, but what I know is that the social engineering is now pointed at going to the personal. Like, she's sick, therefore she is automatically a victim in every joke. Except this joke was about a courageous woman doing a courageous woman movie part, G.I. Jane.
Yeah, but I think that there was kind of more of a dig about her skin being whiter and whiter, so she could be a white actress rather than a black actress. I think that at least that's what I heard someone making a correlation.
Yeah, and I think that because I don't watch all and everything about this, I just heard it on the radio while driving, and I heard the joke and the reaction. But when I heard the joke initially, I was like, hey, she's bold and she could play the part.
I see. Yeah. I thought I haven't seen G.I. Jane. I thought it was some kind of
I think the race baiting is just race baiting.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Will Smith is from he's been in the white black man and the white man situation, his whole life with acting on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So like any kind of racial joke is really going to get under his skin. Come on. Come on. This is so stupid. Even Chris said at the time when he made the joke, that's not that bad. That was nice. Kind of like that wasn't that bad a joke. He even said that and then called him Richard on the way up there. So it was anyway, obviously staged, but I thought it was a reference to somebody in the G.I. Jane series that was like the enemy that was bald or something. And that's what he was referring to. But I guess it's more about the skin color.
No, G.I. Jane is just like G.I. Joe, the generic name for a government issue Jane. That can be a black or a white woman.
Right.
And, being bald, you just come out of boot camp, shaved.
Yeah. Okay.
What's wrong with that? And she could play that part without losing her hair over it.
Sure. But she hasn't done anything for a long time.
And I don't think it was like an insult on her person or her illness. I think it's just, this is your condition now, and you could fill that part because you're, a strong woman.
Sure. Well, it was meant to be interpreted many different ways, as was the reaction of Chris Rock not hitting back, and all those things were like, we'll give everybody a reason to argue about every little detail of this thing and interpret it one way or another and discuss it as if it was real.
Yeah, but for me, it's the social engineering thing. Let's make a victim, so you could now ban every kind of joke about bald people or.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's the other thing. That I thought about that too, and I haven't heard anyone else mention that. But yeah, like, what are they going to do as far as like the censoring of people making jokes about each other, and or what's going to be like, well, obviously for ratings, next time people might tune into the Academy Awards because the ratings were way down.
Don't forget how fast they can calculate how disinformation spreads through the whole world.
Right. That's the other thing. They do that kind of gauge, right? Yeah, they could make anything happen overnight. If they decide it's going to be a big deal, every corporate backing for every news station is on board. Every news station reports exactly what they tell them to do. So, yeah, obviously.
There's one race thing that is kind of pointing out to me now. Like, if you have, let's say, you want to play Monty Python on TV, you get a lot of backlash because there's a lot of inappropriate jokes for today's standards. Mm-hmm. But we had Dave Chappelle 2 months ago, and now we have Chris Rock. And they're using black people to display jokes that are inappropriate. So, that's kind of a racist thing. Because they fall over the black people making a joke. So they are going to eliminate black people from making humor.
I doubt that, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought also.
Let's say the edgy humor. They are going to take away the ability to make edgy, thought-provoking fun.
Oh, in some way, it's like a reining in. Like the first, like the beginnings of reining in of a subculture.
What do you mean by reining in, though? I don't get
better behavior, probably.
Oh, I see.
They will set the standards. What is allowed and what isn't allowed for comedians.
I see fight videos at school. I think they got to be trending like ridiculous. I don't pay attention to this kind of stuff, but I see fight videos everywhere when it comes to teenagers.
Yeah, I get your angle now. I see what you're saying. For us, they'll limit the general populace's ability to word. They do with the pronoun policing and the references to people's gender or sex or preferences as like a taboo, right? So now they'll mix that in. I mean, they like to separate us, so they kind of encourage racism already to a certain extent. But yeah, I can see that them using it as a way to police when they please. They'll let it happen, but if they ever needed to, they could shut someone's channel down for having a reference that could be interpreted one way or another about race. Yeah, that makes sense. It was a big night for blacks at the Academy, though, too, and it was kind of like you're saying, showing that there's like, if they are racist people that are putting this together, whatever degree. They're like, okay, it's a big night for the blacks. Will Smith's going to win the Best Actor award, but we're going to show just how primitive and unhinged he still is. Right? Like,
you could take that angle as well.
Yeah. Lets people judge him for not being able to control himself or having any kind of class and all that. Give him the big night, but make him look like ghetto people still.
Yeah, and we had, back in the 90s, the same thing with O.J. Simpson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was a total fake. All of it, completely fake.
Yeah, but, the they know how to, pull the strings and touch the nerve,
Absolutely.
and then it makes a whole group look stupid because they are emotional. But the moment if I go after a politician in my free time, I, I don't get in the news. I just get cops on my door.
Right. Right. Yeah. All this sets the standard for how they can treat us, and they can still do whatever they want and have these things play out and show us whatever they want. And
And they do it on international TV because it's watched all over the world.
More than TV at this point. It's in ways we don't even understand, plus the internet.
What do you mean? Ways we don't even understand?
The way it's spread so fast.
Oh, yeah.
With so many people that could not be interested or are searching the internet or doing this and that. And however it gets to you, it gets to you.
Yep. Everyone's heard about it.
What I don't understand is that you see the same shit as with 9/11. How many people in your surrounding watch MMA or other fighting stuff on a regular basis? And they will see this on TV and say, "Oh yeah, he bitch slapped him." No, he didn't. He fucking acted. Because,
right.
Because if you watch real fights and you know about fighting yourself, you know that slap would not hit shit.
Yeah, and like 9/11, they totally planned the controversy about whether it was real out beforehand too. The conspiracy theory.
Where were all the physicists? Where were all the chemists who knew that it would be impossible? Where are all the engineers? Yeah, all right, you had the engineers coming out, but they were drowned out by the media. But most, people, like basic chemists, every chemist teacher in school would have seen the explosion and said, "Oh, well, if that was a plane, then the kerosene was outside exploding.
Right.
So it wouldn't be burning in the building."
Right. And there's people that do have the knowledge to realize that and still convince themselves it would be possible. That's the crazy thing. The power of that is that then psychologically you're putting people up to the point where they're having to believe something that doesn't make any sense. I mean, we should say the same thing about the globe. People that have common sense, that have degrees in all of these, physics and things that should tell them exactly why it wouldn't work, can still convince themselves that it would work with all the contradictions, because otherwise they have to accept a big lie and all of the paralyzation.
Yeah, it is literally programming cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
Because you see something which you know should be fake based on everything you have been taught in the past, and then you believe the narrative.
Yep. Just like in 1984, you're telling them to say there's 4 lights when you know there's only 3 or whatever it was. And it usurps all of the industries, and it works at all these psyops that we saw throughout, the years leading up to the big one, which we are still in, worked as a way of commandeering all of these thought pools of people, right? Where you can't say anything because this is the agenda that you're dealing with now. Go along to get along, or you don't go along. People were fired from their jobs, and it was baiting. They were baiting people to say something about it. And then, probably a lot of those stories of people getting fired were just shown to us, and it was just somebody playing along to show us what happens to people that say something. Who knows? Then we had it with the medical industry and the dancing nurses and all those things, with people in The doctors, we should be saying that about all the doctors that are seeing the results and the blood work and all these things coming back from the, what, and being outraged, but it effectively paralyzes them. It says, and shows them that there is a higher order that they cannot speak against, and they're going to have to go along with the protocol. Amazing. The dancing nurses, man.
I think dancing nurses, dancing National Guard members, it's kind of like the computer games, the MMOs, the NPCs. You have those dancing groups there too, just like the flash mobs that start dancing everywhere.
Mm-hmm. It's like their way of saying you can't do anything about it. We're laughing at you and dancing. We know the hospitals are empty. That's why we have time to dance. Even though those were just hired people, they weren't real doctors even.
Dancing takes time. Choreography. That's something.
Right.
A performer or a dance group will train half a year for an hour performance.
Yeah, sure. They were carrying a body down down the hall on their shoulders with the toe tag that said something like, I don't know. It was bad. It was like in your face, complete trauma. If you really looked at it, I mean, people that I remember asking my mom, why is it they're dancing? And they showed even a clip on the news as if the doctors were dancing. And they said, and their interpretation at the time was that every time someone comes off the ventilator, they're dancing to celebrate, which is so crazy to even put out there. Like, because we know it's only a 1 out of 10 chance you're going to get off the thing.
Yeah, but you got an IC full of people, and you're gonna waste your energy on dancing while you need to attend all the others because one got from the respirator. Come on.
Right, and then it's meant also to stir up the controversy. Yeah, of course, because then everyone's arguing about why do they have time for that if the hospitals are full, blah blah blah. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's like you have the space launches, and everyone is cheering when oh yeah, finally it launched. But it's are you cheering because that theoretical high explosive is now out of your range when it explodes? Or don't you understand that as you go up higher, the combustion of that rocket will increase pressure while the outside pressure is diminishing, so you have an increased chance of explosion? Shouldn't you be monitoring those dials even more now?
What were you just referencing about that? I missed
it. If they have a rocket launch or a space launch.
Are you talking about the Challenger?
No, it's just any launch in general. You see those, when it's televised, you see those people all cheering and jumping from behind their desks and hand waving and clapping.
Engineers and controllers in the control center. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the danger increases as the ship goes higher because the outside pressure is diminishing compared to an increasing pressure on the rocket.
So you're saying they could have gotten the chances of them having to go from a cheer to a oh no, oh shit type thing situation get more and more increasing, and they're already cheering, so it would be weird if the thing blew up. Is that what you're saying?
Just the cheering is premature.
You don't have time for cheer because you have to manage those pressures all the time.
Yeah, you're right. Okay,
it's no longer
controls. Yeah, they're up in the air. It's all good, right? Yeah, that's a good point. If it was real, that would make sense, right? Yeah. If it was real, then none of it still would make sense because it's all fake, weird cheering and obvious, like, pre-planned high fives and shit. It's just so smarmy, weird, fake, and bad.
Yeah, and people just swallow it up like, oh, amazing! Look, they have worked months, and now they finally, release of their energy and joy. But
Yeah,
the joy is at the moment that it's most critical to be, like, focused on what's going on.
yeah, right. Well, that's another proof, another thing to add into the bucket of why we know it's not real. Yeah, and they go up like at the speed of like the helium takes them up at the speed that you'd expect rather than a launch. You'd expect it'd have to launch a lot faster at the start. It would have to go to get the momentum that it needs.
Just go to YouTube and look for missile launches for anti-aircraft missiles. They have constant acceleration up to the point that their combustion engine runs out.
Mm-hmm.
And here with human launches, there's no real acceleration to be seen.
Right. Oh, I have to put something in the live stream. There was the most shameless launch that I happened to stumble upon the other day. And it was just like they have a camera inside with the astronauts taking off, and they show the thing taking off and they cut to the inside, and there's no jiggling of the camera. There's no vibration. It's just like a perfectly still camera, and no change in expression or movement from the astronauts. It's the worst one ever. Shameless. They really lowered everyone's expectations with a lot of these things, and that's part of the reasoning behind it, right? You accept the halfway decent or the shoddy job of us telling the story, and then it gives people that know better a chance to just not believe it and argue about it or whatever. It works in all kinds of ways, kind of like the buildings on the dollar bills, like when you fold the 20 and you see 9/11, when you 5, 10, 20 and the 50 and the 100, where you see the buildings being built, and then you see the first tower hit, and then you see both towers hit, you see the whole thing explode, and then you see the drizzle of smoke on the $100 bill if you fold it right. The way that they did that was perfect because it wasn't so undeniable that anyone that, no one could deny it. Like someone that believes the official story could still say, oh, you're crazy, that's just a coincidence, or it doesn't look enough like it. But they made it they implied it and made it look just enough like it that people that know it wasn't what they told us are going to totally see it, and people that don't want to know can still deny it. Right in between.
Yeah, and those are the things of art in let's say those are their forms of art.
Right. Yeah, that's like I say about the moon landing, that the accomplishment wasn't in going to the moon for them. The accomplishment was getting people to believe it. That's what they're celebrating. And laughing at us for believing it when they really look at the details.
And now we got to figure out where are all the globe jokes.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, and what's behind the joke? Like we understand a lot of possible motives, but they are continuing the joke. So, you know, what's behind that?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, they know that with all the technology we have right now, all the, you know, good optics we have, we can figure it out for ourselves. So, what's for them to maintain the joke? Because wouldn't be the better joke flip the switch? You know, go back to the Inquisition again?
Ooh, yeah. Well, that's kind of what they've done with the censoring of things, and like we were saying, with the intentionally bad psyops up to this point, it baited us into saying something about it because it's so obviously fake. So it made people put videos out showing how fake it is, and led by provocateurs that were allowed to show how bad it is, and then people follow suit, and then it gives them a reason to censor certain things about these types of events and types of information that other people are sensitive to because it had to do with kids dying or people that whatever. It's perfectly mastered that way, so that now they can have the Inquisition, start taking videos down or scrubbing them off the internet and things. Gave them license to do so. But yeah, I don't think they like people knowing something that that they are still trying to keep a secret. So it's kind of like they've given it up already and let and just playing on that people already know. So they're making it bad on purpose so that they can just kind of fuel the attention towards it, like the Chris Rock slap or whatever. Like now everyone's watching NASA for one reason or another because now you're defending it and then are trying to believe in it, so you're watching it, or you're trying to figure out the little inconsistencies, so you're watching it. It works in both ways for them. But yeah, maybe they will.
They still get their attention.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they will flip the script though and absorb flat Earth and just start going with the outer ponder theory or something like that. Mix the aliens in and say they were ancient ancestors. That's what I like to say. That makes sense. I think that would be their best play. If in the long run, I don't know how, maybe in the short run, but if they want to do an alien invasion, that would be the way to do it. Make it believable.
Have you seen the TV adaptation of Under the Dome?
Some of it.
When they released that, I was like, well, that could be a nice trick. If they pull something off like that.
Yeah. And if they put us under the dome and say there's a dome, whether there is or not, then they could say the air is contaminated and we need to go to all these little smart cities that have these other little domes to protect you from the air, the big dome. And they could sell us on that and get us in smart cities that way.
Yeah, well, right now the dome might be the satellite grid.
Somebody else was trying to say something too. Yeah, maybe. Who was that?
I said, how do you know they didn't already do that?
Yeah, maybe this is another cycle, right? They go back and forth between the two paradigms.
I mean, like, what if we are only in a smaller version of the actual place where we were put?
There you go. That's another idea. We could be in the smart city already.
Yeah, like how do you know
we're in the smart pond? The smart pond. That's awesome.
I mean, how many years would it take to erase that, the memory of that?
Right.
40, 60 years maybe? Right.
Well,
Makes you wonder.
When I grew up, I watched a anime called Megazone 2-3. And that was about a domed city on Earth, which they claimed went to space and came back. and then never told the people inside that they were already back on Earth.
Right.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I've heard of that.
it's a total flat Earth depiction of society. You know, like people are just caught up in whatever narrative,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
only a few people get the clues and the hints that are given and follow up on them. And it's amazing how that story plays.
Yeah. Yeah, like they could. There was someone who was mentioning the other day with something I had never heard. I think it was on here. In fact, they were talking about how the astronauts went through a simulation of going to the moon, and they were in an interview. They said that it would be very hard for them to know if it was the simulation that they were in compared to the actual moon mission. It was that close.
That's funny.
As far as their readings and everything goes. So it could have just been a simulation that they were told was real. And maybe they knew at the same time that it wasn't, but they were told this one's the real one, wink, wink. So then they could at least say with some honesty that they went on the real mission because they were told that was the real mission. Right.
There was a X-15 pilot that died in a test flight who was like into the program because he wanted to go to space. And before the critical mission where he died, he got depressed because he realized he couldn't go to space. Because they met a hard ceiling, as in, you know, a hard ceiling for flight.
Who is this?
What's the word? Damn.
Back in the day. Okay.
That's in the X-15.
Well, I thought you were asking.
Let me look it up for you.
I was going to say, you
Okay.
don't.
That's interesting.
There's a very good, yeah, but when you see it, you will be even more amazed. I'll look up the YouTube.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. So he even made a reference to the firmament, huh? Yeah, at the time when back in 2016, they were totally, I mean, they are still, but with the whole, you know, reference from basketball players and the glass ceiling, Hillary's references, and the people going to Antarctica on a emergency short notice with politicians going there. It just, that's where I started thinking out of pounders like this. This is what they're going to do. They're going to say that these out of pounders are meeting with in Antarctica are the ones that are really in control of things, and they could pass the buck of all the blame for the lie and everything by saying this is the agreement they had. They get away with it and start a new paradigm and control things in a new way.
That's an interesting look at it.
Then they had that the what was it, the Russian Orthodox priest going down there in a little like raft. They show him in a raft and they're getting up there with like the penguins next to him. Remember that? There's a little hut type thing in Antarctica, like, and he supposedly met with the Russian Orthodox priest met with the Jewish Orthodox priest, or the I don't know. Anyway, they met for the first time in years to discuss the new treaty or something. It was some big deal. I forget the whole story, but then there was the whole thing mixed with the Ark of Gabriel being unearthed and killing 1,000 men or something. Remember that, guys? Does anyone else remember that story that was put out in regular publication? It was unearthed and like electromagnetic waves, just like. And then they were taking the Ark of Gabriel on a boat to. That's what they were getting ready. They were going to do, or they did supposedly. They got the Ark of Gabriel on a boat and headed to Antarctica with him. It sounds like I think Raiders of the Lost Ark movie that they reported as real. And because it wasn't publicized the way Chris Rock's slap was, no one noticed, or no one took, it wasn't like a thing that everyone knew about, which would be something everyone would know about, or would you think would be interesting to everybody, right? They're mixing the sci-fi with reality and just making it all like one big, they're meshing the lines of reality and fiction. I talking to myself here. Did I go off? Am I still here?
You're still here. We're still listening.
All right.
I'm trying to find the presentation about the X-15 pilot.
There was something else that mentioned the firmament that my friend translated from Greek, this map that was shown to us a while back too. I'll try to find it. And they described the firmament in detail when you translate the Greek. And it's this old, weird figure 8 looking map that people have probably seen before, but they never knew what it meant. I happened to see some of these things recently. I downloaded it. I'll see if I can find it.
This presentation is kind of funny, and you got to look at the small details here, because it might reveal something really weird.
All right. I'll trade you one really weird for another really weird once I find what I'm looking for. Yeah, my friend that looked into this, he ended up translating it enough to give him the information where it came from, and it led him back to a Freemasonic headquarters in New York City. And it literally scared him enough that he didn't want to look into it anymore. He's just like, okay, that's it. I see where this is leading. This is crazy.
There's some really dumb articles online, like really dumb ones. It's like it gets more ridiculous every time I turn on. Every time I look, like I usually don't look at the news, just for that reason. I'd rather be ignorant of it than to be frustrated by it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But some of the stories that I see that pop up on YouTube and stuff just crack me up. It's like, why am I even looking at this stupid thing? Like, I know this isn't really true. This is just, it's entertainment.
Right.
But for some reason, I can't help but clicking on some of it. It's like...
Yeah, it's like TikTok. Once you get on there, you have to it's addictive in a really shameful way.
Yeah, it is kind of weird how I do catch myself swiping a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just regular people. It's like you're getting a little glimpse of me. Some of them aren't just all like, girls doing some kind of weird dance. It's like someone catching a fish with a pole that you never see, that you never get a chance to see, or something, from another country that's just, some technique of doing some job that is interesting.
I seen a video where this black thing was flying around the ground and then grabbed onto a goat or something. They were chasing after it. I was like, what the hell is this?
Like an unidentified animal of some sort, a creature?
Yeah, you know how it is. It's always something. Yeah. Like where they'll have some animal that's normal, but then they'll edit the video a little bit to make it look like something that's not real. You know what I mean? And they'll have everybody raving about it.
Right. Yeah, the saturation of information is key to all of this, you know. You're never going to get everybody focused on one thing long enough to make a difference in any big way.
Well, maybe they announced it way back in the 90s. They named the movie Pulp Fiction.
Right. That was on the other night. I had to watch it. Every time it's on, you have to watch a little bit of that movie. Yeah, the Pulp Fiction, right? That was just like the little, that was the start of the tabloids basically back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, and people like pulp. You know, they just gobble it up.
Right. Like a sweet candy.
Sugar for the brain.
Mm-hmm.
The opium.
Yeah. The soma.
Did you say hopium? That's what.
The dopium. Yeah, for sure. It just keeps them, focused on the trivial.
Yeah, and we got to deal with the people that are hooked on globium.
I like that.
I don't think that many people are hooked on it, to be honest.
Meth was bad.
Right? Yeah, I think that most people, the only people that we see, the people that are defending it and everything, but I think that's a small group of people that even know how the model's supposed to work and are defending it for whatever reasons, you know.
But they're the only ones on the TV. That's the thing.
Yeah, the average person doesn't eat it up. They want to believe it, but they don't pay attention to the launches very much.
No, you know, but they are, once confronted, they do get into that fighting mentality. You touch their drug.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't take it away from them, even though they may not know much about it. They cherish it as a paradigm definer, and they will protect it, even though they don't really know much about how it's supposed to work or why it doesn't work or any of that. They don't want to know. In fact, they don't want to know so much so that they could just go on throughout their lives deciding that the person that told them about it is crazy, that they could be very close with, but it's okay to just define them as crazy without looking into any of the information at all. They'd be much happier just to believe that than to find out why someone close to them might have lost their mind. Someone close to me lost their mind. I'm going to look into the details of why they lost their mind to try to help them figure out what it is that they're misunderstanding. But here it's like they automatically know we're right. So that's why they don't look into it. And it's just the craziest psychological fucking thing you've ever seen, where they will fight tooth and nail for something they don't even understand or don't even know anything about. And to the point where they will disown somebody that they're close with rather than just look at some of the details.
Well, you know, you cannot trample on all those authority figures when you say flat Earth. You cannot trample on anyone because you haven't studied that much. You haven't done all that academic work. You're just a nobody and you read something on the internet.
Right. Yeah. Even if they do get challenged looking into it a little bit further, then they realize that they never knew it to begin with, and it seems like a chore. They have to figure out all the details and relearn all the complexities of it that we had to figure out to be where we are. And it's just it's designed that way, obviously.
Yeah, and because they they see the mountain of work ahead of them. They look at you and say, in their minds, you didn't do all that work, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Right. But I don't think there's any kind of goal in mind for us to make them tell us the truth. So that's what anyone thinks this is about. I don't understand why that would be the idea that we'd be getting towards like we're going to trust them to tell us the truth or demand that they tell us the truth. That's the other part of the power.
Yeah, my point, and I can say this like with seriousness. Every day I look for flat Earth, or actually I look for curve on Earth. But
haven't you given up hope already that there's going to be curvature somewhere? We would have found it by now, right?
Yeah, of course we would have found it, and it is contradicting, basic science to say you live on a globe. But in the last week, I've been across a dike that is 32 kilometers long, and which separates two bodies of water. And when you're at the beginning of the dike and it is clear weather, you can see the other side of the dike. 32 kilometers. That's about 20 miles. You can see straight across the water.
Right.
And, if people don't see that, they don't understand the geometry they hold dear.
Right. Yeah. All it really takes is someone just accepting that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not. It says it all right there. Common sense right there.
Yeah, like I'm driving over the dike and I can see so far across the water. I'm like, is no one batting an eye over this? Is everyone just accepting what they see and then formulate something like, oh yeah, somewhere there's a horizon, so it must be a globe. What the fuck? What's going on in their minds, if anything?
Right. It's too big to question, and just much. It's like they automatically know that there's something. If something's wrong on that level, then they'd have to change every decision they've made up to that point, or they might have made a different decision with a new paradigm. Every big decision they've made in their lives would all of a sudden be rethought if they had known this earlier.
Yeah, and there's this, when I grew up, there was this, I don't know if you can call it a meme, but this expression that guys think about sex every 3 seconds. I was like, yeah, if you teach kids in school that guys think about sex every 3 seconds, then you will never get them to think straight.
Right. You're right. That's a good point. Then they think they're supposed to think about it every 3 seconds. Yeah. When that's probably not true whatsoever. And we know it's not true, but obviously, yeah, it makes it seem like the norm, and then something's wrong with them if they don't think that way.
Yeah, and how the fuck can you operate in life?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Be serious. Like, if I go to the beach, then oh, I see the horizon. Yeah, titties. Huh? What? No,
right.
horizon.
Right.
What the fuck are people doing in their life?
Well, some guys, the normal cuck you talk to, it is like every other sentence there has to be some kind of reference to getting some pussy or whatever it is they that they feel like makes them manly or acceptable with each other. It's weird, yeah. Always has to be some kind of inside sexual innuendo. Not that I don't do that myself sometimes, but okay. So this is the way that I'll post this map that my friend translated, but there's a description of the firmament, and you'll see it on the side, and it says spherical cloak, stereo, composed of a residual, invisible, transparent solid. You'll recognize this when I post it. Some of it, at least the untranslated version. And there's some things about a Greek politician in there and all kinds of weird shit, and a substance that's going to be transported or across the way. And this could also be used for flat Earth map type ideas, or be showing us some truths about the flat Earth map, how it should be working with that figure eight possible sun path. Have you guys ever seen Jaslow 111's video on figure eight sun path? You know how there's a figure eight left in the sky for the analemma.
Yeah.
And then there's the idea here that I'll put in there now that he's talking about. Well, the time zones would make more sense with a figure eight sun path, goes around the south and then crosses over and goes around the north. I don't know if it works out logistically for anyone else's analysis of it. He says the time zones work a lot better this way, and it would make sense.
For me, it's kind of clear. When I look at it, the figure eight, the top loop is smaller than the lower loop, right?
Yeah, for the analemma. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then if you look at, let's say an equidistant or azimuthal equidistant map, then you have this part. You have a larger part on the south of the equator to light than on the north of the equator to light.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I think that gets doesn't get pointed out enough by flat Earth, by the flat Earth side, is that the sun, and even in a flat Earth model, the sun still rises and falls. It's not just in one path, right? There's a rising and a that's where the analemma comes from. We can see it's rising to a point and then, not in one motion. It has like a track that's higher and lower and higher and lower, right? That's why there's a top and a bottom to the analemma. So it could maybe look like it's setting because it actually is going down, and I think they use that to their advantage. It doesn't go below the horizon, but it goes down, and from some perspectives, it could seem like it's going down, like the ball Earth tries to tell us.
Yeah, but if you look at, let's say, 24-hour sun in the north, you will see the sun move in a wave motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, regardless of how that visual is created, from our perspective, it moves up and down.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That would only make sense. It's the sun wave, like a sine wave, but a sun wave.
Yeah, and for me, I have various ideas in my head, but one of the most plausible is that we are looking at a focal point of a electromagnetic junction in the sky. in which the energy, aka the sun, the light, is moving from junction to junction of a electromagnetic grid. And we just see it as a fluid motion.
Wow, that's awesome. Restate that for me, will you?
So you have an electromagnetic grid of, field lines of the, let's say, the magnetic grid.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the electromagnetic properties of matter interacting with those field lines.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the sun, or the energy that gives life, moving from those intersections of that electromagnetic grid that is created by the field lines.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
the matter is being energized, and that is what we see as the sun.
Interesting. What would you say? We see it as the sun. So what is the matter?
It could just be gases, it could just be the oxygen crossing the field line, the interaction between the field lines of the full construct of Earth, which creates that electromagnetic field, and the matter, like the gases that we breathe and the moisture in the air, hits or is in contact with the field lines, and when the energy of the sun hits that field line, it has light.
Almost like a node that lights up and continuously. I get you. That's interesting. It seems like there still would have to be a focal point of some sort that makes it so consistent. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and our eyes are only seeing 24, 25 frames per second.
Interesting.
Like, people see the planets as solids. When you change your ocular focus on your telescope or on your P900, you change the focus, you notice that, especially with digital cameras with autofocus, you can focus on 2 points. One giving you a solid planet, and one giving you a squishy
electromagnetic frequency type thing.
Electromagnetic thing.
Mm-hmm. That's you're right.
So which focal point are you focusing at? And would that focal point be visible in 25 frames per second? Or would it make a solid for your eyes because it's moving too fast for your eyes?
Right. That's interesting too. Right. Like, your eyes correct to see form when presented with chaos.
Yeah, just take a brake light, put it on a rope, swing it as fast as you can, and you get a solid circle.
Right. Yeah.
Slow down, and you see a brake light moving in a circle.
Right.
And a lot of people, seeing is believing, but you have to analyze what you see. So, where is the focal point of something? You can focus, let's say, on let's say if there is a dome, you can focus on the surface of the dome, but you can focus beyond the surface of the dome as well, or in front of it. It's the same as taking a autofocus camera, and you're behind the window and you try to photograph something in front of the window or behind the window, and it focuses on the window itself because there's dirt on the window.
Yeah. Or the reflection. I got a picture once that I thought was a UFO, but it was actually the lens of my camera off the window. I think it still looks really like a UFO in the clouds, but
yeah, and I did the same when I was on a ferry trip. I was walking on a hallway, looking outside through the windows, and I saw this light in the sky, and I was like, "Oh man, take a picture!" And I took the picture, and I pulled my camera down, and I changed the angle of my head, and I suddenly saw that it was the light fixture behind me.
Right.
A reflection. But because I tilted my head, suddenly more of the reflection became visible. But at the initial point, the reflection was not visible, just the light.
I did a whole project in a photography class on reflections, and I got some of the coolest pictures that way, just the optical illusions. And when you get that one still frame through some type of reflection, there's things that you would never see that you're always looking at in your regular day-to-day life. But once you get that still shot, the illusion is just like amplified. It's amazing. Right? Yeah, that's true. The things we don't notice. But I like the idea of the frequency becoming a solid in the same way that you're streaking. You get the flash, the streaks with the firework or whatever. So the grid. So that, it does seem like there has to be some definitive lines like a grid for the sun to follow the path the way it does so consistently. It's not a track that it's on, you can imagine it that way. But everything works so perfectly, a grid system with nodules that light up faster than our eyes can interpret them as separate nodules. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, but for all I care, there's like a continuous energy moving behind the grid, just energizing it. So it would be, let's say, continuous energy, but let's say the extremities of the light would be more flickering.
Yeah, I was just reading something earlier about the sun's path, and it wasn't trying to be flat Earth about it, but it was basically describing that the equator is where the most sun hits. Therefore, that's why the air the temperature on the ground changes the air temperature, which makes it thinner at the very top, which is why we have the jet stream for the planes to fly through, because of the sun, not because of the spinning Earth. And you could also look at the southern and the northern hemisphere as two halves, and become a titty earther. Like I like to call myself, like you were saying, a kid, think about sex every 3 minutes. Well, titty earth might just have its own momentum right from the start, because people would rather call themselves, or at least a lot of men would rather call themselves a titty earther than a flat earther. But if there's two semispheres, right, or two halves, and there's actually two southern and a northern star rotation adjacent in the sky rather than on the top and the bottom of a ball, it works just like thermodynamics. And they're funneling in throughout the celestial equator and then separating off from each other. Now, if we can see the stars completely in 360 degrees that don't separate each other from the northern and the southern hemisphere, that would ruin that idea. But I haven't checked to see if that's definitively so. My friend that I was talking about that translated that map was really big into knowing exactly where all the stars go. And he was saying that he thinks that they separate. In fact, the Milky Way gets torn apart and then reassembles when it comes back to the other side at the beginning of the celestial equator. And the Orion's belt, the three stars that go through the middle, are the only ones that don't break off and almost have like a Pac-Man effect where they reappear on the other side, which would support your whole nodule theory, even with the stars being just focal points of a grid system that we're looking at. Like a projector. And then you could even, like, because concave Earth, a lot of guys are running around excited about the concave Earth because it answers questions that the flat Earth supposedly can't. But if we incorporate the idea of like a disco ball type projection above where the North Pole is, and that's, connected somehow with the magnetic mountain or whatever it was, that device that's put there, and that's projecting onto the dome in the way that we see disco lights work, like a double disco ball type effect. That would explain things. That's kind of how concave earthers are describing the illusion of us looking in on a celestial show rather than looking out to it. But they still have to describe it as people upside down relative to one another, and that's just nonsensical still. So I think there's maybe a happy medium there with some kind of disco ball effect like they're talking about over a flat Earth.
Well, personally, I'm more of a thermodynamic layer cake guy.
Yeah, layer cake. There we go. Nice. How long have you been around? I haven't talked to you before. I've definitely got a lot in common with your thoughts.
I've been around for, let's say, 6 years.
Yeah, for some reason I recognize your voice, but did you always go by that name?
Always Monkey.
Always Monkey, okay. Right on, cheers, for sure. How did you...
When I came in, I still believed in evolution, and they called me a monkey for that. And I stuck with it.
It's hard to get rid of all of it.
I prefer to be a monkey than, some human who is stuck to mainstream music.
You're a monkey rock.
I got a nice meme for that, by the way, for all the evolutionists.
Yeah? Post it. I would like to see it. That is a hard one to give up. Even for flat earthers. Because then if you give that up, you have to then reason with the whole idea of the first human was completely human, wasn't like some transitional human. So that means like for everything was like its original. I mean, there's variations obviously through selective breeding and all that kind of stuff, like whatever that there are variations in certain kinds of animals, right? We know that. That happens through all kinds of processes that are recognizable and showable. And then they use that idea to sell us on the big macroevolution type idea. But yeah, that means the first human was completely human. What does that mean?
I posted my my meme because people talking about evolution. Humans come from apes, not from monkeys. It's the planet of the apes, right?
Right.
And they tell people exactly what they think of them. You're on the planet of the apes, Globers.
Right? Yeah, there's a lot of innuendos throughout that whole movie.
Yeah, I don't know. You can see the image.
Yeah.
I think I did a pretty good job with straightening out the horizon.
There you go. Well, kind of. What do you mean? Like the planet?
Where it says planet, it's curved, and when the monkey returns, the horizon.
I get you. I see. So it goes off straight. Okay, so you're correcting it. Interesting. When the monkey returns. Yeah, so they mislabeled you a monkey when you really should have been an ape, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gotcha. How long ago did you give up evolution?
Oh, that was kind of quick when we had a good discussion, but it is like when you're. I've always been a conspiracy kind of guy, but I never touched on, let's say, evolution and creation, because that just wasn't my thing. I wasn't a straight up atheist, but it just wasn't my thing. So I didn't even care to look at it up until the point that you are confronted with it in relation to flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Right. I still have, some reservations about the idea that we're told the true story within the biblical text necessarily, or if there's even a God separate from us, to be honest, because I think that it makes more sense if God is everything, kind of a pantheist type way of looking at it, because it doesn't really make it any less important or significant if everything is God and we are just, a bit of the whole. And there's an intelligence, an essence of intelligence to everything that we see within sacred geometry and all of life. And that's the fingerprints of God. And I think part of the psyop might be to get us to think of God as an outside figure that is separate from us, that created us with intention, and then there was a beginning and an end to it. And that kind of contradicts the first law of thermodynamics when you think about it, because if energy can't be created or destroyed, then there was no beginning and there is no end. It's just a different form of the same thing. And you won't want to call God eternal, but then say that we aren't, like there's some kind of taboo to saying that God is just, broken into many different parts and we are, a bit of him experiencing himself. But the psyop would be in that, if you look at it that way, that there's a judge or someone's judging you and looking on from another, vantage point that is going to either take you to hell or take you to heaven. They get that whole, do good, do bad, because, we're telling you these are the rules, not so much that that's what God wants, but that's what man wants you to think God wants. So there's a lot of plays on that idea that, not to say that there's not a creator, but the creator is everything, right? Which isn't.
I'm kind of like a Tolkien earther. I don't know if you have read the Silmarillion and that creation story.
I'm familiar with it, but I haven't read it.
There's a great online audiobook, but the creation story of, let's say, the whole world of Lord of the Rings, etc., is about a creator that brings to life the angels or gods, how you want to call them. And together, under his guidance, they sing the earth into being.
Interesting.
And then you again have that thermodynamic principle of motion and matter.
Right.
And what we are as individuals, I would say we are separate thoughts or frequencies of the whole. Like you have conflicting thoughts that both at the time are, let's say, valid, up until you research your thoughts. And we are the thoughts that are researching.
We're like the messengers in the brain of the whole, trying to validate everything.
Figure out what is what.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I thought of it that way too. Yeah, we're the neurons that are rushing back and forth and trying to put order to things.
Yeah, and like we classify things very simple and black and white, good and evil, all that kind of stuff. But if you're honest with yourself, you always have darker and lighter thoughts. You cannot go without each other. That doesn't mean that one thought is inherently evil, because it gives you the opportunity to think about it and to make a dissemination of what it means.
Right.
And if we do not allow it, then we don't learn.
Right. And that could be wrongly attacked as a way of justifying things that should be just black and white, and according to some people, good and evil. And that's part of their trick as well. But that's the psyop, is to, the checkerboard represents the black and white. They want us to see everything as this or that. There's just two options, and there's just this and that, and that's, you don't have to worry about the gray areas.
Yeah, but if you only see the black and white tiles, then you forget about the floor itself.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, and it's the same thing, like I was saying about the idea of separating us from God and making it be like there's this outside presence that's looking on, and that you have then this eternity of either good or bad. In the same way, that goes along with the black and white. The only thing that scares the shit out of me is an eternity of anything, whether it's all good or all bad.
Yeah, but let's say from the material view, an eternity takes forever, right?
Right, whatever that means.
But from the thermodynamic perspective, it is the continuation of motion. And motions are always in wavy patterns. So you will always have your ups and downs, which means you always have your, how do you call it, your changes in life, in infinity. So it is never the same. And that is obviously the one thing that scares people, that it becomes boring.
Well, yeah, it would be boring if it was all one way or another, is what you're saying, right? It would be boring if it was just all good, or if it was just all bad, then that would be not boring necessarily, but another form of a torturous eternity. But the ups and the downs, and the good and the bad, and the light and the dark is what makes the all the goods feel all the better, because of all the bads. You can't have one without the other. That's just the way the yin and the yang. That's what that means. and the value of that is looked at as one side's good and one side bad, when philosophically you need both to appreciate both.
Yeah, and if only Globers would accept that you cannot draw a wave that easy on a curved surface. You draw a wave with a baseline which is flat.
Yep, that's true. Right?
But I think it's funny that, like, for me, we are just over-focused on, let's say, our own being. People look at it like they are the most important thing in the world, and then they watch TV, and then they have become insignificant, complicated rocks.
Well, yeah, and on that point, there's another contradiction with the whole idea that if you do good, enough good or the right things, then you're going to be rewarded with this eternal life in heaven or whatever, eternal life gift of some sort. But the contradiction is that you're only doing good then for this reward, and it's a selfish act, when it's what it should be that the good you do is an unselfish act. And it doesn't have anything to do with your own salvation. It has to do with the good of the whole in your present existence, regardless of what the outcome might be for your eternal life. Right?
Yeah, well, if you're busy with your eternal life, you're not busy with now. So how can your judgment be correct in the now if your judgment is based on your future?
Yeah, and are you only doing it for the reward then? It's like I hate to put it in that terms, but you're whoring yourself out for your own, it's not like something that you're going to do for everyone to have a better existence. If it weren't for that, you think you personally are going to then somehow be, in this existence of a reward. And it's then, like a selfish act. To put it that way. I hate to put it that way for people that are set in their ways for that being the case, but
yeah, but I think it's hard to say or to see the selfish and selfless. Like, everyone has a natural fear of death and misery, and based upon those fears and the eagerness to preserve what you hold dear, makes them, biased.
Right. The survival instinct, you mean, is going to always be biased. It's always make you biased, right? Yeah. It's a natural instinct, and you should feel like this. But yeah, even so, like you could even look at like the things that you do with all good intention could then be interpreted as a selfish act, because the way you feel about doing something good is the reward, or whatever, whatever.
It all depends. Like, let's say the Globers hold on to the globe because they don't want to speak ill about their peers. You don't want to degrade Newton. You don't want to degrade Einstein. You don't want to pull down all the people that work at NASA, right? You're an idiot. Because you got to respect those people. It's not pure selfishness on their part.
Yeah, and they identify with them. They say we went to the moon, so it's a self-pride type thing. Yeah.
And I think that is like a lot of people say, hey, NASA lies. I always say, no, NASA tells stories and you tend to believe them, or you don't tend to believe them.
Right.
If you say they lie, then, you know, you imply motive. If you say they tell a story, they just do it to entertain.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's presented in that way, like I was saying earlier, with some of the mistakes shown to us on purpose, to almost give a wink and a nod to the people that get that it's not real and that it's just a show. And there's all kinds of, like, you know, fine print in the way that the media presents things that, you know, they don't have to show us the truth any longer. You know, it's just a narrative that you can either accept or not accept, and that makes it easier for them to do it, because then they know that they're giving the game away.
Well, the other thing is, you got to work hard for the truth. The truth is not given. So, if I turn on the TV, I should not expect to see truth.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
You know, you got to work for it. You got to invest your own time to see what is truthful to your eyes.
Right. Yeah. And then it's subjective still, no matter how you put it. Truth is subjective.
Yeah, and the same as with proof and evidence. You cannot say something is proof or evidence if you haven't refuted it. Like last week, there was this glober. He said, "Yeah, we measured the radius of Earth with lasers," and I was like, "Oh, cool. Never heard of that one before." So can you link me to the the observation, like the documentation of the test? Can you show me what make and model of the laser used, what frequency was used, how much power was used, the people who done it, the people who created the laser, you know, make a model, anything. Can you show me? No. Well, why would I? I said, well, you just claimed it.
Right. And even if they could show you all those details, they could still be fabricated details.
Yeah, but then you have leads.
Right.
Now I only got a story from someone.
Right. Yeah, as long as it supports the paradigm.
And that is kind of like the globe problem. It's all stories, and when you follow the leads that some people do give, you know, like, oh, but, you know, you got GPS satellites and blah, blah, blah. You can look into every satellite launched, and you can read the papers. And then all you got to ask is, well, I see a lot of radius in there for their orbits. So how did they measure those radiuses?
Yeah.
And then everything falls apart because they need those Earth radius measurements, which they never did. And you know, I can draw an orbit for a satellite over a flat Earth. That doesn't mean that radius used in an orbit is that one that applies to the Earth sphere radius, because a radius can be used for a two-dimensional circle.
And the radius could be the height of the firmament. That was brought up recently. It was an interesting idea that's why it's 3959, because that's actually the distance to the firmament / you know, wherever the sun is in its certain point, or the idea of the sextant using that measurement for its predictions or its functions might be used for this challenge that what's his name came up with. And part of the requirement was you couldn't use the radius of Earth, right? But if you claim that you're using the height of the dome as that 3959, not the radius, because that might have been what they were intended from the beginning, as far as because that's think about how they might have used the idea of a round Earth because of the 3959 that worked with their instrument to work with the height of the dome, and then just made it seem like, okay, well then if the Earth was round like the dome is, that's how it could work in a reverse engineered sort of way.
Yeah, well, basically, if you want to be like a jerk, you can use Polaris as your triangulation point.
Yeah. Right.
Because you can figure out how high Polaris is because you know where the 90-degree angle has to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, making the stars infinitely far away was the trick. Like King's Dethroned talks about. Have you read that or listened to the audio recordings at all?
Yeah. I got the paperback.
Yeah, that really puts it all together. Lays it out in a way that makes the creation of this idea.
You dropped for a second.
Yeah, I hit the button on accident. Wow, we really cleared the room out. How many people were in before we started?
Yeah, it was a crowded room, but
maybe they decided to listen.
When it gets serious, people run away.
It's interesting to talk about some of these finer details between two people that have been around for a little bit. That's yeah, it's been a long, strange trip so far.
Yeah, and I don't know, like a lot of things I'm not fixed on myself. Like I can see multiple possibilities, but I will not be a domer or there is yes or no space, there is whatever. I will not fix myself on it because I don't know. I haven't touched the
That was me again.
dome. I haven't been to space.
Hold my
I
phone
don't know.
Yeah.
So I always, kind of cringe a bit when I hear flat earthers say, "Oh, yeah, but there's a dome." How do you know?
Sure, yeah. Any claim, right? Or just the general space is fake. Well, yeah, they're faking what.
Yeah,
they're faking the interpretation of space, but we don't know what's up there.
No, and I got multiple NASA documents contradicting their mainstream story. So yeah, how do you know what they are using?
Right.
Yeah, you have this great argument about the second law of thermodynamics, and then you can't have a pressure system extremely different next to another pressure system. And then I say, well, light a candle and see for yourself. That's thermodynamics in action.
A contained gas without a container.
Yeah, uncontained gas pressure will, result in plasmas.
Interesting. Speaking of plasma, the electric flat Earth is also another happy medium that I think that this is leading towards. If everything were on the table, definitely we're electric beings. Everything's electric plasma. And a lot of the stuff that the electric universe people have postulated makes sense on a flat Earth. They just have to give up the idea that all the and take the universe part out of it, and all these supposed plasma fields that they're talking about in space don't necessarily need to be along the same thinking that the heliocentric model gave us, right?
I think the electric universe is just a continuation of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
And they put those people let's say, they give them the grants to explore electric universe theory so they don't focus on Earth.
Right. Yeah. Have you watched Iwar Anand's stuff at all?
No, I don't think so.
I'll have to message you. We'll have to exchange links. But you must have heard about the Lost History of Flat Earth that came out a little while back. Kind of one of the things that people are. I thought people maybe might want to talk about just for conversation's sake more than they do. But just an amazing 20 hours of stuff to watch that you would probably just love, knowing that you're on the same wavelength that I am in a lot of ways. But what you made me think of is the claim that the guy made about the moon being plasma and how men couldn't have landed on the moon. It's used in a lot of flat Earth clips that this doctor claimed that the moon is plasma, so there's no way a man could have landed on the moon, right? Remember that?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Well, the subterfuge there then is that they've looked in to find this guy, the Globers, and trying to refute the flat Earth claim that the moon is plasma and blah, blah, blah. Or actually, it was a electric universe guy that was telling me this the other night, that they did a deep search on where this guy comes from, and there was just nothing to find. So he's just this character that was put in front of us to tell us that the moon landings were fake, but then give us another piece of disinformation about the moon being plasma, which could or could not be true. But the idea is that it was a diversion from, another truth, right? Or focusing on Earth and, having another, like, introducing maybe the whole electric universe spin-off from heliocentrism to the electric universe idea to avoid that flat Earth reality, could it, and that was back in the 60s or whatever.
Yeah, and that's kind of true in the way that whatever you get is part truth and part story.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you won't believe a story.
Exactly. Subterfuge.
Yeah. But when you go with, let's say, thermodynamics as a baseline, then you start with the slowest motion possible. And you build up from the slowest motion up to the highest motion. And like I said, our eyes can only see so much. Our brains can only process so much. So what they do with the electric universe is extrapolate the thermodynamic layers, but let's say the top layer, the plasma layer that we know of, has become the last layer. We don't know if there's a layer beyond that.
Right. Yeah.
But within that plasma layer, which we can all experience and see with aurora borealis and lightning and sprites and all that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what's beyond that. And the electric universe, they just say that layer goes infinitely out.
Right.
And that's a cop out.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it also, it reinforces the idea of an infinite universe. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also a cop out because you don't know. Because our perception as physical beings is limited to that which is physical.
Right.
And you cannot judge distances in let's say light. If you look at a light in total darkness, you cannot say that light is a 20 centimeter diameter X amount of lumen light, or it is billions of miles away and millions of miles
bigger than the
wide.
sun. Yeah.
You cannot say that because it's pitch black. Your background is pitch black.
Right.
So you cannot say how big something is, how far something is. You just assume from your perspective on Earth.
And that was the birth of the idea, like in King's Dethroned. That's what they're talking about. Like that they say, well, this light could be either a billion times bigger than it seems to be, or it could be the size it is, or a billion times smaller and local and causing it to be this. Yeah. Once they realized that there was no way for anyone to know for sure the distance from a light that they're seeing in the sky, they just made it infinite. And then they can make them fixed. As soon as they became infinite, then they could go with the idea that there would be no parallax, which is still stretching the idea that there would be no change at all in these stars' position relative to each other and to us, no matter how far away they are.
But let's say Polaris is, let's say, the end of the measurable heliocentric universe. I know this is not their story, but let's just say it.
Yeah.
Then our heliocentric model and all its motions make Polaris go so fast that we shouldn't be able to see it.
Right. Right. Yeah, there's no answer for that.
Because you cannot see that motion. It goes faster than the light produces its waves.
Right. Yeah. They really have to avoid explaining how that works in detail.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
they screwed up with their own,
distances.
Yeah, and if you hold on to thermodynamics and atomism, which is inherently tied to it, then you cannot have Polaris at the distance they claim.
Right. Which changed recently. That was brought up a couple times in a couple discussions. That if you look on NASA's website, it'll say 430 light years away. But the most recent data that they seem to rely on says 320 light years away. And light years are 6 trillion, 6 trillion miles, right? So you're talking about 6 trillion times 430. They can't even say what that is. You can only say it's times light years.
What is the orbital speed for Polaris to be in unison with Earth's axis around the sun?
Right. Exactly. It just happens to be at such perfect sync with our orbit that we never lose. Never lose from its spot. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. Sorry. Oh, I'll put a GIF in the live stream actually that has to do with this Polaris idea too. that's an interesting one from another one from Jasla 111, where he points out that if you have like arches in Zion National Park where the arch is that you can see Polaris through. Well, that never changes, right? Just like with the Georgia Guidestones, how you could see Polaris or through the pyramids if Polaris never moves from a certain point, right? Even though it has its own little orbital football that it makes, which is another thing I'll talk about in a sec. But if you think about it, the way he explains it, I made a little GIF out of his paper. He takes the paper from like arches. Now, if you're thinking that it's the Earth spinning, then you have to believe that the Earth is rotating in such a way that the arch stays in line with Polaris, right? As if the arch would be at the North Pole, right?
Yeah, and then the arch becomes the center of the universe.
Right, the center of the rotation of the Earth. It has to stay in line with Polaris still, and have the whole Earth, turn as if it would work that way. But it wouldn't work that way, because then you also have to have Georgia Guidestone focal point be turning in such a way that the whole Earth could also turn with it, keeping Polaris in its little peephole vision. Of course, their answer to this is because it's so far away, your angle of looking at it allows that to be the case still. And they can justify it that way in their minds, even though intuitively it doesn't work.
Yeah, and when you're in autumn and you look at Polaris, you're angled 45 degrees opposite when you look at Polaris in spring, because the Earth is tilted. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they always have to come up with some kind of like exception to the rule that allows them to continue thinking it might work. See that GIF I put in there?
Yeah, it's real nice.
It's a good example of how that system does make things. Yeah, and if you had a camera that was, obviously the star trails and the way that they work, to think that we could actually be doing all these orbits and being on the other side of the sun half the year and have that still be the case with all the stars, and zoom in on them with the P900 and have them seem as though there's no way that they could be some kind of billion trillion light year away massive object whatsoever from the looks of it.
Yeah, but then everything has to, both revolve around the sun and revolve around the Earth, while we are revolving around the sun and the sun is revolving in the galaxy.
Right.
So how does that make you one focal point? Because that archway is one focal point.
There'd be no uniformity.
No. And they are grasping at straws, hoping you ignore every motion in existence in their model.
Yep. Direct contradictions. But amazing reverse engineering. You have to hand it to them, because there's guys that, on the globe side defending this stuff still, that still, if they're not all hired to just defend it, I think some of them still know model well enough that they can make themselves believe that it's it's possible, even with all the contradictions. That's what becomes interesting for us at this point. After we've realized it doesn't work, how are these people that know so much about how it's supposed to work don't get that it doesn't work?
I think most of them are paid actors.
Yeah, you have to think it's the same characters.
Well, I don't know if it was you, but someone mentioned Kosho earlier.
Yeah.
Ever since I was in Flat Earth, he's been in Flat Earth. He's been around for 6 years. And he didn't learn a thing. You know, either, you know, he is a really slow learner, or he gets a script and he has to hold himself to that script, because no sane person with all the material that we have and that we have presented him can ignore it.
Yeah, I think that he's, regardless if he's, you know, there for whatever kind of, I mean, you have to think if they've got a $61 million budget, daily budget, it wouldn't take much to hire a few people to defend the model. It's not that goes, you know, the whole thing's based on that budget. There's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, there definitely would be, if they wanted to keep the model alive for as long as possible, they could take a little chunk of that and pay a few people to at least defend the theories and keep the conversation going, as if there's, you know, because otherwise it, you know, it could be a reverse intention on that as well, because flat Earth would never have got anywhere if we didn't have the other side arguing with us.
Well, when I grew up, you know, in the 80s, then back then you still had the Cold War, and there was this joke about, you know, military people that had beef with their seniors or their officers, and then they would get their time, you know, the remaining time, as a punishment. You go to Antarctica or Alaska, where nothing ever happens. What if all those globe sealers are, you know, serving out their time?
I get you. It's some kind of like, well, yeah. I mean, the information war is definitely equipped with soldiers.
Yeah, it might be a boring job. You know what you're saying is bullshit, but you have to do it all day, all the time.
Right. Well, some of them might prefer that rather than be shipped overseas or do something like that. I mean, that's pretty much where everything's at now. It's just an information war.
Yeah, but what do they say? See how much the military uses for cyber warfare these days, and everyone thinks it's about hackers and you know, black market weapons trade and all that kind of stuff. But if that was the case and they are spending so much money on it, why do we still have the dark web? Why do we still have illicit trade and child pornography and human trafficking online? Because if you're spending so much money on all that shit, which is all connected to each other, then you should have bankrolled them already with the amount of money we're spending on cyber criminality and cyber warfare.
Oh, yeah, right. Like the war on drugs, it wasn't about actually getting rid of drugs. It was about getting control of the drug trafficking.
Yeah, gaining the monopoly.
Yeah, right. Always the opposite of the intention that's presented, right?
Like if we are the real criminals, like, you know, oh, flat Earth, you know, that's dangerous shit. You know, like, No, I think the guys that are pulling triggers in countries and selling women and children for profit and sex labor and slavery, that's the real shit in the world. We are just people philosophizing about the earth. That's a whole different ball game.
Right. Which isn't going to force anyone to. Is not going to really be a danger, because there would have to be an influence great enough for everyone to care enough to look into it and be interested and figure out all that shit that they know that no one's going to do anyway, unless it's made a thing of. And they made a thing of it on purpose. Obama calling out, "We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society," wasn't negative towards Flat Earth. It promoted Flat Earth.
Yeah,
You know?
but
Yeah.
if we are a danger to them, and we can be a danger by sharing information and measurements, then who is the real danger? It's not us, because what we do, everyone can do. So you now have the war against the people. So maybe there should be a mirror held in front of them and be told, hey, if we are a danger, it is because someone else created that danger. And those are the people that are obscuring measurements and truth.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they see us as a danger. I think that maybe they want us to think that we're dangerous so that they can continue the fight, because the separation it causes is more the intention. If they've got their hands on both sides of this, even this argument to some degree, that whether it be to eventually lead to the outer ponder / alien invasion that they could use on us, or if it's just to cause the separation and distraction and fixation on things that no one can really change. And that's not the goal. Like I said from the very beginning of this conversation, if you think the goal is to get them to tell us the truth, that's what they want us to think the goal is. So then they can tell us the truth and use it to sell us more lies, right? But if as far as them being threatened in any way by any one narrative, I don't think they want to kill any one narrative, is what I'm saying. They just want to have control of all of them to some degree.
The worst thing that can happen is Flat Earth going mainstream, because then
for us,
then we don't have individual control, because then the majority of people that follow will just follow the next narrative and say,
exactly,
yeah, oh yeah, sure, it's flat, yeah,
it's a dome, and it's a dome. We can't get out. There's no way
I was a Grover, but yeah, it's flat, man, it's flat.
Right. They'll have Flat Earth commercials, and it'll all be like totally like cringy for us from there on.
Yeah, and if they want to undermine us, that's the only thing they can do.
Right, and probably what they plan to do from the start. I mean, I don't think this came out on accident, to be honest.
No, for me, I'm just waiting for some, UN representative to smack down Flat Earth in the UN Security Council or General Assembly, and then say, well, the first world has been assholes to all of the world, and you have done this and this with forcing people to believe in a globe while it was just for your military industrial complexes, and you have made millions of dollars on the expense of truth. But we are a flat earth floating in space.
Yeah.
And you forget to tell us that.
Right. Yeah, I can see them using it that way for sure.
Yeah, and they will tie in, let's say, the oppression of the West against the East, and they will use the oppression of the first world to the third world countries to gain emotional manipulation to get people to rally behind flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that coming. Yeah. We're helping them get there, too, unfortunately, because, we can't do anything but just, tell the truth. And so by default, we're almost helping them regardless because, that's where they want to get us to. So then they can have their one world order based on this new truth that everyone agrees upon and unites all the religions and all of that. Because then we could all be on the, across the plane from each other and unite against the outer ponders or just as one world or whatever it is that would, the effect that would have. And then they could have their, over, doing away with the bad and bringing in the new and start, uh, Bible bashing us again in all kinds of ways and all the things that go with the idea of a creator and its use against the people. The idea of what the interpretation of what the creator wants or what God says, and now you've got to go, follow these new commandments on the Georgia Guidestones or whatever it is.
Yeah, they can transform flat Earth into the most horrible thing ever.
Yeah, exactly.
But my point is that, like, once Will Smith starts flat smacking people during the Oscars, then yeah, you're on the losing end, and
right.
You still have to focus on the fact that the same people held their mouths shut for years and ages before they announced flat Earth, and they cannot announce it just in a sec. They need a big entry or a big distraction prior to releasing it. And if we can analyze that one and show that to be a false flag, then their narrative could fall apart. But otherwise, we can't.
Right. That's why I like to point some of these things out that we're talking about, like what could they use it for, and but let's prepare ourselves. Like there's less of a chance of them using it that way if we call it out beforehand somehow, and people are at least on the lookout for some of these, reversal of deceptions.
Well, like we all know a lot of people are a sucker for religion, and they will introduce a new messiah or whatever. But my point would be, if we are a creation, then we are in constant contact with the creator. You don't need anyone else. You can be in contact with your creator yourself because you are of this creation.
Right. And then how that could be used against us is how they. I mean, that is the truth of what that realization brings you. But then how they then say, well, we know your creator and define it for you is where the evil comes in. Speaking of
They
which,
didn't,
what
they
I
didn't
put in the live.
define they didn't define the golden monkey king. They never did. They will never do it.
Right? The Monkey King, is that what you said?
The golden monkey king.
The
You
Golden
have the
Monkey.
monkey king. That is a classic tale, journey to the west. But the golden monkey king is the creator of all that we experience.
Right. Yeah.
And I can call him the golden monkey king because I am on equal footing with my creator. We can joke with each other.
There you go. Right. Yeah, the blasphemy that they could use, or the idea of blasphemy, then becomes a tool of manipulation for them to use it and in their own for their own benefit. Yeah.
Whenever you need an authority to talk to your creator, you're being, fleeced. You're being conned. You're being had.
Right. Yeah. They usurped our natural spirituality and made it into a religion to control us. But look at that thing I just put in the live stream. Does that say it right there?
Yeah, it's fun. I like that.
Well, if that's the supreme authority of Saudi Arabia, and there was a talk when Bush signed the whole, I mean not Bush, when Trump signed the whole thing over, that there was some kind of contract change as far as the control of what's going on with the the North Americans, and what was actually what kind of hands changed. And I heard that there was Saudi Arabia was in control. And if that is the case, and the Flat Earth was a rollout to give people the chance to see the truth before the CV psyop came along, and the punishment was to those that didn't realize the Earth is flat in time to see that they're being tricked on this other higher level, and they went along with the jab.
Well, I think they are all related to each other, but the deal that Trump was talking about was the deal on the petrodollar.
Right.
So Saudi Arabia had a time stamp, or the OPEC had a time stamp on the petrodollar. And the Chinese and the Russians are now the first to break the hegemony of the petrodollar. So that was the most important thing for the U.S. and a danger to the U.S. because we all need to buy dollars to get oil, and now we don't.
Right.
But we do out of allegiance. But the big players, they say, "Hey, I have no allegiance to you, so screw you."
Right.
And they are now allowed to do it because it's no longer a deal.
Right. And that's huge, because that transition that we're facing now, even being reported on mainstream as, okay, prepare yourselves for the end of the petrodollar, even though most people had no idea that was ever the deal. It was made back when Nixon was president, that saved the dollar to begin with from the silver backing. That they're just learning about it now as it ends.
Yeah, and they're learning about it too late, even though the books were written and way before the petrodollar,
The contract was made, right?
Yeah.
What's the actual expiration date? Is there any kind of research you've done on that? The final expiration date?
No, I don't, but I know it should be a date or a event, because when China announced to buy oil in yuan from Saudi Arabia, and there was no backlash about it in the media, then it is a valid procurement. Because during the petrodollar times, if the Chinese would have done that, then there would be sanctions.
So then you think this is going to lead to a digital dollar that will be the saving grace from the collapse of the hyperinflation that's caused when this whole thing starts to really get rolling?
No, they're gonna roll out the hyperinflation. That's one thing they need to roll out.
Right.
And then depending on, let's say, the state of affairs, they either gonna roll out the alien invasion or they're gonna roll out World War III full scale.
Right. Yeah, they have to have. And then what do you think about all of that happening before the next election, even that quick? Where then Trump can come in and be the savior, quote unquote, of the relations with Putin, and the New World Order can be kind of back in, or somehow some kind of, like, I don't know, seeming better alternative than where we're at that point.
I don't know. You always have something with the elections, or just for or just after elections, but I don't think it is dependent on, let's say, a timetable. It's dependent on the pliability of the population. So you got to look at how far is the population. Are they still busy with, let's say, the Will Smith shit, or will this fade sooner than they anticipated, and will people go to serious shit again?
But they don't care, really, do they? Because we can't really do much about it anyway, right?
Well, if the majority of people are lulled asleep again, then they can get away with anything. If the majority of people are lulled asleep, they can get away with something. But when they know, and that is the lesson from, let's say, the American Revolution, if 3 to 10% of the population is hyperactive and aware, they cannot do anything of any size, because now, you know, people will pick through it. So, it will be disseminated on the internet. It will be courtyards.
But
They need
still, even if it
something.
was, what could we do about it? No one's going to get ever enough on the same page. They could send their agent provocateurs in to just disrupt that or distract from it or whatever. I mean, even so, what would people do? They're never going to put their cell phones down.
Remember when you had uh, what was it? The Rangers that had a fight with BLM?
Recently? You mean the recent thing?
Yeah, a few years back when the Bureau of Land Management tried to take land that wasn't there.
Right.
And then they had to create a new faction with the same acronym.
Yeah, that's interesting. Right.
Because if that escalated, they would have lost, and they knew it.
Interesting. Send me some links about that. I've heard about. I know I've made the connection with the BLM and the BLM already, but I haven't seen. I don't know what you're talking about as far as the threat that the reason why they used the psyop to cover up any kind of attention made towards it. That's interesting.
The American militias, back in the 90s with Clinton, when they did Waco, all the militia, let's say the organized militias, were ashamed because they felt like we failed here. So when the Rangers were in trouble with BLM, all the militias started to organize and send people over. Then, that shit escalated up to a certain point, and people stood against each other with sniper rifles and front lines, etc. And they knew at that point in time that they had to infiltrate and co-opt. But the militias were wise to it because they have seen this already. And counting the numbers of militia members, they know there is a huge enough militia that they cannot pull anything off in the US overtly. They need to know that the militias are shrinking again.
Interesting. And then they corralled a lot of those guys with QAnon rhetoric and against the grain type movement, which was kind of created on a false flag event of its own that they rally around and talk about nationalism and just get those guys in their little talking. It's a big distraction, right?
QAnon is just infighting, and it's a distraction. They introduced another team to root for, but they are all power hungry idiots. Because if QAnon was real and as powerful as they claim, then we would see the child trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking being busted all over the world, and it's not.
Right. And they keep those guys strung along, thinking it's still going to happen, and that it is happening, and to some degree, it might be.
Yeah, but it's not for the general public interest. It's for their own power-hungry grab, and that's what the mainstream people don't see.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then it gives them. It works in so many different ways. Yeah. Then it created that American citizen national depiction as terrorist threat.
Yeah, just in the aftermath of that, Flat Earth became a hit, just to pull people away from joining militias and jump into the next conspiracy. Flat Earth came up, and they introduced Flat Earth to draw people away. But Flat Earth is, just a measurement. So you can still practice your military skills and refine them in your militia with the knowledge of Flat Earth. So that was a counter-effective thing.
Right. That's the thing.
For the people on the sidelines just looking in from the outside, it seems to fizzle out.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's the thing. People that misinterpret. If you can see that Flat Earth is being used as a psyop, that doesn't make Flat Earth a psyop. But it works in that way for the people that would like to write it off as a psyop because all the telltale signals that it's being used as one are there.
Yeah, and that's why it's important for Flat Earth to stick to the actual measurements and the globe geometry, because you cannot psyop that.
Right.
You cannot
adding in a narrative that.
Yeah, you can't put a narrative to a geometry because the geometry needs to be measured, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And they shot themselves in the foot with this one because it created more aware people.
Like you and I are paying attention, but not really. It's still working. I don't know. Maybe I hope you're right, but
Well, they gained a lot of flat earthers and genuine flat earthers.
Right.
Which, because of flat earth, started to look into other things.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. True. Yeah, there's an organic part of this, not to say that it's all a psyop, but the fact that they used this big truth to, create whatever they plan on getting us to. There's a runoff to there that definitely doesn't work in their favor, because we can see through everything. Or we could even give them the benefit of the doubt, and like I was saying with this idea of this sheik that is now in control of the contract for whatever it was that happened. Giving the flat earth truth was a way of saving some of the people that at least didn't go along with the program with this last thing that they just injected into everyone. I don't know. Like there was a Saturday Night Live clip where Pete Davidson outright said, as soon as the whole thing went down, the shutdown and everything was going on, people were inside, locked inside. He said directly, only flat earthers are out on the town tonight. Meaning that it really does take to see through how big this lockdown and everything, and how that could have been coordinated worldwide, would take knowing that some bigger truth like that flat earth that realizes that this is all an act, even no matter how big it is.
They took our slogan. When
I don't know, maybe that's wishful thinking that they were trying to give us a saving ticket. I don't know.
When the pandemic hit, the first thing they published as a slogan was "flatten the curve."
Yeah, exactly. Right, there you go, right along with it.
They took our slogan and used it against us. And it backfired.
Or used it as a way of letting people in the know that that's eventually the outcome, that we're gonna flatten the curve, and then by 2030 everyone's gonna know the earth is flat, but not for the right reasons.
Yeah, that could be it.
Right.
But as long as we tell people to measure for themselves and people get confident in themselves to be able to measure and learn on their own, as long as we keep to that, then people will not fall for their tricks.
But the measuring's too hard to do for most any regular person. That's why I can't understand why we say go out and measure it yourself, because no one really knows exactly how to do that, and account, because the globe measurements, it's a perspective hijacking hidden value from the start. That was figured out, back with Nathan Oakley and Mick West going and Anthony Riley, and we realized that the hidden measurement that the globe Earth says should be there with the 3959 and all that is the reverse engineering. So someone could go out and do their own measurements and think that they're seeing curvature still.
Yes, but then you still give them the experience of doing something for yourself. And the experience of doing something for yourself when you have a question is more important, because it is breaking the tradition of just sitting on your ass and watching TV and gobbling it up.
Right. True.
Yeah, anybody that has the ambition to do what you just described, I'm not saying what you're saying can't happen. By all means, I'm saying it can happen. I'm just saying it's like less than 100, like less than 1 out of 100 chance of that happening. Seriously, like.
Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of, as a whole, the preponderance of evidence that the globe is broken in so many ways with the contradictions is all they really need. The measurements themselves is important, true. But you can also just say, do you feel like you're spinning? There's a test right there. You would feel like you're spinning because of all these other things that we didn't even realize were included with the model that no one even thinks about. Or,
whenever you go north-south or south to north, you should feel an increase or decrease in spin or acceleration, because that's how a circle moves.
Exactly. Right.
So no one experiences that. No one has any devices that are especially reinforced for going north-south.
Right. And if you're traveling in a plane north to south, you should always see west to east ground movement below you. At least at some point, you're not going to be perfectly in sync with the new tangential speed as you travel north or south. There's going to be a difference there that you could be visually seeing below you with the ground movement.
If you go from north to south, you should be constantly accelerating so you don't have a pleasant flight.
Right. Yeah, it would be accelerating sideways. It would have to, which doesn't make any sense for the way planes work.
Technically, and I was corrected on this a while back myself. Apparently, technically, because it's spinning in a circle, their model, the globe. As long as you're not on the direct north or south geographic north or south pole, you're technically accelerating constantly.
Yeah, because you're in a circular motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, circular vector, I guess, or maybe that's not the right term. Maybe there's no such thing as circular vector, but yeah, constantly changing vector, I guess is the right term.
Right. And they want to conflate the angular velocity with constant acceleration and say they're the same thing.
But I mean, like, even beyond that, there's still that acceleration that I'm always pointing out to people that I tried to find evidence for myself. And when I couldn't find it, I realized, oh, well, yeah, it's very easy to prove it's not happening. The whole combination of the spin of the Earth with the orbit,
Yeah.
Those two vectors, there should be drastic acceleration and deceleration of any position that's not the North Pole or the South Pole, anywhere on Earth. You wouldn't even need to be near the equator. You'd be able to measure it from Canada or even further north than that.
Right, and it's an elliptical orbit and an ellipsoid, not a perfectly round ball to begin with. So you're already counting out perfect circles, which we all assume orbits in the Earth are. Neither are even claimed to be. Right?
And you have an angular change to, let's say, the rotational motion on a ball.
Right.
So when you're at the north, dead center at the North Pole, you have the slowest rotation, and you're standing upright in accordance to that rotation or lack of rotation. But the more you go to the equator, you change your physical angle to that rotation.
Right.
So, you would experience a change in that, especially if you're in a outside vehicle, like a plane.
Right. Full circle back to what I was starting with, talking about explaining, Kosho trying to explain to me that it would work just fine for the plane to slow down, even though in the opposite direction, moving north, the winds are still going. The atmosphere as a wind would still be moving with the plane, and it would slow the plane down from its original tangential speed to the new speed, even though this imaginary atmosphere acting like a wind is traveling in the same direction, but then it's not an equal or opposite force that it would be slowing it down. It's just because the wind's slower, then the plane's going to go slower. No, you can't. That doesn't work. Sorry, big contradiction right there. Doesn't work.
And then you have the issue of turbulence. Like you have denser and less dense air, you got warm and cold air. On a spinning globe, those things would be even more amplified than we have already.
Yeah, exactly. Well, since we did go full circle, I have to go to sleep, and it's been a great talk. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad Ryan's here to pick, because I'm not leaving you alone. Some other people.
Enjoy your dreams, I would say, and enjoy your rest.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
have lucid dreams.
Yeah, I'll try. I'm going to send you those UR links, and appreciate it, guys.
It was an awesome conversation. I enjoyed it very much.
I appreciate it. Absolutely. Good night.
It's such a strange feeling these days watching any movie that's supposed to take place in the vacuum of space or on another planet, you know? When you know that the Earth is flat and stationary and there is no vacuum of space, like all these science fiction movies that take place in space are just so funny.
For me, I just transitioned to, let's say, either a globe mind or a pond mind. If you see Star Wars, they just go the pond over, you know. You can take the map of, let's say, the Star Wars galaxy and say, rather than being a galaxy, it's just pawns. You know, you have to fly from one pawn to another through a medium you have yet to discover. And they imagine it to be space. I can suspend my disbelief, you know.
I've been watching the second season of this show, Raised by Wolves, you know, by Ridley Scott, and it's just of all the movies I've seen, or not, I guess it's a series, but of all the movies or series I've seen that are anything like this, I think the made up ecosystem on this alien planet they're on is really fascinating. It's just like almost every scene it cuts to, you see like two different plants that you didn't see in any other scene, and like most of them have fruit on them, like, and they're just so obscurely shaped. But it's just, you know, it's fun to imagine, right?
Yeah, well, for me, for movies, cartoons, it's all the same. You know, it's enjoyment for the moment. I cringe more at the movies that use social programming, like the guy who drives a van is probably a rapist, and the guy who drives a pickup is probably a militia member. You know, those kind of stereotypes. I cringe more at than anything else.
About this Raised by Wolves series, though, I think this was in the first season too, and the second season as well, but even more so. It's kind of a shame, really, because I think it's deliberate. And I feel almost funny saying this because I'm not religious myself. I'm really agnostic. I mean, I acknowledge the existence of a natural creator, God, if you will, but you know, that's kind of just that's it for me as far as religion goes. But what I think is kind of deliberate, at least from my perception, I think it's deliberate, is in this storyline they scripted it as a false dichotomy, that it's either you're in all the characters in the show, all the human characters, they're either atheists or they're religious nut jobs that are like militant and want to kill atheists. and they're always just going back and forth, bickering with each other, being like, "Oh, you believe in God, and there's no evidence of God, and you're just silly because you believe in God." And then like, "Oh, you're an atheist, and you have no, I don't know, morals or less morals." I mean, like, neither side really has morals, in this show. But the point is, it's a false dichotomy. This idea that you either have to be a religious nut job or an atheist. And I was like, well, how come you can't just, acknowledge, the reason why it's a false dichotomy is because we have gas pressure here on Earth, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, and that container is direct, obvious evidence of a creator. So there's no reason to doubt that you have a creator of some kind of this world, because you wouldn't have the container without the creator. And so, it's like the idea of being an atheist, or, a militant atheist or a militant religious nut job that doesn't acknowledge direct, obvious evidence of the creator. They're just yakking on about religious this and religious that, but, don't ever bother to point out, oh, yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container, And it's just kind of a funny thing for me thinking about this right now, just because earlier today, when I was riding my longboard around some errands, I ran into three Mormon missionaries. And I handed them, these cards, and was telling them the earth is flat and everything. And at first they were kind of like, maybe he's wrong, maybe he's right, I don't know. But then I pointed out to them, the only way that these atheists can really justify their godless existence and even end up in that kind of mind frame to begin with is because they think they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and the whole universe came from a big bang, and there is no God behind the big bang, and that's the only way they can really justify that in their minds. That's the only reason why they think that to begin with. And the Mormon missionaries, they understood this, but it was just almost kind of disappointing a little bit because, before we parted ways, one of them just kind of gave me this speech that I heard 1,000 times as a child, from Mormon missionaries, because I was raised Mormon, stopped going to church when I was 14 or whatever. And, I just, I don't know, it's kind of a shame to see people, complying or going along with force of habit instead of really thinking for themselves so independently.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of religion. You don't think for yourself. Everything is written down and explained to you by an authority.
Yeah, word up.
And, whether you're an atheist or a religious person, you still depend on those authorities and those written texts. You are tied to the words of another. You're not independent and in harmony with the Creator or the Big Bang. It goes for both. They are not in harmony because they need to believe someone else to get in contact with what they believe in. And in both cases, that is unnatural. Because if we're created from a Big Bang, then you are the residual part of that Big Bang. If you're created by a creator, then you are a residual part of the creator. So, in both cases, you just have to be with yourself to be at truth. And no amount of letters or books will change that. No authority can remove you from that. But once you have an authority and you follow that authority, then you are removed.
I think it's an interesting thing, this concept of a Big Bang. It's a good example of the concept of, I'd rather have questions I cannot answer than answers I cannot question. Because if someone were to ask me, how did the Earth get here? How did mankind get here? How did the container that gives us gas pressure get here? How did the flat and stationary Earth get here? How did all this get here? I would simply say, I don't know. That's a question I cannot answer, but I'd rather have a question that I cannot answer than answers I cannot question. And that Big Bang Theory nonsense, like that's an answer you cannot question. Oh, you think they made up the Big Bang? What? How dare you? No, they could not have made that up. You can't possibly question that. You know, it's just crazy.
Well, let me ask you one thing. Because in Flat Earth, that is most of the time a question you should not ask. Where do you get your container from? Because gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics relates to a law that is written for, normal conditions. Within thermodynamics, if gas pressure cannot or is gradual, it will find a way or a point that the motion of the atom is as such that it transfers to the next stage. So you don't need a container because it's created naturally by the natural progression of matter. So where does the container come from? That is a claim of authority. That's not your experience, ever. No one here on Flat Earth has ever measured a container, nor sampled a container.
We have, however, observed evidence of the container, which is consistent gas pressure itself.
You believe because you've done something on natural conditions. But the natural progression of gas will be plasma. That is written in thermodynamics. If there is no container and gas can go off on its own and it has no counter pressure of the other molecules and atoms bumping into each other, it will progress to the next phase.
Yeah, by finding its equilibrium out there, if it, which it would, if there were a vacuum of space, which there isn't.
No, because a vacuum of space just says it has no gas pressure. Vacuum is the word for the lack of gas pressure. It is not a word used for a void.
Oh yeah, you're right. Void would be the better word.
And there is no possibility of void because you have materials surrounding it. And those will follow the thermodynamic progression. You go from solid to fluid to gas to plasma. So the natural progression in thermodynamics, when you see decreasing gas pressure, is that you will find a point where gas pressure is not measured anymore, which means you are in a different medium. Because if I want to measure the hardness of gas with a Rockwell meter, I cannot measure the hardness of gas with a Rockwell meter because the Rockwell meter is meant for solids. So why would I use a gas pressure reader for a plasma? Because it will give you a null. So there would not have to be a container, as in a solid barrier. No, that's not even a logical progression of nature.
I'll be honest, I don't quite follow you, but I'll just state that I do not observe gas pressure existing without a container, and every container that I do observe gas pressure in, to the best of my knowledge, has a gradient. So I don't know where to go beyond that.
you observe the sky and we measure a degree or a decrease in gas pressure as we go up in altitude. And up to a certain point, we don't measure gas pressure anymore. But we do see from the ground, and we measure things in the sky that we qualify as plasma. So either plasma is another word for your container, or it's just a natural progression into another phase of matter. But a solid container is not a logical thing because you don't see it, you don't measure it, you don't sample it. No one sampled a container other than plasma, which is the natural progression after gas.
Well, okay, so do you have a demonstration of gas pressure contained by plasma here on the surface?
Yeah, just light a flame. Light a candle.
I don't think that quite counts. We're talking about consistent gas pressure.
That is exactly what you're asking for.
Yeah, but I mean, it does have the caveat of consistent. Because, like, even if the heliocentric model was true, like, if that was actually happening the way they describe it, there would technically be a few seconds or minutes of gas pressure here on Earth before it all finds its equilibrium up there and we all suffocate. So it would be gas pressure without a container for a few seconds and minutes. But the thing we're looking for is consistent gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, but it is not consistent. If you measure the altitude, it is not consistent. Your gas pressure at sea level is not consistent with the gas pressure on top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said the word gradient. That's why I said gradient, and you're referring to the gradient. But gradient is an evidence of the vacuum of space.
And the vacuum of space, again, is not a void of matter. That is where you make your mistake. You take there. You go back to the globe nomenclature. When you're at the bottom of the ocean, the water pressure down there is a lot higher than at the surface of the ocean. And then suddenly the ocean stops and you have air, gas pressure. Even though at surface level the air contains a lot of water molecules, it is so much different from the pressure in the water than above the water. But is there a solid container to, stop that gradient somewhere? No. There's gas. There's atmosphere.
Wait, hold on. You gotta slow down. Wait, say that last part again. Like,
does the ocean need a lid for their container?
Well, no, certainly not. It never would, because liquid goes forwards. Yeah, but liquid is not omnidirectional. It goes forwards, backwards, left, right, and downwards. It doesn't go up. We don't see water falling up.
Have you never seen mist, fog, anything of evaporation?
We're getting into a game of semantics, so you don't see water droplets falling up. Like, you don't see waterfalls.
Water goes up when energized. Have you seen evaporation ever?
Yeah, I know. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just mean in the regular form, like a glass of water. You don't pour the glass out and it hits the ceiling. You don't ever see that happen.
If you put a glass of water in a room, the next day you see there is a huge part missing. It has evaporated.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that. I'm just saying, like, I don't see where you were saying that it can't be a solid container, it has to be plasma or something else. Where's your evidence of the plasma container is my question for you.
Because you see it, literally, you see it. The sky you see, the colors you see, is plasma.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not direct validation of a claim, though, because direct validation of a claim is to go up and touch it,
my
or take
point
a sample of it.
You make a claim of a solid container for the sky.
Well, yeah, you know, sure, I guess, but I mean, that's only because I can't see. I do not observe gas pressure existing without a solid container. And keep in mind, I'm not making any claims as far as what the material is, how big it is, what dimensions it is. You know, like, I've made no claims about such. All I can say is I know you need a container for pressure to exist, especially pressure, all directions, because gas is omnidirectional. So if you can have pressure that's omnidirectional, the container needs to be omnidirectional as well.
So is water. Water is also omnidirectional. It is the availability of releasing energy and motion. Is there?
All right. As far as the water vapor goes, yeah, I'll follow you down that line and just say sure, yeah.
But that's the non-sequitur.
I don't see how that.
We're not talking about
like I don't see where you're going to go with that. Is what I'm saying.
Water being bonded is very different to air molecules which are unbonded. So we can't keep jumping between water and
unbonded. You cannot even prove unbonded air molecules because air molecules don't exist.
If a container or
air molecules don't exist. Don't talk shit.
Air is a mixture. I haven't been speaking. I'm just giving you an input.
No, you're talking shit. You talk air molecules, and air molecules don't exist.
Proof, please.
Air is a mixture of gases, solids, and fluids.
Proof, please. Provided in the text. You can post it in the live stream. Show me how air is not a molecule and that water is not bonded. Proof, please.
I never said that water is not bonded. What I'm saying is that air is not a molecule because air is the name for the mixture of molecules in there.
Let's just simplify it and call it a gas. What's your point?
Yeah, and you have different gases in the medium of air.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't matter if it's a mixture of gases or if it's one gas. It doesn't matter if we're talking about pure oxygen or pure hydrogen gas. It doesn't matter. You can't have gas pressure without a container, period. That's the point.
All the molecules in there have a different point of transition to plasma. They all have a different point of condensation. They all have a different point of solidifying. And that is the whole point. You talk about thermodynamics and then forget all the rest of thermodynamics and talk out of your ass.
I'm sorry, dude. I just plainly don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because you don't understand thermodynamics.
I don't think that's it, but whatever. It is kind of a funny thing, though, when you walk down the street and just randomly tell people that the Earth is flat and stationary, because you're technically in mass pointing out the obvious, But most people wouldn't even think of it as that. But I mean, that's what I'm doing. It's what anybody's doing when they're telling someone the Earth is flat. You're just pointing out the obvious.
My point is that if you do a vacuum test, so you have gas in a container. What is the gas pressure of that container? Again, what is the gas pressure of the container?
Who are you talking to?
Anyone who believes that the claim of
I'll tell you this.
Space,
I'll answer.
Yeah, talk to him.
The X value is 14.7 psi at sea level. So that's gas pressure, X, the X value. And then delta X is the gradient that comes after that.
That's math. I want just the gas pressure reading of your container wall.
Well, technically the ground's part of the wall. So 14.7 psi at sea level. That's your answer.
And in the sky?
Unverified is the answer to that.
Then you cannot claim a container. That's simple.
Well, you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
If I put a gas pressure reader on a glass container in a school and I measure for gas pressure, I get a null reading. You know why? Because if I got a reading, then it would not be able to contain. It would be leaking because you can have gaps where gas can go in and out. So a null reading, a vacuum, when people say vacuum, it's a null reading of gas pressure. So vacuum of space would be another word of, hey, container of space.
Yeah, I tried really hard to follow you with that one, man, but I can't follow what you're saying.
No, maybe you should try it. Try to measure gas pressure of your container, be it in your classroom or be it in the sky. But the point is, when you do it, a solid will return a null measurement for gas. What you're doing is measuring if gas is present.
Yeah, I understand you that far, but I mean, what you were talking about with that school and the container and like the holes in it. I didn't understand that at all.
When you claim a container like a solid barrier or something, because
that's not a claim. That's not a claim. That's an observation.
Yes, no, it is a claim, because you haven't observed the physical container in the sky.
No. The observation is hold on, buddy. The observation is not the container itself. The observation is the behavior of gas and how it works.
The behavior of gas will transition into the next phase if let go on natural progression of thermodynamics. So the logical conclusion is that when the gas pressure drops, that there is space for the molecule or atom to move thus fast to progress into the next stage. Same as with evaporation of water. When there is no back pressure or not enough back pressure, or there is energy induced into the surface, it will evaporate.
So where does the pressure come from?
The pressure, people say gas pressure is the pressure from the container walls. It's not. That's a fallacy. The gas pressure is the energy from the collisions of the gas molecule. So
collision of the gas molecule with what? Wait, collision of the gas molecule with what?
Of each other as well. You don't need a container. You need a wall to measure it. You don't need a container to have that pressure between them.
Yeah, but to have consistent gas pressure.
Earth doesn't even have consistent gas pressure.
We have consistent 14 psi at sea level. That's consistent.
Go to an airport and ask for Q&As. All over the world, the Q&H is different, and that's the air pressure reading.
Okay, so are you saying there's a bunch of plasma above our heads? You're saying that, right?
I'm saying that is the natural progression when you talk thermodynamics and the decrease of pressure within a medium.
Yeah, I think you're really just getting confused with the gradient. I think that's your problem. You're just not understanding what a gradient is and how there's a gradient in every system. Do you understand that? Like what the gradient is and how there's one in every single closed system?
It's probably better than you because I've done chemistry for 10 fucking years as a profession.
Well, okay, so if you can just show me gas pressure contained by plasma with a gradient inside of it, that'd be great.
Flame.
Yeah, but I'm talking like, like the kind of gas we breathe, not soot.
You don't breathe oxygen.
Do you have an example that's not a flame?
Oxygen. You don't breathe oxygen.
I don't know, man. If you just had a demonstration of this, other than just a flame.
You don't have a fucking demonstration of a solid container on Earth.
No, but I have literally an infinite and nothing but examples of gas pressure existing with a container
in the literal form in the sky. You don't have that. Not one single bit of it. Stop claiming that bullshit. You're going against the natural order of thermodynamics, yet you claim the laws of thermodynamics which specify in normal conditions.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're not making jack shit for sense to me.
You don't make sense because you don't understand your own law you provide.
So can I use plasma to keep the 36 psi around the room in my car? Can I do that? No, you cannot fucking do that.
So, is up in the sky, is it still your 14 point what PSI? Is a plane like an SR-71 flying in 14 points what?
I already answered that, buddy. I already told you.
Not
it's 14.7 PSI at sea level.
Don't me with your car tire. Those are sea level conditions, aka falls under normal conditions. The sky up there is no longer normal conditions. Do you not know your basic science or what?
I'm pretty sure the laws of physics apply same up there as they do down here. The conditions are different. I'm not denying that, but
so the air pressure up there is not the same as down here, right?
So are you saying that gas pressure can be contained by plasma up there, but not? I still don't know what you're saying, dude. Whatever. I'm not gonna fucking waste my time with this.
You will never understand. You should work in this rather than just blurt out whatever you want.
Yeah, well, you should demonstrate what you say.
No, you demonstrate a container for the Earth, as in measure the actual container you claim.
Yeah, well, hey, man, if you want to throw some money down,
then it is speculation.
No.
Yes, it is speculation because you strawman me with a car tire, which is
that's not a straw man.
Normal conditions against the air up there where you have a gas pressure gradient. So
yeah,
you don't
I'm
have
just going to point out you have shown no demonstration. You have demonstrated absolutely no gas pressure without a container due to plasma, but you've claimed that. And hey, man, I'm not even necessarily going to say 100% you're wrong, but the thing is you haven't demonstrated it. So much like unicorns, there's no reason to think it exists.
You claim a container in the sky. You claim a lid over the Earth.
No, that's not. No. I'm saying that I observe that gas pressure exists inside containers. I have no reason to think that gas pressure can exist without a container.
You are on the bottom of a layer of air.
You're going back to the gradient. Again, I think you're just confused about the gradient since you keep referring to the gradient in a very weird way that doesn't make sense. I think you're just confused about the gradient.
No, you are. Because you want to use a law that is made for normal conditions in extraordinary conditions.
I haven't made any extraordinary claims.
You do. You make a container out of what?
No. It's an observation. I observe gas pressure here. I observe gas pressure inside containers. I do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. If I have 20 PSI at sea level...
Where on Earth outside do you see a container? Where do you see the wall? Where do you touch the wall? You never observed a wall.
Now you're straw manning me. I already just told you I'm not looking at it.
You never observed a wall in your
I already
Earth.
told you that. Yes, you're just repeating what I just said. Do you understand that you're just repeating what I just told you myself? You get that, right? Like I just told you that. I haven't seen the walls that give us gas pressure. I've already said that. You understand that, right? You heard me, right?
So when I use...
So hold on. No. I'm not finished. I'm not finished, dude. What I'm saying is, since we've got that clear, and you don't have to accuse me of that again, because I already said it myself. Now I'm going to say it again. I observe gas pressure here on Earth, consistent gas pressure. I do not observe gas pressure existing in any other form other than inside a container, consistent gas pressure. Do you have a demonstration of consistent gas pressure without a container? Yes or no? So yes or no question. Yeah, I'll take that as a no. You don't have consistent gas pressure without a container. You don't have a demonstration of that. Conversation
of consistent air pressure. You have a
whatever, dude. I'm just here. I'll give you an example. 20 psi. Let's be specific about this. Can you hear me? So can you demonstrate 20 pounds per square inch in 1 cubic foot at sea level without a container, whether due to plasma or gravity or anything else? Can you have 20 psi in 1 cubic foot for me at sea level without a container? Can you do that? Yes or no?
No, probably not.
Yeah, of course you can.
But
nobody else can.
You cannot.
There's no reason to think that it can exist. So basically what I'm saying is we observe gas pressure being created by containers, not just gas. Gas pressure is not created by gas. It's created by a container. The gas inside a container.
No, it's not. It's created by the motion and the collisions of gas molecules.
Well, yeah, that inside the container. Yes, that's what we observe inside the container.
A gas pressure meter is not a full enclosed container. It has an open side to the outside world, so gas can bump into it. It's not a closed container.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. But that still doesn't stop it from being a consistent way that we observe gas behavior. We observe gas having consistent pressure inside containers. Like, again, you still haven't demonstrated gas pressure without a container. So, whatever.
A natural container of the Earth. You have never shown that.
Now you're going back to this now, because I already told you I'm not claiming any dimensions on it, and now you're going back to that. You're literally going in circles now at this point, dude. You're going in circles. This is embarrassing.
You need a sample to claim it. Like you need that container in your classroom to show gas pressure in a container.
So hold on a second. If I eat a steak dinner at a restaurant, do I need to know the color of the cow in order to know that the cow existed, or is the steak dinner evidence enough that the cow existed?
If you read your thermodynamics, then you know that when the pressure on the molecule is less, it has a higher possibility of transitioning to the next phase within thermodynamics. So if you want to ignore that part of thermodynamics and go to your second law of thermodynamics, which is specified for normal conditions, then have at it. But then you still need to show that container. Because we all see the natural progression of thermodynamics in our daily lives when we light a flame.
Yeah, I don't see a bunch of plasma in the sky, and I don't have the resources to go up and check if it's a bunch of plasma in the sky.
Maybe you're blind, or maybe you don't understand what you're looking
at. I think none of us know what we're looking at. I think understanding it is a whole different subject. None of us know what we're looking at when we look at the sun or moon and stars. There's unverified lights in the sky.
I'm not even talking about the sun and the moon and the stars.
But that's just it, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, because you probably don't understand your thermodynamics that well.
Yeah, and you're not very good at teaching them, apparently. If you know them.
If I was a teacher, I wouldn't be fucking here. I would be in a classroom right now. But you're reciting a container which is meant for normal conditions. Up there in the sky,
you keep saying normal conditions. I don't know what you mean by normal conditions.
Normal conditions up there in the sky. That's the whole point.
So you're saying gas pressure can exist without a container just further up in the air? Further up in the sky? At higher altitude? You're not making any sense, buddy.
No, nor do you. But you and people who go along your side don't understand the progression of matter within the law of thermodynamics, in which when you have more potential of motion, it will go for more potential of motion. It will increase thermodynamic temperatures. and thus change state. And there is the only possibility for a container, unless you want to have a created artificial container, and then you got to prove that container. Otherwise you cannot. Because if you say, hey, on the surface of Earth, I can only have gas pressure within a container. Yeah, but that container is made. Show me that made container in nature.
So are you under the impression that we're allowed to travel freely anywhere across the world? Civilians?
Why would I be?
It sounds like you are. Because you're asking me to go places I'm not allowed to go. And
then,
that's silly.
If you're not allowed to go there, don't claim to know what's out there. That's my point.
If I'm not allowed to go there, don't tell me to go there.
Then don't claim that you know what's out there.
Well, okay, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Yes or no?
I don't have to, because your container, basically, when you're referring to the second law of thermodynamics, is in normal conditions at sea level. And we're not talking at sea level here right now, right? So you're skewing the law already. And then there is something about the ideal gas law, which it is not, because we have a mixture.
You got to start over, dude. You got to start over. Go back to the sea level part and, different. Start over again, dude. You're going into gibberishville.
You should learn your basics of thermodynamics first. Because what I say is child's play, because I learned this in middle school.
So, are you claiming there's a bunch of plasma above our heads? Or I don't even know what you're saying.
It is even demonstrated. It has been measured. You can replicate it. But you don't want to, because you want a container. You're fixed on a container that you have not proven to exist.
So instead of repeating yourself, why don't you go into details about this demonstration of gas pressure due to plasma, or what you speak of, or what evidence of with what, in regards to what you speak of right now, what evidence do you have to present is my question.
Light a flame. Light a flame. Go on. Light a candle.
Yeah, that's not what I was asking about. What I was asking about is the plasma you think may be above our heads, like thousands of feet above our heads. Talking about that.
You know what
do you have any evidence for that?
You know what? I would drop a fat beat right now. Dun 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 dun. Y'all gonna make me lose my curve up in here. Up in here. I'm sorry. Oh shit was I'm in here and I mic'd up. Oh shit, I'm sorry. That was so funny though. Y'all gonna make me lose my curve.
Y'all gonna make me lose my gas pressure.
Y'all gonna make me lose my container. Yeah, the gas pressure
is just a religious item that you need for your fantasy Earth.
I don't think it's faith. I don't think it's faith that's keeping the 36 psi around the rim of my car. I don't think that's religion that's doing that.
No, but the tire was man-made. Yet you claim something was made to keep the air pressure system, which is dynamic, by the way, so it's not equal everywhere, for the whole Earth.
You keep using the word claim in a funny way. It's an observation of past behavior.
You make the claim that there is a container needed, when even within thermodynamics there are exceptions to that claim.
exceptions that you have not presented.
I presented it. It's the natural progression of molecules and atoms. And you just hand wave it away while holding on to your container that you have not demonstrated ever.
Incorrect. Your flawed understanding of molecules is not proof in itself. When we say we would like proof, it's actually something substantive, maybe a link to that piece of evidence.
Maybe a sample of the container in the sky? Would that be enough for your claims?
This is a straw man non sequitur.
No, you're straw manning.
No, incorrect. Because they've been very deliberate in
you
talking
have
about
been straw manning since your molecule of air. So shut the fuck up, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, incorrect. They've been talking about containment, and you keep wanting to go to what's the physical nature of the containment. No one here was trying to support either a physical or a metaphysical or a plasma state. All we're implying is that the second law of thermodynamics states that entropy is always increasing, which means there's always loss to a system when a system is trying to equilibrate. And if you have high pressure adjacent to low pressure or a vacuum, there would be loss in the system perpetually until there would be no more gas pressure. So the fact there is gas pressure, the necessary requirement for that to even initially start to build up pressure is containment of some kind. What nature that container or containment actually is, who the fuck knows? We don't have samples. But the fact that there is containment is a non-negotiable fact when we have gas pressure.
Every time I go to the beach, I got sand
between the wording container and containment. I hope you understand that. Because I agree with containment. I don't agree with container.
Great. Then we've got middle ground, because that was the only purpose of what I was trying to point out. And I think Orion was trying to, but he kept saying container or physical container. The fact that we have containment is it doesn't even need to be demonstrated because we have gas pressure. And to have gas pressure in the first place, it's the pressure of the gas pressing against the walls of its containment or container. So when we're doing physical demonstrations of gas pressure, we do use containers, physical things, but the fact that we have gas pressure means containment is necessary. What's more interesting is that they call it the ionosphere. When you look, they can bounce signals off of this region, known to be at about 100 kilometers above the Earth. You cannot bounce a signal off of air. Nowhere in the world can I repeat a signal without installing an actual repeater, a piece of physical technology to extend that signal strength. So if a signal is also being returned, it would have to be striking a solid surface and then returning back to the original transmitter. So there are a couple of things that almost point towards it being physical, but yet, like I said, we don't have samples of this substance or whatever it is that's providing us with the necessary containment to have gas pressure in the first place.
And then you need to find out what is the transition for each molecule and atom at the level where you expect containment or find lack of gas pressure. Because when you have a lack of gas pressure, you are probably in a different medium.
Who's the medium?
TV.
When you use the word medium like that, do you actually mean lack of medium? Because you would have gone from an atmosphere or an atmospheric medium into a suddenly low pressure, so sparse that it's not even really considered a medium per se?
That is defined by your interpretation of the word medium. When you change, let's say, from a solid to a gas, the pressure of the solid compared to the pressure of the gas makes the gas non-existent, in your opinion. The pressure of the water at the surface of the water next to the gas above the water containing the water, preventing it to rapidly change state at the surface level, would be a no entity to you.
Well, that's why I very specifically said when you reach the vacuum point. So when you start comparing a vacuum
and that
to a
is a
solid
transition point.
Again, that's non sequitur. What I'm talking about in the vacuum, I'll explain it for you, is when you're talking about 1 particle per cubic meter. If there's only 1 particle per cubic meter of space, let's just use the word space for lack of a better word for now. If you have 1 particle per cubic meter, would you consider that a medium?
What do you consist of a particle? Is plasma within your existence a particle?
Perhaps you're not hearing my question. I'm expecting an answer from you. If you have 1 molecule in 1 cubic meter of space, would you consider that a medium? The same way that if you evacuate a vacuum chamber, you've sucked all the air out, but there's still something inside the chamber. What is that something? Is that something still a medium, or is it a lack of medium because now it's evacuated?
So let me get this straight. You have let's say, a solid container where you have thousands, millions of molecules next to each other, it contains a gas, a lot less molecules.
I'm sorry, did you hear my question? It's a very simple one. If you have evacuated everything out of the chamber, do you still have a medium, yes or no?
Yeah. Because you cannot evacuate everything.
And plus the chamber would be the medium.
The moment you evacuate gas from a chamber, there will be less pressure on the molecules in there, and thus increase the potential of the molecule to transition to another state. So you still have a medium in there.
Huh? What medium is that then?
That would be plasma if you evacuate gas from a chamber.
Plasma, is it not emptiness? Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, you're using plasma in the wrong way here. Plasma is the 4th state of matter. You have to have dense matter to be able to generate.
Matter. It doesn't matter. That's the thing. Is the fact that you've insisted that there is either a medium, which is A, or B, there is no medium. But there is no B. You'll never have a B.
You cannot have B.
There's always going to be a medium. And that's a non-red herring for even insisting that there is a second option.
How can there be a medium if you've evacuated the chamber, sucked it out of
you've already stated a medium.
What?
You already stated a medium.
Then you guys obviously don't understand the definition of a medium. The medium is something that completely surrounds.
I understand it.
wait, hold on a sec.
you
I'm
don't
just
understand
explaining
it,
to you
and
why
I
you're
have to understand
misunderstanding.
it for you.
And I wasn't
It's
really
just a
talking to
chamber.
craft in
That's
the first
just a
place.
chamber of
So
facts.
you bringing up
If you
unrelated
understand
It's
the
empty.
medium,
doesn't
then you
really
Let's
understand the
take our time.
chamber.
Take your time,
So
gentlemen. Take your time. Take your time.
as I was talking to Monkey about
He's
this, and it was a
yeah.
very specific answer I was waiting from Monkey. He then said, yes, one molecule per cubic meter still constitutes a medium. When that molecule is no longer surrounding something, it is just somewhere in the box. That is not a medium.
Sir.
That something
You're
is
filling
now.
your imaginary medium right now.
Once again, it's your misunderstanding of both medium and particle physics and the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, you haven't got a clue, have you? You see what I mean? This is the bizarre world that they live in.
Now, the bizarre world is that the vacuum of space is not defined as being empty. That's the whole point. The vacuum of space, as in the globe.
But the chamber that was evacuated, but the chamber's empty, is it not?
No, you don't get to say the chamber is empty because you never measured the amount of plasma in that chamber when you evacuated the gas. You never did that. No one fucking did that.
No, hang on. If you take the chamber and you have a scale that tells you that it's
This is a mind experiment. If you do it in practicality, you will find a lot of particles in there.
You're shifting. You're shifting. All right, that you're shifting the argument. You're moving goalposts.
Then were you here when he was trying to assert that basically as you move up in the atmosphere,
I'm going with Epi Solar here.
As you start to exit the atmosphere,
the goalpost is set.
You're moving into
It's
the next
done.
medium.
There's no more goalposts for you.
Hold on, Witchcraft. As
you
you
just
exit the
you're just doing
atmosphere
too
and you
much,
move
man.
into the
Like
vacuous layer,
you think you
he's
think you just
asserting
move
that
the
the vacuum
goalpost.
is a
You're
medium.
going to talk over him whilst he's trying to talk, are you? You're going to do that, are you?
Yeah,
Point out.
I have to because he's moving the goalpost.
No, you don't have to.
It's
No, you
logical
don't
fallacy.
have to, because I can do the same as well. I can talk over you as well. Let's not do that. Let him get his point out, and then you can get your point out. Rebuttal.
I didn't get my point out.
And
I
I'll
didn't.
be concise.
And he won't let it. It's a flat
I
earth.
will talk over you again because he was talking first. So let him get his point out. Okay?
All right. So okay. Yeah, I'll let him get his point out once I get my point out.
Thank you. Let's go. Sorry,
no. So right. So you shifted the medium.
Let him get his point out. You're still talking.
Yeah. Come on, Solar.
Witchcraft. Not everyone in the room is waiting for your flawed opinion.
All right. So
there was a conversation.
What do your fallopian tubes have to do with this, Solar? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Rebuttal,
you don't have any. You'll never be a woman.
Now,
what I was saying is you're shifting the goalpost, and you don't even have a clue what you're talking about at this point anymore, except for witchcraft. Right. So keep my name out of your fucking mouth. How about that? Before I fucking knock it out.
Post.
All right. You understand me? You got checked. You got checked. All right. And mate, how about this? You also got wrecked.
All right, Jim. So back to the point, the original
discussion
before it was sidetracked by a child.
All right.
He was trying to assert
you're just still trying. You're still trying so hard.
Yeah, because he's still trying because it's not being clearly understood. So he has to continue. There isn't a conclusion yet. Okay.
I understood perfect amounts of goalposts.
Do we have a mod in the room?
I don't think you did here.
It took 2 people actually. That's how many people it took to shift that goalpost. Solar Engine CPR of Canada.
Oh, you mean we were having a conversation and you came in here and rudely interrupted, and then have tried to sideline it, then take aggression towards me because you're taking too many testosterone pills?
I know when the goalpost is being shifted.
I just finish my sentence, and then we can continue with the discussion, which we were productively having before you jumped in with your non sequiturs.
It's not that I couldn't talk. Is that what it is?
No,
that's a solid misunderstanding. I think you misunderstand the fact that I can actually talk.
No, you can't.
That's
That's a real baffling fact that you have in your head right there. Why don't you just check that?
Can we not do this and let's just deal with the matter at hand? If you evacuate,
I actually can.
Can I not? So now I can't talk now. Fucking hell. If you evacuate the material in a vacuum, is it indeed empty and devoid of a medium? That's the question, I think.
My point is that this is a mind experiment, and you have not done that. You do it on theoretical grounds. Because if you actually try to evacuate all the matter, in this case, we're talking gas pressure, so I think you want to evacuate the gas, then the gas will evacuate up until the point it gets to a transition. Then there will be no gas pressure. But the remaining molecules will have transitioned into plasma. So you still have a medium to deal with.
Okay, and I'm going to ask.
That's not what plasma is. But you go ahead, Jen.
That's my question. Yeah, I was just going to ask him. Let's carry on with where he was going with there. So now my machine is evacuating the gas. It's pulling all the gas. As it pulls the gas, what's left behind? Nothing, isn't it? Nothing's in there. Everything's been sucked out. Everything.
Now you're doing the mind experiment again, because when you evacuate gas, which takes time, in that time, the gas still in the chamber is getting to their thermodynamic potential to change.
Okay.
You evacuate gas. If you want to evacuate plasma, you need another device. The same as the.
Okay, so hang on a second. I'm still trying to get an understanding. So whilst it's going into plasma, isn't it not the machine sucking that plasma out as well?
No. That you have to prove, because you haven't proven it. You assume it may be the case. That is not what is demonstrated in laboratories.
Let me just add something here, Jen. In terms of plasma, it's usually a high pressure gas, and then it forms the plasma state. It's not a low pressure gas causing a plasma state. That's firstly. Secondly, you said you were going to do a mental experiment, and then you said, but we're doing hypotheticals or theoreticals. A mental experiment is a theoretical or hypothetical because you're only playing with it theoretically in your mind. The point that Jin and I are trying to say is that, yes, we agree 10 to the minus 17 torr is still a positive value. It's not a negative value yet, which means there are still molecules present. But when you go and look at what they state as the amount of molecules present in that cubic meter, they state it is 1. Now, the pressure in a system is the collisions between multiple particles or the particles with its adjacent containing walls. Now, if you have a single molecule, if you have, let me just finish my point. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my point.
Can't he finish what he's saying, mate? Can't he finish, please? Fuck.
So, if you have a single molecule within a cubic meter,
let him just
you
finish.
do not have. If you have a single molecule within a cubic meter, you do not have the collisions necessary to have a registered pressure, and you certainly cannot generate plasma from a single molecule in a cubic meter of empty space. And that's the point Jin and I are trying to get across to you. It is theoretical because we're all doing
1 minute left.
But the numbers that they give us state that you would have 1 molecule per cubic meter, which throws out the plasma discussion.
No, it doesn't, because plasma is not qualified or not quantified as a molecule. That's the whole point.
What is plasma then?
It is the separation where you have the nucleus of an atom, where the electrons become separated from the nucleus, and that creates a mixture, a fluid, or a dynamic system.
Okay. Now, is this dynamic system? Hang on,
a molecule. So you're measuring molecules which might remain there, but you're not measuring the plasma because plasma is not a molecule. It's not an atom.
So plasma is not subjected to the vacuum that's being, the vacuum pump that's sucking out all the air and the gas. The plasma will remain. Is that right? It will not flow into the pipe and be sucked out with everything else.
When do you stop sucking? Because, again, you cannot
well, you stop
suck something.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? We have a scale there that registers 0. So when the needle hits 0, you then switch up, boom, and you lock the valve.
And what does the needle measure?
Sorry?
What does the needle measure?
It would measure that there is nothing in that vacuum chamber.
No, it measures the amount of molecules. Particles.
Well, there's no molecules in there, I would have thought, by now. If the needle is saying 0. It means that there is nothing in there.
No, now you're going into an absolute, which is not proven. Because
this is what I'm
measure the molecule. You're not measuring the nucleus and the electrons still in there.
How do we know that they're still in there?
So, Jin,
that is the basis. That is the basis of your thermodynamics. If you want to apply thermodynamics, then use the full thermodynamics. Don't stop at your gas molecules, because now you're just ignoring the other part of thermodynamics.
What other part of thermodynamics? Because as far as I'm concerned, is that if
what you're concerned about. What I care about is that
Can I not finish? Fuck. If I am thinking that if we didn't have some kind of container to have this air pressure in the first place, it would be gone into space. That's what I thought. Yeah, am I wrong?
What? No, the point is, and I said this already, you need containment for gas pressure. You don't need a container, as in something tangible.
How could, you need, how can you have gas being contained without a container so that the pressure can actually exert on the container to increase pressure? You have to have a container, of course.
Gas pressure is the pressure between the molecules bumping into each other and the force it exerts in the motion. That is gas pressure.
No. It's the pressure that's being exerted on the actual container that registers your fucking pressure.
Is your body the physical container of the gas pressure outside of you?
My body is.
Is it bumping against you? Yes or no?
Yes, it is. Yes,
then
it is.
You claim you are the container?
I am the container of all the pressure within my body. Yes. Absolutely.
And outside, because the outside world is pressing against you as well.
Absolutely, it's protecting me. Yes, of course.
Are you the part of that container then?
I am the container.
Of the gas pressure outside of you?
There is gas pressure outside of me, of course there is, yes.
And it's pressing against you. Why is it pressing against you?
Correct.
Because molecules bump against everything.
That's correct. But the pressure within my body is being kept there at a constant rate.
I'm not talking in your body, we're talking outside of your body.
Can I not speak?
We're talking outside of your body.
Well, body is being kept in equilibrium because of the medium I'm in, and my skin is keeping that separate from the pressure within my body.
Hey, Monkey, can I ask you a quick question? So, do you have any demonstration of containment of gas due to plasma?
Thank you.
Again, light a flame.
Do you have any example or demonstration that's better than that? Is that the only one?
I don't know what's better than that, because you can do it yourself. You can even, if you have the tools, you can even measure the gas up until the point where it transitions into the flame.
Okay, so let me ask you: is that your only example? Is that your only demonstration, or do you have another demonstration? Is that the only one?
Yeah, that's probably the only one I have at this moment.
Not a very good one, is it?
Well,
really?
Yeah. Sorry, buddy, but that's weak as fuck.
You can call it weak as fuck, but that just shows you your lack of understanding of what thermodynamics describes for.
Totally understand it. Of course, I understand what thermodynamics. That flame, for example, that flame of yours has the potential to heat up, but it won't heat up the whole room because it's too small. So you have to move closer to it in order to enjoy that heat.
I know what's really weak as fuck. I know that actually the weakest thing in the fucking universe was when Flat Earth Solar was talking all that time and like literally said nothing.
He said quite a lot because
literally
got to this
just
from what he
denied
said,
all medium.
First of all, the weak part is that you are measuring molecules and atoms in an environment that is not claimed to consist of molecules and atoms. So that's kind of weird that you say, oh yeah, space is not supposed to be void of matter or things or anything. It's claimed to be a plasma environment.
Right,
but
we haven't actually confirmed that, though, have we? That's just it's a supposition at this point. We haven't confirmed this. Hasn't been confirmed, has it?
Confirmed. You can't deny it, though.
My point is, it is equal in relation to claiming a container, because it can act as containment as shown in the flame.
Well,
but you don't want to see the flame for what it is because you don't understand thermodynamics.
I do understand thermodynamics, mate.
No, you don't.
Yes,
because
I do.
if you did, you would see the flame for what it is.
Listen up.
Monkey, let me ask you another question. If you think that
air pressure, you see, and in order to have air pressure, you've got to have some kind of container. Otherwise, we wouldn't have air pressure.
Yeah, he wants to go with the word containment, which I'm all right with. So you're saying there'd be a plasma above our heads containing the gas to the Earth, right, Monkey?
If you follow the natural progression of thermodynamics, that would be the case.
All right. So my question is, what would be beyond that in your idea? Would there be vacuum beyond that, or something else, or what?
That would be asking me, or me asking you, to get a physical sample of the container itself and direct measurements of the container.
Okay, so you don't know.
All right. So before we go into that straw man thing, let me just ask you one more quick clarifying question. Do you have a demonstration? No, monkey. Let me just ask you this quick question. Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum with plasma functioning as a containment for the gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Why do you bring in the vacuum? Because a vacuum, as I explained in the very beginning, is the lack of gas pressure. It is not a void. And
what is it then?
I cannot go to space. I cannot go above a certain altitude to get samples.
Yeah. So one last quick clarifying question. Do you think the vacuum of space is a real place, Monkey? Monkey, do you think the vacuum of space is a real place?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Is he
a flat earther?
It's a yes or no question.
Really? Are you a flat earther, Orion? Like, let's just back it up.
Why are you talking? I just asked this guy a yes or no question.
Don't ever ask me why I'm talking.
Vacuum, because space is
okay. He didn't give a yes or no answer. We'll just say he's confused. Simple as that.
Are you a flat earther or what, dude? Like, what the fuck are you?
Dude, we talked
Are
like a
you
year ago,
anything,
and
dude?
I was talking to you
Do
about
you
you
even have an
going out
opinion?
to.
Like,
You live in Chicago, right? Witchcraft, Chicago area.
yeah, I fucking do. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
I
up, dude?
remember that
What do
because I
you
remember
fucking care? What do you
that.
believe in, man? Like, what is
I
your belief
remember
right now?
that.
Because you have a lot of beliefs, I feel like.
No, it's more of a lack of beliefs. But I remember you live in Chicago because I
All
remember
right,
last time we
so
spoke, and so I'm just wondering: have
that's
you
a
gone out onto the
non-answer.
street and talked to people
You're just
about the Earth being
really
flat?
just avoiding everything, aren't you? You don't answer to anybody, do you? You think you're just
What?
so
No,
good.
dude. Are you
All right,
asking
well
me some
that's
specific
cool.
question?
I don't know, man. Like you didn't answer my question.
Yeah.
Are
You
you
were
a flat
interrupting me
earther?
asking him
Yes or
another
no?
question.
Question.
God damn,
Yeah,
dude. Like
I
this
acknowledge
guy,
that the Earth is flat.
he's a
Yes.
fucking ninja, man. Like he don't
No,
fucking
he's a
answer
flat earther.
questions.
He's acknowledged your question. Craft.
Yeah,
He's
I
a flat
just
earther.
answered you witchcraft. Did you hear it?
He's a flat earther. He said. Okay.
Yes,
Now,
I'm a
how are
flat
you a
earther.
flat earther?
Now, can we get back to the vacuum? Does Monkey believe that know that there's a vacuum in space? Is he of that?
Yeah. Monkey, do
That's
you believe that the vacuum of
I don't
space
know,
is a
man.
real
Like
place? Yes or
that's
no?
kind of unfair, Jin. Can you give me a little bit of the floor? Like, is that okay?
Yeah. Of course. My apologies.
It's okay. I appreciate it. Like, so what's the problem? Like, what is the actual issue? I'm really trying to grasp it right now.
Well, I was just asking Monkey if he believes in the vacuum of space, so I can understand where he's coming from a little bit better.
What is the vacuum of space? What's your definition of vacuum of space?
Nobody believes in that
10 to
shit
the negative.
here, I thought.
Well, it's just a claim of somebody else made up, but it would be a 10 to the negative 17 torr somewhere above our heads. Do you believe that exists?
Nobody here fucking believes that shit.
I don't know if that exists. My point is that
good answer.
Don't use belief in the question, man. Like that's just leading on. Like that's not fair to anybody.
If you transition into another state of matter, then your previous devices to measure the pressure will not work. So it will give a null result or a near null result. So yeah, there could be something out there which is not of gas. My point is, you cannot claim a made container when there is a natural progression in thermodynamics which describes it.
See, we're using the scientific method to the highest degree. So when we evacuate a chamber,
then if you do
one molecule,
then you
does not
need
make it a
to
medium, does it?
no, your idea of a medium and when you change from, let's say, water pressure to air pressure, there is a huge gap. When you change from the pressure within a metal structure to gas pressure, there's a huge gap.
Yeah, okay.
So why can there not be a huge gap between the natural progression of gas and plasma? Because plasma is that what radiates light. That is why we can see. There is
but
no
I don't think you
other thing.
understand. Look.
There is no
What don't you
other thing in
understand?
the world that gives
Hang on
you
a second,
light
please.
other than plasma.
Okay, here we go. Look.
So what you're looking at in the sky, which irradiates light, is probably plasma.
Are you specifically talking about
I'm going to
the
go
sun?
back to where Flat Earth Solar was trying to articulate this point. Look, you evacuate a
Sorry,
vacuum
guys.
chamber.
I have to call it a night. You know, I'm just really upset over this whole conversation. How Orion especially
I
called me
apologize
out.
to you
and,
on that, Scott.
and
I'm with you there. I'm trying to
I like how he has to call out my demographic, even though that wasn't really a thing in the conversation. I'm
Your
just gonna go to bed.
demographic.
Fuck
No,
it.
dude, I was trying to tell you. You and I were talking months. He just left. I was going to tell him to go and flat smack people in Chicago. That's what he said he was going to do. But he's too much of a wuss to do that.
Well, let's not go down this road now. We're just trying to get some idea of what Monkey is trying to put forward. All we're saying is that when you evacuate all the material in a vacuum chamber, you suck it out. What's left there is an empty void, a chasm, I thought. No? Yeah?
Yeah, I would agree.
Right. I don't see what the problem is with Monkey. What's going on?
And I would definitely never agree that gas pressure is contained by plasma without proof of it.
That's right.
I would never agree with a container again.
Yeah, but you're a numpty.
No.
Yes, because the definition of gas pressure itself is the pressure exerted against the walls of a container.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
And then I ask you for the walls. Please give me the walls.
A fucking propane tank is the walls of a container to contain the propane.
Now the Earth is a propane tank. Thank you.
No, I didn't fucking say the Earth is a propane tank, did I?
You cannot use that as an example, right?
I'm telling you,
hold on.
Propane tank.
I think there's an easy way to put this to bed. There's a very easy way to put this to bed.
Linda.
Monkey.
Linda,
Do you recognize that? Let me just say this. Let me just say this to Monkey really quickly. You do recognize that falsification is independent of replacement, right?
Yeah.
Right, Monkey? Falsification is independent of replacement, right? You agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though I can demonstrate that gas pressure cannot exist next to a vacuum without a solid barrier, does not mean that I need to show you where the solid barrier is to let you know that gas pressure here on Earth can't exist next to a near infinite vacuum. Right? So I can prove that to be wrong, but that doesn't mean that I've replaced it. So I have falsified that claim, Monkey. I have falsified that claim. I have not replaced it. You have already agreed with me. Falsification is independent of replacement. So while you can ask all night about where the walls of this container are, that's replacement. I haven't gone on to replacement. I have not claimed replacement.
Now we are all satisfied with what's just been said there. All of us, but you, Monkey. We're satisfied with the falsification to a certain degree that there has to be a barrier.
When people come with the second law and then come with car tires and gas canisters, you are equating static systems with a dynamic system as we experience on Earth. So you falsify your own shit because it's not equal to each other.
We observe. That's what we're.
And again, your laws used apply to natural conditions. Again, what are the natural conditions up in the sky? And do you apply them when you use your container as your car tire, your gas canister, your vacuum chamber in a classroom? Do you apply the same conditions to that as up in the sky? No, you don't. So you cannot use that example.
Yeah, okay, Monkey, you're repeating yourself. So you said two new things there just now. You said static container, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
All right, and you said dynamic container. So define both of those for us and tell us what the difference is.
I never said dynamic container.
Well, what were those two things you just said? You just referred to the car tires being one thing, and
I'm done. You're talking about gas pressure systems.
Yeah.
One in a container and one dynamic in nature, where you have yet to find a container. Where I said you can have containment, but my form of containment is not accepted by you because you equate it to your second law, which should be based on normal conditions, which it is not, because you're at the edge of the molecules in transition.
Listen, the same way you can't bring me a can of plasma with air in it is the same as way that, yeah, I can't show you or tell you or describe the shape of the container we're in, but I know that it's there.
Yeah. And that is proof. That is
that's religion.
We could prove that too.
That is religion.
If we were able to go to the extreme edges of this earth, let's say, it would be provable too. If we cannot go there yet. All right, there's a problem there, but we know it's
I think it's remarkable that you would call that religion, but you making the claim that there's a bunch of plasma above our heads giving us gas pressure. You don't call that religion. Like, we don't see a demonstration of that.
Yeah.
What's up with you, monkey? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's right. That's the delusional world they live in, you see.
You giving me that answer of the flame being an example of gas pressure caused by plasma. That's like when a Glober says that surface tension of water is curved water.
Of your container.
We are looking through it. We look through it every day.
Yeah. So
yeah, we look through it. We look through it every day, mate. Okay, there you go.
But where is the container? Again,
I suppose you get halfway there if you were to light your car tires on fire. That'd be a bunch of plasma around a container with gas pressure in it.
Yeah, how come there's not plasma tires on the racetracks holding the air pressure in the plasma tires instead of rubber?
I'm surprised I haven't seen that in like some science fiction movie. Plasma tires. Oh man, I gotta get some plasma tires on my hover bike.
Everlasting plasma tires. Yeah.
I'm really amazed about your lack of understanding of natural progression within thermodynamics.
It's so confusing.
I'm gonna go grab a couple cans of plasma spray paint from Crappy Tire and get busy, guys. I got some painting to do today.
Right. Good luck. I'm really surprised at the lack of knowledge of your understanding of the thermodynamics, really, to be quite honest. And the fact that you can't even show... hang on a second, please. You cannot even show...
What is the thermodynamic temperature of oxygen from gas to plasma? What is the thermodynamic threshold?
It would be depending on the amount of you have.
No, it is per molecule.
Okay, so per molecule. Is that what you're asking?
What is the thermodynamic temperature for a oxygen molecule to transition from gaseous state?
I have never measured it, so I wouldn't know that.
Fine, you don't know that. So
I have never measured it to know that.
What will be the thermodynamic temperature of the upper atmosphere where you encounter that?
Again, I've never measured that, so I wouldn't know that either. I haven't measured it myself.
So you're dismissing something that you don't know of. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, I'm not dismissing.
And you're providing no evidence for something that you're claiming. You're providing no evidence for something you're claiming.
And the same is for you. Because, again, no one has ever measured, seen, or sampled a physical container of Earth.
You can never have
pressure. And no one's ever discovered. And no one's ever discovered gas pressure existing without a container anywhere.
You can never have pressure without containment. You can't have it.
Yeah, much like unicorns. No one's ever seen a unicorn anywhere, to the best of my knowledge. In order to prove that unicorns are real, you need to demonstrate a unicorn. In order to claim that, in order to validate the claim that gas pressure can exist without a container, you have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Until you do that, it just falls into the category of unicorns.
And that's following the scientific method with a sprinkle of the Sherlock Holmes method, which is when you remove all that is impossible, whatever's left, no matter how improbable it might seem to you, has to be the truth. Okay? So there you go. You're losing this battle. You're slipping down that bowl pretty quick now.
Not really, but
you're being swept into the gutter.
If you want to imagine that, that's fine.
It's not an imagination. It is a fact. It's not an imagination.
Yeah, it's imagination.
There's a lot of facts in what we say. The scientific method proves facts, not imaginary. Okay?
It's an observation if you want to reduce it to something more simplistic. It's an observation.
It is a fact that you cannot have pressure without a container. You cannot have pressure. Sorry, you've just lost. You are losing miserably.
No.
Yes.
You cannot have gas pressure without containment.
Without a container.
Then
you can't have containment without a container.
Yeah.
Unless you can demonstrate that.
I already did, but you cannot see it because you're close-minded.
Are you talking about the Bic lighter again? Just a flame?
Yeah, just a flame.
Well, that's a very Glober thing to say.
Silly.
Yeah, maybe, but then again. You have a container that is created
by the creator.
By
the creator, of course, no less. Yeah.
Hey, Monkey, does the unknown scare you?
No, because I'm actually not fixed on either or any option.
Therefore, you are not living properly.
You are the one fixed on one option, not me.
Fixed on what? What? I don't know what the hell you just said, man. I just asked you if the unknown scares you.
No. The unknown doesn't scare me. It scares you.
But why would you say that?
Because I give you the natural progression of thermodynamics and you want to ignore it for a container that is not applicable.
Wouldn't it make more sense just to ask me if the unknown scares me? Why would you say that? Why would you say it as a statement? Why can't you just ask me, does the unknown scare me?
Because you're not listening and you're not having your mind open.
Well, I'm just starting to get the impression that, maybe not knowing the dimensions of the container that gives us gas pressure somehow troubles you. That's why
container is a positive claim which you cannot back up.
Okay, the dimensions of our containment.
The Earth. That means you have to provide a container around the Earth. Point. Serious.
Monkey, the globe Earth isn't materializing anytime soon, mate. You haven't provided anything that's leading us to the fact that we live on a globe, sir. You have wasted time.
Why do you think I live on a globe? Why do you think I live on a globe?
It's fruitless. It's fruitless what you've done so far.
I am not even on a globe. So don't fucking strawman me, Jin. Don't strawman me for being a glober. I'm not a glober.
It is more interesting to watch paint dry.
Jin, I muted you because you think I'm a glober and I'm not. I'm trying to get you guys straight to see that you have multiple options for your containment of your atmosphere. But you are fixed on the word container and tests done on the surface of Earth. And clearly, up in the sky is not on the surface of Earth. But you're fucking blind to see that. And you're blind to see that the conditions up there are not the same as down here.
So, Monkey, how would you suggest that we go about proving this one way or the other? Plasma above our heads or no plasma above our heads?
I wouldn't know, but the natural progression within thermodynamics suggests plasma. And again, what we see in the sky is basically plasma, because plasma is the only thing that we know of that gives off light.
So you're talking about the whole sky or just the sun or the blue and the white yellowish color of the sun? Talking about the whole thing?
I'm talking about the sky, everything above you.
So, but you don't have any, I mean, I guess I just asked you this already, but you don't have any ideas, plans, or speculation of how we could prove it to be one way or the other? Maybe send a rocket with a camera up there, sensors, camera pointed upwards, not downwards.
Again, there is multiple research done on it, but then you say, oh, NASA done it. Yeah, because NASA is the only one who gets permission to go that high.
Yeah, or has the resources.
I'd just like to let you know that, Monkey, if you showed up at my barbecue with a flaming plasma propane container full of propane for the barbecue, I would shit my fucking pants, bud.
Yeah, and you're drunk because you already ignored what I said earlier.
The flame is the container, right?
I already said there is a natural progression within thermodynamics, and when you apply the second law of thermodynamics, you do that in normal conditions. Up there in the sky is no longer normal conditions within science, unless you skew your own ideas of science.
You mean within physics, right?
Within anything. If you go into science, you have a distinction between normal conditions and extraordinary conditions. Extraordinary conditions would be anything outside the point where it naturally happens. So if you want gas pressure here on the surface of Earth separated, then you need a container. If you want gas pressure somewhere else, a whole set of law or new things arise, which have never been done. So, would you go to space and measure gas pressure there? Then you have to measure, if on their claim, the speed of the molecule moving, the motion of the molecule itself. That is your gas pressure. But since you don't know how to understand what gas pressure and how it's being read means, then it's quite bullshit to talk about it, because gas pressure is the amount and the speed. And then you have the thermodynamic temperature of the medium that you're measuring, which you also have to take into account, which is totally different when there's less molecules present than when there's many molecules present.
So let me ask you a little bit of a clarifying question. Would it be possible for there to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr or any kind of powerful vacuum even close to that above
that is the amount
plasma?
of gas molecules you try to measure. It doesn't say anything about other forms of matter, other states within thermodynamics. It just says gas pressure reading. Nothing more. The amount of gas and the pressure it's exerting.
So does gas have the ability to press against plasma?
If the gas transition point, the molecule, the thermodynamic temperature it needs to go into a plasmatic state is higher than the flame presented, it will push against the flame.
All right. Does the flame need to push against something else? Press against the gas on the other side?
Light a flame. If you light a flame, you hold your hand above it, you feel the temperature rise, and there is a slight increase in motion of the medium.
Yeah, I follow you there. I just don't see the connection between that and gas pressure caused by plasma. I just don't see the connection there necessarily.
No, because gas pressure is the speed and the density of the molecule and molecules surrounding it measured in an open device. On the classroom floor, so to say, you need a container to demonstrate various gas pressures with, not to be contaminated by the pressure outside of the container and making equilibrium. That's why they say you can't have gas pressure without a container, because to demonstrate something, you have to have it in a container to demonstrate it. But it doesn't say anything about the bigger Earth.
I'd say at least it does say something about the vacuum of space claim. It says something about that, though, right?
The vacuum, again, refers to the amount of molecules in gaseous state. It doesn't say anything about the amount of solids or fluids or plasma. It just says gaseous state, because vacuum is used.
Yeah, but it has to do with gas pressure, right? So a vacuum is a very low gas pressure reading. It's a very low pressure system of gas,
amount
right?
of gas molecules, because that is what you're measuring.
Okay, yeah, but let's just make sure we're clear. So a vacuum is a low pressure system of gas, right? Correct?
Yeah.
No.
It's just a measure of amount.
Gospel Bear said no. Is it technically something else?
Did you just give a definition for vacuum, or did I mishear you?
Well, I was saying, yeah, a vacuum is a very low pressure system of gas, right?
Ideally, a vacuum should be a place where nothing is.
No, that's called void. That's totally
different. Yeah, but I mean, we're just talking about, technical near perfect vacuums, like 10 to the negative 6 torr, or what they claim, 10 to the negative 17 torr, which, is technically still, if it were to exist anywhere, I don't even believe that exists anywhere, but even if it did, still not technically a perfect vacuum. There's still air there.
Okay.
So
the word vacuum, that which is empty.
Empty of what?
It doesn't specify. The word itself means to be empty.
And how do you use the word vacuum in thermodynamics?
I'm an etymology guy, not a thermodynamics guy.
And we're talking thermodynamics, not etymology. Vacuum is set when there is no gas pressure reading.
So they're misapplying the word. is what you're suggesting. Just like you're suggesting that natural law should actually be renamed to only parts of nature as far as we are aware law.
Natural law applies to the thing when it is in its natural state, or where you find it in its natural form.
So there's natural law, and there are parts of nature that are also supernatural.
You have to take in consideration that let's say, if we talk about atmosphere, on the surface of Earth we have a different air pressure than up high in the sky. So you have to take into consideration that what applies on the surface might change high up because the conditions have changed.
Is nature different, or does the natural law stop applying at the top of Mount Everest?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you need to apply the changes. We in, let's say, science work, when you do things at sea level, you say we apply normal conditions.
Yeah, Monkey, it sounds like you're making room for the
something outside of normal conditions, aka at sea level, at 18 degrees Celsius, yada yada yada, then you need to apply those things that changed into your natural law.
It sounds to me like you're making an opportunity for the laws of entropy and any other natural law to be violated within nature just because on the premise we don't know for sure.
What I'm trying to say is that things are dynamic, and your static laws, when you take a law and you take the equation within the law, you have to apply all the changing elements. And then your natural law might still be valid, but then you have to consider the thermodynamic changes that might take place, which change the outcome of your law.
Okay, like the law of non-contradiction. What about entropy all by itself? You're saying that it's possible that entropy may be not applicable in certain parts of nature?
In relation to the atmosphere, you have to always keep in mind that you're dealing with thermodynamics and thus the possibility of state changes. If you ignore the following state of matter, then you get weird answers. So gas will transform to plasma when its availability is there to transform.
Doesn't that coincide with entropy? Or are you saying that that's essentially the opposite of entropy because it's something going from a lower state to what we understand to be a higher state?
It changes.
So it's the opposite of entropy. You're suggesting that the opposite of entropy takes place in different places as opposed to entropy being a natural law. Is that right?
Your natural law has to apply with the conditions present. So
why?
If you increase thermodynamic temperature, you also have to apply the fact that you have more chances to change state, which might nullify the fact that you read the containment or read container instead of containment. You want the gas pressure to be contained, yet the natural progression allows containment. That is how thermodynamics is built up.
The natural progression allows containment. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but I just don't follow you when you say that. I don't understand you.
So, if you have a solid, solid can contain a liquid. Liquid can contain gas molecules. Gas can contain plasma. But the other way around, it works as the surface of water is contained by the gas pressure acting upon it. If you remove the gas pressure on the surface of water, it will evaporate. And it will evaporate quickly. It will change state because you have an open surface.
Okay, I follow you so far. Continue.
So, if you're at the edge of your layer of gas, where the gas can transition into plasma, then the plasma acts as a lid on your gas layer.
Where does gas naturally transition into plasma?
And that's your thermodynamics.
Where? When and where has that ever happened?
Well, basically, if you light a flame.
Okay. What?
Isn't that liquid and gas? Like, isn't that, if it's a lighter, isn't that butane and oxygen?
Where is gas existing as a plasma naturally? Anywhere?
I personally think what most people call ether is just plasma, but they want ether to have something special, I guess. Because it would nullify the electric universe model or the electric earth model, because plasma has electric properties that would allow for things that they don't want you to have.
Are you talking about the vapor that comes off of a natural ferment? Is like the ether, like ether of alcohol?
No, I the ether, like they want to have in.
Are you talking about the firmament?
No, I'm talking about the ether that was in discussion with Michelson Morley and those guys.
Okay, ether can be referring to the upper region of space or whatever. Are you talking about a place where we can't go?
Nope.
Okay, so where is this ether?
That would be within the intermolecular spaces.
Okay, aether. So I guess it's just spelled different ways or whatever. You're talking about okay. So how?
My suggestion is that is just a rebranding of the word plasma because of electromagnetic properties of plasma, and that you can harvest electricity from it, and that you have an increase in electrostatic potential when you rise in the sky. This is all known and has been tested. But that would only be able to be facilitated if you have plasma in there.
So you know that that's akin to suggesting that everything is the container. Always, like that all of, for instance, if we're just forget the ground, we're talking about the air. All of air is inside and outside of the container of ether. Always.
No, it is the.
Because you're referring to the ether that is basically the substrate or the medium which all things exist, it being ether, right? So if that's the container, then everything container is inside and outside and underside and upside and beside all other matter.
It is the building block of what you experience.
Yeah, but it basically nullifies the concept of gas pressure needing a container. Your suggestion nullifies that need.
What I'm saying is that when people say you need gas pressure or you need a container for gas pressure, is that we apply it in practicality for, let's say, gas canisters, tires.
But you're basically suggesting
separate
the container is everywhere.
System from another pressure system. But you put in between a different pressure system of a different medium, a different type of pressure system. And those can live next to each other all day long. That's my point.
You're talking about an unlimited container.
No, I'm not talking about an unlimited container. I'm talking about that you don't need to
a container because everything is the container.
You don't need a container when you have natural progression. And that's container for the Earth. If you need container within this atmosphere at sea level to have gas pressure next to another gas pressure, yes. Because a tire has a different gas pressure than the outside pressure.
Yeah, that's not the. You were just talking about the gradient, and then you referred to gas pressure separated from another gas pressure. So you're talking about two different gradients, comparing it to one gradient. But wait, I just got to ask you a quick question.
Talk about a car tire.
Is plasma omnidirectional?
In essence, everything is omnidirectional if you do not limit its motion.
So everything has motion? That statement seems to imply?
Yeah, basically, if you use thermodynamics, that is based on the motion of matter.
A crystalline structure is also in motion?
The molecules within the crystalline structure are in motion, yes. That's what thermodynamic temperature means. Because if it's not in motion, it falls apart. The motion is what keeps it being.
Structure and motion seem to be slightly antonymical.
Well, the direction I was trying to go with that question, so let me just ask this again. Is plasma omnidirectional? You said yes, right?
Yeah, again, everything is omnidirectional unless there is pressure acted upon it.
Okay, so we got plasma that's omnidirectional. We've got gas that's omnidirectional. You're telling me that above my head somewhere, a bunch of air, and then beyond the air is plasma. And so if the air is omnidirectional and the plasma is omnidirectional, what's beyond the plasma? My question, I guess.
I don't know.
So no, wait. Second question though. What is stopping the air and the plasma from just going up and outwards? If there's nothing there, I don't know where to go with this. Whatever.
No, and that's kind of the point. We don't know what's beyond. So don't ask what is beyond what we don't know. But we do know.
It almost sounds like you're saying the sky is on fire, but you don't have any evidence of it, and I have no reason to believe it.
Plasma is a state of matter. Within.
Yeah, and it's hot, right? It's really, really hot enough to burn your hand, right?
Within sea level conditions, the experience we have of plasma, whether it be a lightning bolt or a flame or a torch, that is within this pressure system, within the air, which is also pressing upon it.
What's kind of cool about the word plasma? It comes from the word flat. Try to wrap your mind around that.
Yeah, they used to say plasma, but they changed it to plasma.
I can. It's kind of easy because you're in a layer cake, but everything is layered in thermodynamics. Everything has their temperature gradient and their point of transition.
If we ever have another meetup, we should call it a plasma party.
So plasma can be low energy. Plasma doesn't imply high energy system or state of matter.
It depends on which element has gone to plasma.
But ether isn't an element, it's the absence of elements.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything like an absent thing. You cannot have an absentee. Like you cannot have the void of space. There is nothing. There's always something. And my suggestion is that the something, or that what fills the nothingness, is the fourth state of matter.
Because the highest energy state of matter.
Yeah.
And that highest energy state of matter isn't transferring into reality in an entropic system. Like you're basically saying the laws of entropy don't apply to ether.
How would you measure the energy? Because if you have a vacuum chamber and you evacuate as much as possible and you measure, they once did it a few years ago, you measure the electron activity, it is really high.
How does the
and they say there's nothing in there, yet they measure electrons. So you cannot say there's nothing when there's electrons.
How does the substrate of reality have the highest energy level without it bleeding into all other aspects of reality? Like that that would mean that I don't know what that would mean. It's just really confusing. It doesn't make sense in regards to the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh yeah. So I have another question about this, Monkey. So if you're saying there's plasma up above my head, and you acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, right, Monkey? The Earth is flat to you, right?
Yeah, I would suppose that I am a flat earther if I am a moderator here. So yeah.
Okay. So where I'm going with this is this containment, not container, you speak of. It comes in contact with the ground somewhere out there, right?
I don't know, because I don't know how big the Earth is, and I don't know how you would claim such a thing when you cannot even go all the places of the known discovered Earth.
I get you there. No. I acknowledge you're saying that, and I acknowledge that. But the thing is that we can't demonstrate physically. We can't actually demonstrate the concept of infinity in physical objective reality. So we have no reason to think that the Earth is, the air we breathe and the land that we walk on. We have no reason to think or assume that it's infinite. We have no reason to think that. So it's safe to assume it's finite since we observe everything else as being finite. All right. So thing is, could be one size or another size. None of us really know. Maybe we will one day. That's why I hand out these fucking cards. Because I want to fucking know. The only way we're going to do that is if we wake people up. But what I'm asking you is, what would you think that this containment, but not container that you speak of, as it comes in contact with the ground, is it still in a plasma state, or is it turned into something else? Maybe something solid.
If you, let's say, this is pure speculation, but if you use the electromagnetic field of Earth and the North Pole as center, then you have your electromagnetic field lines going out, and they at some point will meet the ground. Those field lines might facilitate the boundary layer as plasma is kind of biased to electromagnetic, and how that
what's that got to do with the
if it's a rapid decay into various states of matter up until it reaches the ground. At the ground level, we talk about solids generally. So who knows? Maybe it's superfluid. I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Know. Yeah, but you.
Sorry, Jinsey. Just real quick, you were suggesting.
Yeah, you've been going on a while. I've been trying to get. Hang on, hold on. I've been listening whilst I was on mute, and I've been trying to get. What is this thing we're doing here today? Is it just an experiment, a test, sharpen our wits? So what's going on here? I don't know.
Actually, Jin, I've been arguing with Monkey for a while now, and I think that what the last thing he just said was the first very important point I got from him. I'm not saying I think he's right necessarily about this, but I mean, just, I asked him what would it be like if it came in contact with the ground, and he said, well, plasma is affected by magnetic fields. There is a magnetic field in the Earth. I don't think it would be powerful enough to do what he says it is. But I'm not going to say that I know for sure that it's not powerful enough to do that. I don't know that much about plasma.
No.
It depends on the volume of plasma above us. That's the point.
Here's the problem. Ether is the medium that all other matter exists within, according to how I understand that word to be. It's the substrate or the medium which all matter exists within. So to suggest that there's an other ether, I don't even know what you're talking about.
This other.
My point with ether is that ether is a theoretical thing where plasma has been validated within thermodynamics. And I think they used ether as a separate thing to ignore the electromagnetic properties of plasma, and plasma being around us for us to use, yet we ignore it in our practical appliances, and we, waved away Tesla in our practical work, where basically Tesla demonstrates how to make plasmatic arc and do a lot of things with plasma. Yet they called it ether and then waved it away in favor of the heliocentric model and the big universe around us.
So is it fair to define ether as the substance that exists where all other substances that we know of are not existing?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Okay. So this other substance that's not the substances that we know of, such as the table of elements or whatever, this other substance, that means that other substance exists everywhere, inside of us, around us, besides us, underneath us, above us. So to claim that everywhere substance is doing a thing particular is just unusual to me. I don't understand that, because it's everywhere. So to suggest that it does a special thing somewhere else besides the fact that it's everywhere, but once once there's less and less of the other stuff that fills that substance, it all of a sudden has a different behavior.
Yeah, and the same goes for water. If you have a lot of water at room temperature, then you have a pool. If you and it takes a long time to evaporate. If you have a little drop of water,
Yeah, but it does
it will
evaporate.
evaporate very quickly. It's amount and vicinity, what is in your surroundings, the interaction with your surroundings. Everything changes by interaction and amounts. If you just look at it on paper, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. But it makes more sense when you take it in practicality and look at, hey, if I put phosphor in oil, then it doesn't burn. If I throw it in water, it burns.
It looks like a recipe for believing that outer space can, this ether outer space could actually contain our atmosphere. And that just seems absurd to me, but I understand, I guess.
But no one talks about outer space. We're talking about mediums here, not a concept written in TV programs. We're talking about cold theoret or
yeah. The problem is you can't demonstrate a large quantity of ether, I guess.
No, but I think that's why they rebranded ether, or they rebranded plasma as ether, and now we use two different things with different definitions, which actually is the same thing.
What is this plasma you're referring to when you say plasma?
Fourth state of matter, thermodynamics.
What matter?
Atomic model.
Yeah, if it's ether we're referring to, what matter is there to be referring to? Is ether a matter?
Well, basically, when you talk about matter, you talk about physicality, as in what is a physical particle. So how can a physical particle be facilitating the other physical particles, because it would take up the space for the other physical particles? So ether is kind of self-contradictory in its own definition.
It sounds contrived.
All physical elements have a plasma state.
Except also non-physical elements such as ether that are non-physical, but
ether is not proven empirically to exist, and I don't think we need to go with this word, because from my best personal conclusions, is that these people who came up with the theory of ether and who were like holding to it. Nikola Tesla, many others. They were actually referring to superfluid liquid helium. When they describe the ether, those things, phenomena, we find them happening only in this liquid, supernatural phenomena, which is I mean, it's normal in that medium, but it's supernatural for us. It's like we can't go in two directions in the same time, opposite directions, like
maybe
driving.
abnormal might be a more appropriate word than supernatural.
Yeah, or to have a light bulb on and off in the same time. So these are things which are, our physicality bounds us to perceive it as impossible, but yeah.
And you're talking about how it's frictionless, right?
Yeah. We can look at those quantum vortices. When you stir your coffee, with your spoon, you make a vortice inside your coffee cup in the liquid. The liquid starts making a vortice. Now, when you stop stirring, after a couple of seconds, that vortex will stop, will come to a full stop. And the liquid will be like still for the naked eye, but we can't see the motion of the molecules, the liquid molecules. That we cannot see. But in superliquid fluid helium, if you stir once, you have these vortices forming, and they never stop. They spin forever, as long you have this state of the liquid.
Yeah, which is counterintuitive because you're talking about reducing temperature in order for helium liquid. So you're reducing the energy present, but actually but they're talking about perpetual machines or perpetual motion machines using superfluid helium, even though it's a lower energy state. Yeah, I mean it's definitely counterintuitive. It's a weird thing, but I don't know. It's weird.
Ambient temperature and thermodynamic temperature. And people think they are the same thing, but thermodynamic temperature is the motion of the molecule or atom, where
Kelvin,
ambient temperature is the effect it has on the surrounding.
Yeah, anything above 0 K has motion. I understand. And as far as I also understand it, there's never been a demonstration of 0 Kelvin. Is that also true?
True. Yes.
Yeah, it's a theoretical. It's a theoretical point.
Yeah. It means you will be able to make matter disappear, or like super condense it into such a dense thing, but we wouldn't know what it will be. We only theorize like what are the component parts of the atoms. We don't know what those particles truly are. We have only mathematical calculations and models, and trajectories, paths. That's all we have.
Yeah, if I was the man behind the theory, I would suggest that if you were able to reach 0 K, everything would be fine while it stayed at 0 K. But the moment it entered back into quote unquote reality and exceeded 0 K, it would probably explode. That would be my idea of what probably would happen. But again, it's just imagination, not reality.
Well,
what I read some theoretical papers about 0 Kelvin. And they say, yeah, at that temperature, all motion stops. So the electron is not spinning around an atom's nuclei. It will fall into the nuclei, and even the particles that make up the nuclei of the atom, they are also in motion inside there, and they stop, and they are not like beads you hold together in a bag. They are like something like the solar system they want to say.
Yeah, that's that whole theoretical atomic model where everything is orbiting, but again, that's not actual. That's just the cloud model or whatever.
It's theoretical, and they say that these particles are so tiny, but because they spin on such big trajectory paths, on such big orbits, it make it look like a consistent ball, you know. But if you stop all those particles and you put them together, from the size of if you compare an atom with a soccer ball, when you stop those particles and you put them together, you would have like a hair of dust, you know. It's like everything is made out of nothing. It's very weird.
Once you reach 0 Kelvin, you also reach the null point of electromagnetic forces.
Oh, okay.
Because there is no motion in the electron, and thus the field collapses.
Well, but that's based. Is that not okay? Electromagnetics. I didn't. So it doesn't necessarily imply some aspect of gravity. It implies electromagnetics.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you freeze, why can't there be such a thing as static electromagnetism? Like actual static, as in not moving, but maintaining its position. Why does maintaining position require the concept of motion? Motion means motion.
You can. I think you can. But the issue is that reaching 0 Kelvin is like impossible for us.
Yeah.
But
I understand that.
If you have a material that has, let's say, a better resistance to thermodynamic cold, and that encapsulates something that is weak to thermodynamic cold, so reaches 0 Kelvin earlier than the surrounding, then you might encapsulate it and get a good grip on it. But from my understanding is that all matter is so close to each other in regards to 0 Kelvin that we have not figured out how to do that.
Alrighty.
Well,
we may as well be talking about what the sun tastes like.
Wait! I got a question about this plasma again. So, is plasma, in order for that to exist, doesn't it have to be at a high temperature?
High thermodynamic temperature. It doesn't mean high ambient temperature.
So what's the lowest temperature plasma that can exist?
1 Kelvin? Question mark.
I wouldn't know. You go in. Let's say we got a subset of elements in the periodic table of elements, but it doesn't mean that's all the elements out there. It's just the elements that they have registered. So there might be other things out there. I don't know. They discover elements every day, or try to, because it gets their name in the books.
Well, we normally live in about 300 Kelvin. So when we talk about 0 Kelvin, it's so far away from us. And it's unachievable. I think this 0 Kelvin stuff, it's all about the mentality of the god of destruction worship. A way where you destroy what actually exists. You make it not exist anymore. Because this is something we haven't really, nobody achieved such a thing, to make a metal or a crystal or something like vanishing into nothing, There's always transformation. We can break things, we can boil them, dissolve them in all sorts of solvents and acids, oxidize or whatever.
So Earth apparently has 200 to 325 Kelvin, depending on time and place. That's the range. That's between negative 100 Fahrenheit to positive 125 Fahrenheit is 200 to 325 Kelvin, just for frame of reference for folks.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 Kelvin is negative 457 Fahrenheit. 1 Kelvin is.
Yeah.
0 Kelvin is supposedly negative 459.67 Fahrenheit.
Well, at 1 Kelvin, the elements that we know, they don't exist in the same state as we know them. Oxygen, for example, will be like not just ice, but I think octa-oxygen, it will reach its metallic state. It will crystallize into a metal from ice. And it has many ice stages, just like water. The ice that we know of, that we experience in reality, is normal ice, which floats on the water, is less dense. But ice 12 is a much colder ice, and it's heavier than the water, and it stays at the bottom of the lake or ocean. And that ice is so very cold, which for me, it will explain how and why we have such a big ice wall in the Antarctica. Because beneath there has to be super cold ice.
Mm. Between 0 Celsius and negative 50 Celsius, the density per kilogram per meter cubed increases by 7.
Yeah.
Which I don't really know what to compare that to. But I just posted a little diagram. Kind of interesting.
Well, liquid nitrogen, like the air that we breathe, It, it, it takes its liquid state at minus 173 Celsius. We call normal living between minus 10 Celsius and 30 Celsius. 40 Celsius is very hot summer and stuff like that. And minus 10 Celsius is cold winter. But minus 173, the air that we breathe is no longer air, it's liquid. It precipitates into liquid.
You can also liquefy air by adding pressure.
Yeah, true, right. It is a relation of amount per volume, quantity per volume.
Hey, Monkey. So I know it's you were not claiming so many details on it. I definitely understand that. But if it is a plasma containment system, if it's plasma containment as opposed to solid container, that gives us gas pressure or consistent air pressure here. Do you think that's something that like would destroy most things or anything that touches it? How does that work? What happens when you touch it or throw something at it?
I don't know. I think if you like it's like again I go with the water and the air transition. Because you don't have the back pressure, like if you're a, let's say, a deep sea fish, and you would transition to air just above the surface, your internal organs would collapse or explode because you're used to a lot more pressure in which you are, grown to exert more pressure outward. When there is no more pressure outside, then, you explode. With air or atmosphere and plasma, you also have the increase of the electrostatic potential. So not only do you have to worry about your structure having a lack of outside pressure, you also have to think about the increase in electromagnetic potential and the materials that are faced with that. So I am not someone who says, well, you can go into a spacecraft and go into, let's say, outer space if that's a plasma, simply because you need so much refined metallurgy to create something that A, can withstand the gas pressure within and the lack of gas pressure without, or the lack of pressure in general without. And you have an electromagnetic potential there, which come from, let's say, a very dense medium to a totally different medium with a totally different, let's say, null point of its electromagnetic potential. So basically, you go in fully charged, and what would happen then? Would it electrify? Would it burn? Would it cut? I don't know. But I know that when they did the X-15 test flights, and they had to coat that thing into rubber when they gained a certain altitude, or a special coating which looked like a pink gummy eraser, for your pencils, because it builds up a lot of electromagnetic or energy and wants to release it, in which case the hull of the airplane started to burn away. Literally, it burned holes into the plane. When it came down, they said to the pilot, well, the first time when they didn't have the coating, you're lucky to still be alive. And that was in the 50s, so maybe they figured it out yet, but I am dead sure that what they show us on TV is not that.
Cool, good to know. I hope to throw a rock at it one day.
Well, especially with upper atmosphere stuff, try looking into what they did. They did a lot of research with the X-15, the X-1, the SR-71, the U-2, and those research papers, even though they are from NASA and the military-industrial complex, are papers that a lot of aviation relies on to be accurate. And of course you will find bullshit in there, but you cannot hand wave everything away. So I would say, to know the upper atmosphere, you got to know what they have found, because we are not allowed to go there.
But I mean, a big part of this is I can see how you're describing what's up there, but I'm just wondering, if the nature of the containment changes as it comes in contact with the ground,
Well, again, I think if you need, let's say, a dome type container, then it probably would go by the field lines of the Earth, the magnetic field lines that are surrounding us. And then, when does it contact the Earth? I don't know. Maybe at Antarctica, maybe it is a sine wave and it never touches the Earth, but we're just in a bubble. I don't know.
Well, if we're in a bubble, then it would touch the Earth.
I don't know if a magnetic field line ever reaches the 0 point.
Sounds a lot like floating in outer space to me.
Well, it's containment either way, I guess, whether it's containment from one thing or containment from solid walls of a container. Either way, it's containment. Where we still have evidence of containment of gas pressure due to gravity. We're still looking for that, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
Well, there isn't such thing, but according to ancient texts, we do have accounts where mankind explain in these stories that there were gods among us, and they threatened some people, like, to listen to them, these gods threaten these people that he will throw him up in the sky so high that he will never fall down. So we had this concept of like getting stick to the sky, like glued, yeah?
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's not floating in space. My only explanation, like reasonable, is quantum locking.
My explanation would be the lack of the electromagnetic field. Like we're standing on the Earth, that's the biggest collection of atoms we know of, that exerts a huge electromagnetic field, which we live in.
Well, but this electromagnetic field is not created by the Earth.
If the Earth is made of atoms, atoms have electrons revolving around them, then that collection of revolving atoms would create a huge field, right?
Well, you see, when you put iron filling on a magnet, yeah, those fillings, they will align themselves with the magnetic fields. You can see like their trajectory, the trajectory of the magnetic field. But it's not the iron fillings that actually create that magnetic field.
No.
Yeah. So the matter on the ground is not creating it.
Well, how do you equate the fillings and not the magnet as the ground?
Well, the ground is not
the ground is ground. You know, whether it be magnetic or electromagnetic, the ground is ground.
We can find, for example, like dust particles, iron particles, yeah, they align themselves with the magnetic north slowly. If you put like slightly magnetized iron fillings on a tray, yeah, and when you vibrate that tray, they will align themselves with the north. Then you turn the tray, yeah, and they will not be aligned anymore with the north. But when you vibrate again the table, they will align themselves again with the north. We can observe this phenomena in nature that, magnetic, ferromagnetic elements and diamagnetic and paramagnetic, they all conform with this magnetic field. They are affected by it, but they are not generating the magnetic field. Yeah.
No, but it is in a magnet, it is the orientation of the electrons that determine the electric field within the magnet.
Yeah, the orientation of the electrons which spin. It's very funny what they describe. See?
Yeah, well, you got to go with what they say, right? Yeah. I cannot look that small.
I know.
But
chicken or the egg kind of conversation.
Well, my point is more that we can influence weight by adding static charge to an object. So at some point, the electric charge of the object might overcome the electromagnetic field from the ground.
Yeah.
And I think that is where you say, hey, this is weightlessness.
Well, they made, I like that demonstration, for example, electromagnetic levitation, where they have tiny frogs levitating, It's amazing to watch them. The frog is not a compass needle or anything. It's a living organism and it's floating, in that strong electromagnetic field. I know those are actually strong magnets using electricity to generate that strong magnetic field. So it's called electromagnetic levitation. But it's still the same magnetism, Yeah.
Yeah, but let's say the source of the magnetic field, once you're outside of the reach of its outermost electrical or field line, then you might be weightless.
Yeah, and they can levitate any organic matter, liquids, organisms, stuff like this. But if they put like a nail, iron nail, that nail will be attracted, it will be shooting straight into the electromagnet, it will be attracted to it violently. So yeah, that's a funny thing. But indeed, we do observe this, that iron is ferromagnetic. It has a strong behavior in the presence of magnetic field. We feel it. It's being attracted, when you put it close to a magnet.
The other thing is dropping a magnet through a copper pipe.
Yeah. That's also, it's creating currents in the copper metal. It creates a opposite magnetic field, that flowing current, and it will repel or attract the magnet to the walls of the pipe because it's copper. So that copper becomes for a split second a magnet of south or north polarity.
And it debunks the whole gravity claim.
Yeah. We see it's a magnetic and electric relation strong. In the frog levitation, we see organic matter floating, but ferromagnetic metals, they will be very violently attracted to that supermagnet, I mean, if you had it in your hand there, it will cut your fingers. That's how strong it will be attracted. It's not like an ordinary magnet. But with neodymium magnets, they are very low in attraction. They're not strong enough to make organism levitate, or you can't use them to levitate frogs.
Yeah, I was playing with some magnets from a hard drive when I was in college.
Those are strong. They are neodymium. Oh, and those hard drives are the old mechanical, very good quality magnets.
Those, they snapped together and caught my thumb, and literally it just broke my thumb open.
Yeah.
It was a pretty nasty wound. I was like, oh my gosh, what is I just got destroyed by a magnet. I didn't think because it's smooth. It wasn't sharp, but the strength of it snapping together and catching my thumb, it just literally broke open the skin.
But
it was
if you
wild.
had one of those magnets the size of a brick,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
That one will literally make your bones crash, like flatten, like a poster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of the computers from the 90s that I think had the best of those magnets. Cause,
yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Would have been what I was doing. I was destroying hard drives because they had what's that not HIPAA, but there's you have to destroy records related to like school, like your grades and all. It was at a school, so there's I forget, it's an acronym just like HIPAA, but it was for the sake of school records. You couldn't let them get in the hand. I don't know. It's weird, but whatever. I was destroying hard drives. It was a lot of fun until I got beaten up by a hard drive, and then it wasn't so much fun anymore.
Revenge of the hard drives.
Basically, it was my own fault. I was goofing off.
Shout out to anybody that still has any of those really nice ones from the 90s computers. Trick my dad showed me was, cover them with some kind of epoxy, and you can use them for like, refrigerator magnets or other things like that, because they won't chip, they won't like crumble on you. You cover them with epoxy.
Oh yeah, I still have a lot of my raw elements I saved, like the motors, with the ball bearings and everything, because I thought one day I will use these and I'll make Lazy Susans out of it. Maybe not everybody here knows what a Lazy Susan is, but it's like a rotating table type thing that you would put in the center of your dining table so that you could set the different dishes on it and spin it around so everybody has access to it.
I see, like a spinning work table, something like that.
Yeah, they
that's
call it a
not
Lazy
bad idea.
Susan where I'm
That's
from.
very good.
But I was thinking to use the hardware or the hard drive motor for that because it would spin so perfectly. Anyway.
That's a brushless motor.
Future project.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by that, because those bearings are just so smooth. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's used to spinning up to like 10,000 RPMs. So, you add weight and it'll still work really well.
No, they spin. If it was a SCSI hard drive, those spin like 7,200. And if it's normal IDE, SATA, no, not SATA, IDE, yeah. That will be like 5,400.
Oh, okay.
RPM.
I thought
it's high RPM,
10.
but the bearings in it, they are hybrid bearings, and you can spin those safely 70,000-80,000 RPM. So yeah, if you have like turbine applications and stuff like that, you can use those very nicely in a turbine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeehaw! Riveting conversation, guys.
Yeah.
What a way to wake up. Who needs coffee when you can just wake up and talk about these sorts of things?
Yeah, and these turbines, they fascinate me a lot, and I think there's stuff in the jet engine that we have no clue about it. I think those engines are much more efficient than what they tell us.
Last week I saw a funny thing at Forgotten Weapons. It was a silencer, which was air cooled, and because the outside, or let's say surrounding the silencer tube they had veins that ran across the whole length, and they stopped just at the, let's say, the end of the silencer, but but they narrowed down, and then when the bullet passed the point where the tube narrowed down, it would suck cold air in, and then it would generate an airflow that would continue after use. So, because the barrel and the tube itself were still hot and trying to evacuate the warm air out through the muzzle, it heated up the tube surrounding the silencer, which would then create the air current, pushing the heated air out, and it would continue, and in some cases even accelerate at certain temperatures.
Fascinating, very interesting.
Yeah, and if you look at that principle in regard to, let's say, the stories of the SR-71, where they say the engine becomes more efficient the faster it goes, then you can see the correlation between the warm air at the end of the nozzle drawing in the cold air at the front, in which case you don't have to spin the motor anymore on, let's say, raw engine power, but you can use the motion that's already there and the transfer of heat from the chamber to draw in the air, in which case that would drive the engine.
Oh yeah, and not to forget to mention that SR-71 is flying in minus 80 degrees Celsius. Like that's the normal operating temperature in the stratosphere. So that's very cold. Yeah.
So the expansion at the nozzle would need a lot more air, which it would suck from the cold side.
Yeah.
So that would create, let's say, a well, I think if they pushed that technology further, they would have a self-propelling engine.
Maybe we could say Atlas Lay instead of atmosphere. Yeah, because lay being for layer.
Yeah, I would say air.
Yeah, I do too. I like air.
That's the most simple. It's what it is. Yeah. But when we talk with these Globers, I have to sometimes make use of their terms to get them on the track and then to explain them that the term is wrong. Like atmosphere. Yeah.
Or just Atlas layer.
Yeah. For me, like I use it because when you say it like atmosphere, the sphere part relates to a Dutch translation, which means surrounding. So it's air surrounding.
Oh yeah.
But in English, it's purely spherical. In Dutch, that sphere becomes, more a surrounding.
Yeah, like your bubble, your universe.
Yeah, or a sphere of influence.
Yeah, it's the size around you. You know, when you stretch your hand forward, and you rotate all, 360. So that's how far you reach, and anyone coming in that reach is invading your sphere, because you can physically touch him. It enters your uh, area of touch.
Yeah, it's, you know, we would say and this is just, bad translation, but in the family sphere or in the, um, relational sphere or your work sphere,
Yeah.
it's a bubble or a expression of the area of influence.
Yeah. It's the same in Romanian language. Funny thing, we use, the word sphere, sfera. They say it's Greek word, but it's not.
Sfera.
It doesn't have a Greek language provenience etymology. Just like the word culture and education, they were not invented by the Greek. These words existed long before them. So how could they have invented them?
Yeah, Adam Online says a word of unknown origin. Sounds like a mystery for the mystery schools. Might have just been a word invented by the mystery school religions.
Let's send in Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine.
I can point you to where to send it.
Is it Babylon?
No.
No.
Ancient Dacian gold.
Ancient what? You said something about gold?
Yes.
The gold invented the word sphere?
No, the Hyperboreans wrote their knowledge and wisdom and history in solid gold, tablets and artifacts. And that was there, it was the truth written about everything, like what it is, what is physicality, what is matter, what are the elements. DNA. They contain even the Holy Father prayer, and these tablets are found that they are older than the pyramids of Egypt, and even with 2,000 or 3,000 years older than the Sumerian tablets. So those tablets are not the first writing in the world, and this is accepted in the academic history, world academic history, but it is not being told into the schools. They don't.
Yeah, but you cannot explain it in schools.
Yeah. Sorry?
Kids will have questions about it, and questions you do not know the answer of or do not want to answer.
Yeah. Indeed, they are protected. They sometimes, the Russians have a lot of this gold, and most of it the Vatican, because the Roman Empire conquered Dacia and they took 15,000 tons of gold. And that's a very big quantity of gold if you actually sit to think of it. I mean, a truck can transport between 40 to 60 ton a time. So if you were to transport 15,000 ton of gold 2,000 years ago, like the road between Romania and Italy was full of chariots carrying gold. Imagine that.
That would need a lot of horse feet.
Oh, a lot, yeah. Well, this is something they've done. And they buried it in the Saturn temple, which later, I would say, it became the Vatican. Because, only this way you can get such power to become a state within a state. In that moment, that Roman Catholic Church became so powerful that it distinguished itself, separated from the empire. Everybody was at the hand of the Vatican. I mean, everybody wanted gold, wanted to be paid.
Well, I hope they still have those and did not melt them down to pay people.
Well, they say now they say officially, like in the tombs, catacombs, or what are they called? Beneath the Vatican, they have a library. And yeah, that's why it's called a library, because it's tablets of solid gold with written knowledge, history, very old knowledge.
It makes me think about the Library of Alexandria.
Well, that was paper library, and
yeah, but if not everything was written on paper, but you have clay tablets, you have stone tablets, you have gold tablets, then it's not like today where you have libraries that are consistent of paper books and digital items. So how much in the burn was lost and how much is pilferage? How much did they just take away and just claim it was burned and we don't have that knowledge anymore? Sounds like someone, by the way.
Well, the last tablets that have been found in Romania were in the 18th century when King Carol I became king of Romania, so he had to come and build himself a palace. And when he started the digging for building the palace, they found this treasure, 200 gold tablets and jewelries, a very nice treasure. But one tablet was weighing about 10 kilograms of gold. So imagine a book with thousands of pages, but each page is like 10 kilograms of gold. And that stuff that you're reading is written there. I'm very curious what that will be, what it was written, you know, because
imagine having all that information and just seeing the gold and not the information on it.
That information was much more valuable than the gold itself. So King Carol gave an order in the 18th century to make lead copies of these gold tablets. And in that time in Romania, we did not have a industry. There was a printing press, but it was very primitive, you know, and to order, they were using that lead to make it into all sort of matrices and then print the paper. Yeah. Now, when they gave this order to make copies of 200 tablets of lead, that's like 2 tons of lead. It was quite a very large order in that time. That quantity of lead, it wasn't easy to get it in those times so quick. That printing press in that place, they had a couple 100 kilograms of lead, which they were keep melting it, making matrix, print stuff, and then melt it again. And when you order 2 ton, these people had to actually go and gather that much lead, you know, and make copies of those tablets. Yeah. And they ended up in a museum's underground, in a museum's basement. But they never been accepted like in the academic. They all kept them there in the basement like they meant nothing, you know, like they were worthless. And in
It's
the
just
1900s,
it doesn't have the feel of gold. It's lead.
Yeah, it's lead, but it's actually, you can still see what it was written on those tablets and the drawings, you know, and you can see the quality of art craft, you know. It was gold which was older than the pyramids, so it's coming from very old times. And the language, they call it Proto-Latin. It's funny because it was a language which had 3 distinct alphabets, 3 kinds of writing. And you can see from one of born the Latin alphabet, the Greek, and the Slavonic, Cyrillic, like the Russian writing, and Bulgarian. So that language gave birth to all these 3 languages and alphabets. So Latin is not actually a mother language, it's a daughter language. It's like born from a language which was much more complex. So with this separation of the languages and stuff, they actually compartmentalized they separated big parts of the world.
Well, you can easily erase a lot of information by just changing a language, because it makes you unable to read the former language, and you only need 1 or 2 generations.
Yes, true.
And hypothetically, 0 generations.
Yeah.
If, of course, the story of Tower of Babel is true.
Yeah, that's interesting civilization also.
I am off to do some things. I wish you all a very great conversation. I enjoyed myself.
You too, Ivo. Yeah.
See you later.
Take care.
I finally had my cup of invigorating decaf coffee.
Decaf. Oh, why decaf?
I typically have 2 to 3 coffee drinks a day, so we pretty much stick to decaf or half calf.
Yeah, 1/2 caffeine and then decaf.
But Swiss water process or just water process decaf, and it really does an excellent job maintaining the full flavor.
Yeah, I never had this addiction of coffee drinking. I do smoke, but I'm not a fan of coffee. I don't know. It's very rare when I actually make myself a coffee or just go and buy, But yeah, I had times when I was like drinking in the morning coffee, like when I was waking up, and I saw that it becomes such a
ritual.
Normal ritual, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to drink also in the daytime. Another 1 or 2 or 3 coffee, So whenever I had the occasion, I was drinking, and then I said to myself, "Holy hell, am I getting addicted to this?" Also, and yeah, I quit, but replace it with Coke and then Red Bull, and now I'm much older, and I see very easily which products coming from the food industry are actually targeted at my addiction and stuff, and they don't get me that easy now.
Yeah.
It's very important I wasn't consuming a lot of fruits or drinking water, but now I not force myself, but I make it like schedule to drink water every at least 2 days, and to have some fruit like every week, a couple of days a week, not every day, but it's very important. I mean, I had years when in the whole year, if I ate like 2 or 3 oranges, 1 banana, and 2 apricots, like so very little fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is something I'm 100% sure. When I buy the fruits from supermarket, I have a feeling like they have this provenience from these rich farmers which plant their trees especially for this kind of fruit, and I don't know, man, but if I buy plums, I know when I was young and picking plums from the ground for my grandfather, to make this Tsuika, rakia, a alcoholic drink, schnapps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I know that the plums, they are not all the same size and color. Some are greener, some are violet, some are red.
Yeah.
But when I go to the supermarket and buy plums, man, they are all the same color and same size.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I know you can have these special sorting machines and stuff, but this is the problem. I read something in the Bible, like it was about the way we cook. It gives you in the Bible like the measurements for making a bread.
Okay, like Ezekiel.
Yeah, but
Ezekiel bread.
it tells you that someday you can. It tells you like you take 2 spoons or 3 spoons, of flour. When you take a spoon of flour, it's let's say 15 grams. You drop it and you take another spoon of flour, that will be 18 grams or 13. It's not a precise exact quantity, it's approximate. And it says that if you like measure everything to the precision, like at the 100th of a gram, then and today you ate a bread made with let's say 420 grams of flour. Tomorrow you make bread using 420 grams of flour, 2 grams of salt for each, and the same amount of oil. That bread will not be good if you make it exactly the same, like every day. Every day it has to have a few grams more, a few grams less, but it tells you like, yeah, add 3 spoons of flour, 1 of oil, and a half of salt, yeah, or a tip, yeah.
I don't know what you're referring to, though. Maybe you could just
Yeah,
DM it to me when you find it.
they say about this precision weighing. When you cook, when you bake bread. That will make all the bread you cook, like throughout the time of a whole week, all those breads are identical in shape, quantity, taste. And God said that's not a good thing. And that's what they actually do in the supermarkets. They sell at very accurate weights. Like when you buy processed, anything that's processed food, like can and stuff like that, you see precise measurements. And people think they will get tricked. Yeah, if one can contain a little bit less or a little bit more.
I gotta look at see what are the YouTube people saying right now. I'm about to look at the chat. Let's see here. So, not much. There's not timestamps on the chat. That's unfortunate. I can't tell when these comments are from. We supposedly have 16 people watching on YouTube.
Could be bots.
No. Lou has entered the chat. He's probably on his way to his extremely exciting job.
Nope.
No.
No, it was raining all night and it turned to sleet and snow during the day here. So I might be I might be acting like a true businessman and just go get a free lunch though. That'll be my plan for the day.
Free lunch?
Yeah, one of our main like salesman guy that we go through for a supplier. Occasionally, at least like once a year, he likes to take the crew out to lunch, and we're planning to do that today, but we usually do that when we're actually working. Don't like make a special trip to go out to lunch. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I gotcha. Speaking of salesmen and building materials, are you familiar with Huber Zipboard?
No. Is this I don't think is that the you're talking about like sheathing, house sheathing?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that the green stuff?
The green stuff that's pre
Okay. Yeah. So I am familiar with it. I knew exactly. All right, I do know. Yeah, what about it?
Okay, so I watched this video, I just put it in the chat. Amazing creative wooden house construction. So it's like a Lego block design.
Yeah.
Those are solid cubes, rectangular cubes or whatever, of I guess foam board, which means that's it's like I don't know what that is. Maybe that's only like R14. It just seems a little flawed to me. But I'm sure it could be improved maybe a little bit. But regardless of any of that, they're doing OSB, and I was like, man, why not kill two birds with one stone and do Huber Zipboard?
Yeah, I mean, it could just have that coating on the outside, right? Which is supposed to double up to be like Tyvek. But aren't these
exactly?
So this system, I think I've seen that. I mean, first off, I'm not like a rough carpenter. I side houses and stuff, so this isn't exactly my trade.
Okay.
But I've seen. I mean, I've never sided anything like this. Are these one of those systems where like you pour concrete in it also, or is this just like like the Lego block system, basically?
Literally just Lego blocks and screws. And I watched the video and I was like, they don't show everything, so you can't reverse engineer, but it's kind of interesting. What's that?
Is the structure of this thing actually at all in the wood there, or is it in that foam and stuff that's inside of the block? Like,
I think that there's a lot of like lattice in between the two foam pieces. I think that there's like a cross beam board that's all screwed together, but I'm only guessing because I mean I don't know. They didn't really go into the details of how each one of those blocks is put together. But one of the comments was really interesting. It was a drywaller, and he was like, "This would be a drywaller's dream because all the walls would be so beautifully straight." At least that was his impression after watching the video. And I guess if it's done right,
it's all solid inside and out. You got instead of having just trying to go from stud to stud.
Yeah,
it would be. I mean, it looks. I don't see anything wrong with it, but yeah, I can see what you're saying. If you had that green coating on the outside of those blocks,
yeah. You have to do a lot of taping though, because there's a crap ton of seams. That would be the downside.
Right, every single block is going to have a seam, so maybe it makes more sense to do it like they're doing here, and then also run a like Tyvek over it.
Yeah.
House wrap, whatever your brand of house wrap, just do that over the top of it to cover each of those seams.
Mm-hmm. I had the opportunity to work with the Zipboard system, and it's a convenient way to. So it was on an old house, like 125 or 130-year-old home, very, very old. So it just had like boards, wooden, like
1x8 laid across the. That was
just like that. So we just Zipboarded on top of that. Solid.
I don't see why you would even need to do that, man. Like the old houses built that way, they're solid. They're not going anywhere. Like that zip board, even with its coating on there, whatever, it's gonna just dry rot away years and years and years before that stuff underneath it. Decades.
Yeah, seeing as how it's already 130 years old and still solid as a rock.
Exactly. The new materials are not better.
Yeah, you're right. I think that the building owner's idea was a solid surface to put siding on, but yeah, it was probably slightly redundant. Oh well, no, actually, it was also for the purpose of air gapping.
Right,
like
there's a little bit of a space between each one of those boards, but I think that's probably also so. Like, yeah, for heat efficiency and stuff like that, they didn't used to worry about that. You know, they just throw more wood on the fire. But but that's also why I think probably why they don't have much rotting issues. It's really funny. Like I do 10-year-old houses, and they're dry rotting away all over the place. Got to do repairs all the time, and then I go and uncover 100-year-old house, and they're like solid as a rock, no rot anywhere. Maybe here to there around a window or a door or something like that, but like not like what we see with these newer houses.
Yeah.
They're able to dry out. They're able to have air circulation and whatever.
Fascinating.
Also partially because the way that we kind of race through new construction these days, like they're trapping a ton of moisture inside of the house and then sealing it in.
True.
And then they have the whole house built, sheeted, roofed, wrapped, often sided too, and then they come in and start pouring concrete, doing drywall mudding and freaking painting and all that stuff, and all that moisture needs to go somewhere.
Yeah,
there's thousands of gallons of water sitting that's inside of that house with nowhere to go.
Yeah, good point. Very interesting. I've always been fascinated and hopeful that I would one day have an earthen home. But I don't know. That prospect seems fleeting.
Well, lunch is canceled. We're doing it tomorrow. We're having a rock star week with that, though. Like the job that I did Monday, Tuesday, the homeowners went to there's a little 9-hole golf course down the road that has a restaurant that pretty good food, decent prices, whatever. That's where we usually go when we're working in that part of town. And
cool.
The homeowner went and dropped off or gave their credit card information or whatever to the bar and told us that we should just go down there for lunch. And the lunch was on them. So that was Monday and Tuesday. And then we got the salesman who wants to buy us lunch today. That's getting moved till tomorrow. We're being treated like rock stars, and we're fucking dirty construction workers. It's really funny.
Perks, man. No, it's cool. It's really it's encouraging when people show respect where respect is due. I mean, I like it. That's good.
Well, I was joking because we were looking at the weather this morning. And I was joking with the other guy, so what's the plan then? If you have a suit, should we just wear a suit and go meet Scott for lunch or what? Like, get clean shaven, throw on a whole bunch of cologne so we sound like we smell like a French gigolo, so
I think they call that putting on airs.
I can tell by the way I'm talking. I had too much coffee this morning, though. Jittery.
Yeah, if I have real coffee, like fully caffeinated coffee, I talk almost nonstop for an hour and a half. My wife can attest to that being a fact. I stick with decaf usually, or half calf. Unless I'm paying $6 stupid for a latte at some fancy shop or whatever, I'm gonna go full calf, get my money's worth, but I don't do that much anymore. You know, it used to be like $3 for a latte, $4 for a latte. Now it's like, you want a plain latte? Okay, that'll be $7.25. What? You can buy half a gallon of milk for $4, and I don't know. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I agree, Drace. Watching the video was interesting. I liked when you look at the whole structure and how even how they're doing the roof. It looks like a pretty solid thing. What I don't understand is how they hold everything together. Like the pieces kind of lock into place, but I can't help but think that they're also using screws. They just don't show a lot of that. So I don't know how they lock it into place, basically.
Maybe it's just some kind of adhesive. I don't see them doing anything like that on the thumbnail though. It looks like they're just literally stacking it.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't adhesive, I wouldn't trust it. All adhesives break down over time, eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're trying to glue OSB end to end. That's not going to work. So I did a house kind of similar like this, though. I recited just one wall. This place was huge. 15 square wall. A square is a 10 by 10 section or an 8 by 12, whatever. So it's a huge, just single wall. Where this house, we call it the bunker house. It was built kind of like this with like blocks, not wood on the outside though. They were like styrofoam basically. And then inside of the styrofoam, there's channels or holes left open. And there's also steel studs, thin steel studs in there every 10 inches, which is an odd gapping size. But then, so they basically build it kind of like this, but then through all the voids inside of the blocks, they pour concrete from the top. And they fill it all with concrete. So you end up with all concrete exterior walls, like 10 inches thick.
Okay, you're not. There's a Chinese system where they screw together all these panels and stuff, and then they remove all those panels after they pour the concrete, and it just leaves the. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
No, they leave the blocks too, because that's also like insulation. It's like it's like the foam insulation.
Oh, you're talking about ICFs?
I'm not sure what it's called, man. I just know I had to side over the shit, and it was a nightmare.
Oh, I bet insulated concrete forms is.
Yeah, that was terrible.
So I have looked into all these things so much that it's pathetic how much I know about this stuff, having not had very little. I've only had very little real world experience, but I have filled my brain with hundreds of hours of information on these like building topics and stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I do know because I had hoped to build my own house someday, or at least play a role in the building of my own house.
The more you can do, the better.
Yeah,
knock a lot of price off if you're able to do a lot of it.
Let's see if I can find.
The more you can do without getting in the other crews' ways, though, that's the thing. You have to you don't want to be like hiring somebody and be like, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'd like to help. Can I help knock the price down? You know. That's not gonna fucking work. You're just gonna be in their way doing that shit.
I'd like to be an apprentice. They'd be like, so, sure, but you're gonna have to pay us.
Yeah, no, I'd be like, all right. I'd be like, okay, you can be my apprentice, but you have to do everything I say. And after, like, when there's no, like, nails to pick up or freaking floor to sweep or anything, be like, okay, your job now is to go sit over there in that lawn chair.
Yeah. So those are some pictures of ICF.
Yeah, it's this basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
The name actually, ICF, I think you might be right. It sounds familiar. I think that might be what it was.
It's a really neat method. I like it. So
what's really cool about it is it's super fucking strong, but like they put just a standard roof on the top of it. Like, it's so you got bulletproof walls, but it's like a big windstorm could just take your roof right off the top.
Yeah, they should do some kind of cool like foam dome, like a dome shape. I don't know. Maybe that would be a nightmare too, but it not structurally, but to roof a curved surface with some type of roofing material would probably be pretty annoying. But anyway, ICF has a lot of prospect. That Lego thing is interesting. The other one that's really interesting to me is the new 3D printed concrete homes.
I haven't looked much into that stuff. I'm still skeptical at like 3D printed homes. There's no way that these things are gonna be beautiful or luxurious like in any way. It's a process you do for freaking stamping out cheap fucking homes for people that doesn't have
True.
Like when the government or when the technocrats own everything and they have to supply you as a house, they give you some cheap fucking stamped out thing like that. So you're not going to have customization and you're not going to have choices. They're just going to be like, here's what you get.
So
like a few.
If you do adobo or is it adobe? No, it's adobo, right? The mud, it's like stucco, but it's smooth, and I think they call it adobo.
That's a process we don't use up here at all, so I don't know nothing about it. It sounds like a Southwest thing.
Southwest for sure, yeah. So that's one of the ways that you could do it. I don't know what you do in other climates though.
They can use anything they want. I mean, they got, like you said, they can 3D print with like concrete. They can use freaking hemp.
Yeah, hempcrete would be neat. This stuff's all but fireproof. Have you seen that? Take a blowtorch to hempcrete and it's like does nothing.
I have not seen that, but I would imagine. I mean, anything that's like super densely, or well, not anything, but when things are super densely packed, like they don't catch on fire very well. Like you can, like when you can tear a page out of a book and it'll burn, but if you just throw a book on a fire, it won't. It'll just smolder. The edges will get singed.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blowtorch. I was surprised they had a piece of this hempcrete in a block, and I took a blowtorch to it and see if I can find a video. It's pretty cool. Great. There we go.
What Drace is talking about with for earthquake prone areas, I wouldn't imagine that like for stuff like that you want to build in flexibility. You don't want stuff like concrete and shit like that. That's all going to crack.
Even if your foundation is flat, what about if you have like a crazy springy like a foam based foundation? No, that sounds really stupid, but
we build everything from concrete, but we bind it all with metal to give it tensile strength, so it does not crack.
Huh.
Yeah, I would think you would want to use more like steel has a little bit of bending flex to it and stuff like that, but without cracking, where concrete doesn't. Like I think you'd want to use perhaps, but building completely out of steel doesn't make much sense either.
Yeah, ours is essentially there's all the houses are almost concrete except for the really old houses, which are wood and they sway a lot during the earthquakes. But because all the houses have iron bindings in all the walls, so we're like a very solid structure generally.
Well, you'd probably put joints in places where it would allow the flexing or whatever then, and yeah.
But we do have cracks from time to time, of course. It happens with a lot of earthquakes.
It's awesome how that freaking awning is freaking walking down the street. That's pretty cool. Just jump that car. It's like,
Yeah, weird. Hey, you don't have to live near where hurricanes are to worry about your roof. I'm in North Dakota, which isn't called the windy state, but North Dakota has some of the craziest wind. I've lived here for a year now, and it seems to me that we have a windstorm about every 6 weeks where the speed is in excess of 60 miles an hour.
Man, I've had 60-mile-an-hour winds here half a dozen times over the last month and a half. Like, just until the leaves especially in the fall and spring, mostly through the winter too. Basically, as long as there's no leaves on the trees, it's freaking windy. Like most of the time.
You're north too, though, aren't you?
I'm like near Lake Michigan, near Milwaukee, right near Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Yeah, like by my house anyway. It's not everywhere. I'm just saying by my house here, it's just always fucking windy if there's no leaves on the trees.
Where was I? There was a city. I met up with somebody from, well, the very first time I ever met this person was on this server, but then we chatted and have hung out now. But anyway, he's around that same area. I was passing through. Yeah.
Yeah, we got on my garage, just shingled it 2 years ago, and yeah, I got some repairs to do.
Yeah, I have to redo my roof this summer. It's got shakes, and then on top of the shakes, it's got 2 layers of T-lock shingles.
Ooh, wait. Over like actual cedar shake? You just went over the top of it?
Well, whoever had this house, that's what they did. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to rip both off.
Yeah, you're going to tear everything off. It's going to be a big job.
Yeah.
Probably even resheet underneath those cedar shakes.
Yeah. Like each one of those, it's like, oh, punched in the stomach. Oh, punched in the stomach.
Yeah, sounds like you almost need a whole new roof.
Yeah, basically, I need a new roof.
Must be a slow flat earth morning. Came in and would just go into construction talk for an hour.
Well, before you came in, there was a whole conversation about with Monkey and even got into the conversation about ether, and he was basically saying that ether was the explanation for what contained our atmosphere. And a lot of
Ether is
people,
like, God damn it. Yeah, ether is our magic word. We criticize the Globers for pulling out refravity, and
yeah, I know.
And then we throw ether at them.
Yeah, I know. It was it was a little bit of a kerfuffle for a moment, but
who is saying that ether is the actual container?
Well, Monkey said that ether is probably a changing of the word, and it used to be called plasma, and the plasma is what is probably the thing that is containing the atmosphere. But it was complicated, and that might not be a perfectly fair summary of what he said, but it's basically what he said.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with Lou where there's not a common understanding of the term ether, and it gets misapplied fairly often.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a little bit of an issue with the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, aka the reification fallacy.
Yeah.
With okay with it. I think it's a neat idea, you know, let's not call nothing something. But it's almost a philosophical thing more than anything that has relevance to our physical reality. But
well,
anyway,
my basic understanding, or kind of what I garner from people who have written about the ether when talking about electricity, magnetism, dielectrics, all of that, is the reason the term ether is very similar to etheric, which has connotations of non-material, almost spiritual connotations, is there's a reason for that, because the ether is thought of as the energetic background medium that permeates everything within our existence. It's the source from which all energy within this realm is garnered, and also permeates everything within 3D physical reality. So that's
super esoteric.
yes, it is, but it's kind of when you understand how, you know, even if you're thinking of like a basic generator, like AC generator or something like that, you're using power, right? Or you're using some type of work or energy in order to create a movement. And it's a movement of magnets, typically through and or near copper or some other type of metal, right? And that movement is by its nature inducing energy from that movement, right? So it kind of comes back to, where does that energy actually come from? It doesn't necessarily come from the amount of energy that you put into the mechanical machine to make it move. It comes from the movement itself and the interplay with it, with the magnets and the copper wires, the coils, all of that. But the energy that gets produced that way comes from basically thin air, right? When you think about it.
It would seem that way.
So it's postulated that that energy that's induced from thin air is actually induced from this etheric background energy that we have all around us within everything. So, yeah, not to go off on some ether tangent, but I feel like it's misappropriated often, and people try to give it some type of physical property, like you said, like reify it. And I understand why they do that sometimes, because the best analogies are those in which we can see or demonstrate with, even though it's not a direct demonstration of kind of the interaction or how the medium works, but it does, like sound waves in the air, ripples in the water, the interplay within the ether and the energy background is very similar. It's just not as tangible or can't be seen in a way that we can work with sound waves in the air and waves within water and things like that. So I guess that would be considered a kind of a magic word then, I guess, as Lou was saying, since it's not something that's 100% tangible. Can't put your finger on it. Can't put it in a jar.
I mean, that's just too often I hear some glober getting ridiculed for using things like gravity or refraction, and we say nuh-uh. And then they say, well, what do you think then? And then the guy who just said nuh-uh goes, ether. And I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, kind of like, thanks, dude.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I talk about these things often, but I try to never use them as some sort of definitive proof. At least I try not to, right? Because I do see exactly what you're saying, Lou. It's just kind of replacing one magic word with another magic word. But the one thing that I definitely find interesting is that really kind of one of Einstein's main missions, at least in my opinion, when he was coming on the scene and proposing all of his ideas of relativity, is a direct mission to dispel the idea of the ether. And since that point in time forward, we've had very little new advancements with the way that we work with energy and electricity, for the most part. I mean, we have some advancements as far as solar power and things like that, but overall, nothing of huge significance. And I don't even know if people really fully understand 100% how solar works, to be honest with you. If you drill down far enough, can they really explain how solar actually works? Solar technology, solar panels? Because it's my understanding that solar panels and LED lights are very similar in nature.
I thought that the photovoltaic panels or whatever collect essentially electrons from the light. There's a flow of energy, and it basically just captures that.
But light's a photon, like, so the photon's delivering an electron.
Well, he's not too far off by saying electron. In my opinion, photons and electrons are given very similar definitions, I guess you could say. Like, when you look into the electron and the people who were first discovering it and working with, I say it's very similar to the concept of a photon. It's a particle that isn't a particle, that doesn't have mass but has mass. It's this weird.
I don't know enough about that stuff. I kind of skipped out a lot during that part of high school.
Yeah.
They're two very similar concepts, if not the exact same thing, just one's attributed to visible light. It's the same concept. Yeah.
Sorry. Truth Flat Earth asked, does it work in moonlight? Not that I'm aware of. Even on a perfect...
Like, do solar panels? Like, do solar panels collect anything at all from moonlight?
That's a good question. It'd be interesting if it was at least a little bit, like 99% less, but at least 1%. That'd be neat. But what if it is zero? That'd be.
I mean, if it is actually the reflection of the sun's light off of the moon that we're seeing, then you would think there should be trace amounts of power being generated from those panels, right?
Generated by.
Yeah, it could be so minimal that it's hard to meter it.
Like a teeny tiny amount.
But like, in theory, that should be the case. If moonlight is the reflection of, like, a direct reflection of the sun's light, not a re-emission of some other type of energy, then yeah, it should.
These people seem to say the answer is yes. And they have equations, which you would expect.
I got my math. My math says it's true.
Now some Glober is going to come in here and be like, well, there's some Globers listening, and we just came up with their next argument. Solar panels prove prove the globe.
Oh, boy.
Somehow.
So, according to this, here, I'll post the chart, because this is a fascinating chart. The difference is extreme. Even 99%, I don't even think. But so instead of 10.5 amps, it's 0.92 milliamps. Instead of the voltage being 22 volts, it's 270 millivolts. In a comparison to a 300 watt panel. So quite a big difference. It says more than 1,000 times less power generated. Interesting.
Yeah, my sources, from what I posted, what I looked up just now, it says the answer is yes. Their reasoning for it sucks, though, because they say it's the light reflected off the moon from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of, I don't know, somehow I pretty much gave exactly that answer, like the frickin' easy, brainless frickin' Google search, just like I did the other day, gospel about fire shadows. I don't know. Am I plugged in?
You're plugged in.
It's not what I meant.
Oh.
Jacked in to the Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if your research stops with one simple Google search, you might need to unplug, Lou.
No. What I'm saying is, just off the top of my head, I gave basically the same exact answer as what the brainless Google search gives.
Yeah, that happened. You are a well-programmed individual.
I don't know, but when I work something out for myself and it makes sense and I spout it off and then I do the easy Google search and it verifies it, then I'm pretty sure I'm right and Google's not lying to me. But otherwise, Google's a bunch of liars.
Yeah.
They may not be lying, but they're certainly listening, Lou.
Fuck off. I know. Don't fuck with my paranoia. You want to know? You want to know what? All right. So, oh my god, like I still tape my fucking cameras, right? Like unless I'm using them, I fucking tape them. Fuck that shit. I've been doing that forever. Like ever since my fucking PlayStation 3 had a freaking bought that camera, I would put a lens cap or put a bottle cap over it as a lens cap. I'm not gonna have cameras always pointing at my ass in my house. Fuck you. Bullshit. Anyway, the new Galaxy phones. I knew this was gonna happen, just like they do with. So now their thumbprint, it's in the screen, right? Right now, when you do. Anyway, they're putting the next phones are gonna have the camera, the forward facing camera behind the screen. There goes. No more taping your forward lens. They're always watching your face, always, and you have no way to fucking like cover that. They try to sell it as well, like this tiny little dot at the top of the phone is, it's obstructing, the view of the screen. It'll be a cleaner look. And yeah, great. But no, they're putting the fucking camera behind the glass of your screen now. So.
Hey, Lou, I've got some nightmare fuel for you.
Yeah, the urinal thing, dude.
I kid you not. I was probably 15 years old when I had that first thought and went, "What if that's a camera?" So
I mean, it's essentially not too different from a camera. I mean, it's a photovoltaic cell that senses like the light in front of you to know when you're. I mean, it's kind of more like a primitive eye, basically.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a.
Yeah.
I really hate when there's not urinal dividers and the urinals are really close to one another. I really hate embarrassing all the people around me,
Well, you're not supposed to be going right next to the other guy anyway. That totally breaks man code in the freaking bathroom. You're supposed to leave a one urinal gap.
One urinal gap is not always available, Lou.
No, I know. That's the only time it's acceptable. Like when the others are taken. Like given the option, you always leave a gap.
Yeah.
So there was years and years and years ago, I heard about some guy who made like some kind of like touchpad for the back of a urinal for a game. It would have a screen in front of the urinal and then like a touch sensor in the back somehow or whatever, where you would like a maze, you would like control like a character through like a maze with the stream of your piss, and it was called urine control.
Oh my gosh.
Urine
control. How creative and equally creepy.
Yeah. It sounds like fun. I mean, honestly, you put that in the bathroom of a nightclub or something, and every time you go to the you just, you just got like a 20, 30-second maze or whatever. However, I don't know. It would have to be pretty quick.
Yeah, the
Depends on how
drunk
much
people be falling onto the ground though.
It'd have to.
Hey, I'd just be happy if they could design one that doesn't splash on my feet when I'm wearing flip-flops, you know?
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't be wearing flip-flops anyway. I guess it's Florida. You gonna pass.
Bro, come on.
I guess it's
definitely relatable.
But yeah, kind of going back to the surveillance thing, I just found out recently that Medicare or Medicaid, one of the two or both, is now providing people with free Fitbits. You know, to track your heart health and your sleep patterns.
probably get a break on your insurance if you wear the fucking thing eventually. Just like with that, the thing you plug into your car.
Yeah.
Let us monitor you.
Just like that. Yeah.
Actually, the incentive right now is the more you walk, the more money you earn. They actually give you money, very small amounts, but that's the incentive.
Isn't that an app? The Fat People app thing, where you earn money to lose weight, or are you talking about something different?
Insurance companies are giving out Fitbits, and when people wear them and walk around and record their walkage, whatever, how many miles, whatever, based on how much distance you walk, they'll give you some money.
Yeah, my work has. I've said this before. We used to have a program where you would manually log your physical activity, and then you would get gift cards for it, like quarterly. So, like, I play soccer on a regular basis, so I would constantly just put in soccer, or my running, or whatever. And you'd reach a max on what you would be able to get as far as gift cards were concerned, but you were just kind of logging your fitness, and they would give you rewards for that. And it slowly moved into, well, if you have a wearable device like a smartwatch or a Fitbit, you can hook it up. And then it turned into, if you want to participate in the program, you must have a wearable device in order to track your steps and your fitness.
Funny enough, Klaus Schwab in 2016 was already said that it for sure within the next 10 years, it was in 2016, that everybody would be basically chipped, and that at first that they would be, offering it as a wearable, and then blah 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 blah. Well, here we are. The wearables are out. The talk about implantables under the skin is going around.
Yeah. It's almost like he has some type of influence.
or inside knowledge or something, but probably not.
Probably. That would be preposterous.
No, he's just laying out the plans ahead of you, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's just just telling you exactly what they're planning to do, and telling you ahead of time so that he can't be called. If they tell you, can you charge them with conspiracy of anything, even if it's a crime against humanity? Can you charge them with that if they told you they were going to do it and you did nothing about it?
That
crime against humanity. I think you'd still be able to be charged for it.
Like, no, I told you what we were doing, and you guys went along with it. You chose to do this.
You clapped. You literally clapped. Look. Here's the footage. You clapped. Like a room of 3,000 people heard me say this, and they clapped and smiled. You're trying to say that I should be prosecuted for what? That would be the argument that they could have.
Yeah, I mean, a conspiracy is, by definition, a criminal conspiracy. It's like it's hidden, it's behind closed doors, right? If it's publicized and put on YouTube, is that a conspiracy?
Good question. It would probably be
I would say no.
Black's.
It's if it's put out into the public domain. I mean, it's just like when you get into law and legal stuff. Like, there's many things. There's a reason why marriage announcements are public and things like that. You know, it's once you put the information into the public domain, it becomes known, right?
According to the word itself, and this, of course, is just etymology and not Black's Law Dictionary, which would probably give a very different answer, but it does not imply in secret. It just means to plot together. But let me see if I can find his Black's Law Dictionary.
You're just saying with the etymology of it, but I believe by legal definition, I think it says something about behind closed doors or something. Like, I don't know if it's uses those words exactly, but essentially that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. Unlawful conspiracy, conspiracy of silence, writ of conspiracy, conspiracy, in criminal. So there's just the word here. I'll post it. I could read it too if people want.
So think of it this way, though: when people tell you what they're going to do, or constantly inform you that something is going to happen, when that thing does happen, you're way less resistant to being, I guess you could say, upset about the situation. You know, it's kind of like, I feel like they do this with a lot of different things, even when, like, how long have they been talking about the possibility of food shortage? There may be a food shortage. So then when the time comes that there is a food shortage, it doesn't hit you out of the blue. You don't look for who caused it. You already subconsciously knew that at some point there was a possibility that a food shortage was going to come. You don't look for the reasons necessarily why. You just react to the situation. Kind of diffuses any type of
psychology 101.
Yeah, diffuses any type, like if you say you're lining up for a hockey game, before the first puck is dropped, some guy on the other team says, "Hey, if you slash me, I'm going to punch you in the fucking face." Right? So then you play the game, you slash him, he punches you in the face, and you're way more willing to be like, "Yeah, I probably deserve that because he said he'd do it if I slashed him." Right?
Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
I posted the legal definition there from that website there, which is supposedly sourcing its information from different court cases, and I think also maybe Black's Law Dictionary. But
like you just rattled off, there's a whole bunch of different conspiracy or types of conspiracy. Like, I was talking directly about criminal conspiracy or whatever. I guess that's probably the one you found. I'm not looking at it yet.
Yeah.
Well, I think with a lot of these things, though, there's so many different incremental steps along the way to achieve the goals, right? And there's so many different moving components that it would be very hard to really pinpoint the conspirators when it was, when the plot was cooked up, who was doing it, what the results were, all the, because if you think about going into a court and trying to prove criminal conspiracy when it comes to some type of crime against humanity, if we're talking about like implantables, whatever, I feel like all along the way, there's so many different steps to that. And even with most of this stuff, you have an opt-out. It's not an easy opt-out, but you always seem to have some sort of choice in the matter.
Wow, this list that I'm reading through and what counts as a crime against humanity is a lot larger than I expected. Even including deportation can be considered a crime against humanity. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing what you learn when you read the laws, or the supposed ones.
I could see deportation being a crime against humanity. Say you're born in a country like, I don't know, the United States, and you decide you don't necessarily want to participate in that system, and you voluntarily withdraw your consent. And if they try to deport you, how would they have any standing since you were born on this land to begin with?
This is specifically defined as forcing the transfer of peoples against their will.
So, like taking an indigenous population and saying, you can't live here anymore, you're supposed to live in the projects.
Correct.
Yeah, putting them on reservations.
Did you just poop your pants?
Me? What? Are you hearing my squeaky chair? Is that what you're hearing? But even with a lot of these scenarios, I feel like the real bad actors always have some sort of ability to pass the buck down the line to some lesser scapegoat, no matter the situation.
Yeah, it seems that way, didn't it?
Like, we don't have to talk about it, but if you just think about it in your head, the most recent events over the past couple of years and the things that were instituted, you could easily see how that buck could be passed away from people in high powers within government.
The one responsible for it?
Yeah. There's a lot
I
of
can't wait till all
plausible
the lawsuits hit the court.
Yeah, there's a lot of plausible deniability in decisions that governments have made over the past couple of years. Because they could easily say, oh, well, based on the information that we got, we had to make this decision. The person who gave us the information
They'll blame
information. So
they'll blame WHO, and the WHO will blame the doctors, and the doctors will blame whatever. Yeah, we'll go down the line. I see some kind of a law being passed because of it.
Oh. Hey, Drace, I had a question for you. In Iceland, I'm sure you guys have a fairly decent community of fishermen, right? Like fishing fleets that go out.
He might be AFK.
Yeah, sounds like it. I was just curious. I was just wondering, since he's located pretty far north,
Mm-hmm.
say like 60th north parallel, maybe?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. Last time I checked. Long.
I mean, when fishing, you go where the fishing's good, right? And I'm just wondering, like, if he knows about how far people go north to fish, and if there's any type of restriction there.
So
it's instituted.
Accurary,
There's
which is
definitely
terribly
to keep you from going.
terrible in Iceland because I don't speak Icelandic, but one of the most northern on the main island cities is at the 65th latitudinal line, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty far north if you're looking at a map. That's equivalent to basically where the South starts to become restricted by the Antarctic Treaty, right?
Yeah, but this is north. You're talking
Right.
about in comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's up there. You'd have to be in the northernmost part of Alaska, for instance, which I don't even know who lives in. What I'm gonna have to look at the cities in Alaska because apparently Alaska goes all the way up to 70. How much? 70, maybe 70 or 71. This I'm gonna have to look at this Utqiagvik or Prudhoe Bay, maybe. But yeah, there's a city way up there.
Those aren't even cities, man. It's like 4
Oh
people total.
Ulkagvik or something. Let me see.
Irkutsk?
No, different.
I'm kidding.
How many houses are here? Oh, there's a sizable town. This town's bigger than my city. Here I'll post a little picture. There's a pizzeria even. This city is like 5 times bigger, and this is at the 71 lat line. At one of the most northern parts of Alaska. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. There is population there. It's probably mainly oil and gas workers, I'm assuming.
Yeah, maybe so. There's an Ace Hardware. There's a pizza place. There's a little grocery store. There's a Subway, like a sandwich shop type place. 2 pizza places actually. There's a Chinese restaurant. It's a mom and pop restaurant. Yeah, fascinating. Bed and breakfast, hospital. They got it going on up there. Yeah. I can't pronounce that city name though. Utqiagvik. Bruh. The whalebone stuff, I think that's what that is. These different coastal lines that have like whalebones and stuff on the beach. So weird.
We should try to get these guys in here into the live stream.
What, the people that live in Utqiagvik?
No, I'm talking about a couple of guys that called me this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, asking me questions about flat Earth, and they've been calling and harassing me now. So I was telling Flatty because he was in there too. And anyway, it's just Sorry, I didn't mean to say it out loud. I should just.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Who is calling you? You mean calling you through Discord, or they got a hold of
through
your
Discord.
phone?
Oh, yeah, okay. They called me through
Damn,
Discord.
they actually wanted to VC for once. That's amazing.
Oh, that's what I said. Hey, come on in, let's go. But they sound like little kids. That's the thing, is that they don't sound like grown-ups. They sound like kids. I don't know.
Is your refrigerator running?
No, they were just like, one of them sent me the N-word about 50 times in a text.
Strapping.
Something else. Yeah, it's just one of those kind of. Might not even be appropriate for the live stream.
Yeah, I mean, little kids should not be talking about necrophilia. I mean, it's really
That's why I just
inappropriate.
ignored them. I'm ignoring them now.
I mean, they must have been raised by complete animals.
So, Gospel, looking at that area of Alaska on like Google Maps satellite view, south of that,
go ahead.
lakes, like the patterns of the lakes, it's
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
Look at their foundations. None of the houses, all the houses are like on post and beam, I guess.
Probably. It's probably like permafrost.
Oh, really? They're all on stilts?
I'm just looking at the buildings, and they all seem to be post and beam. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you probably have an issue with like permafrost and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Permafrost is a place where it never defrosts, right? It just stays frozen. So permafrost is.
There's a layer like the top. Yeah. When you dig down, like during the summer, a lot of places with permafrost, yeah, you might have like regular soil on top, but you dig down not too far and it's still frosted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got you. Okay. I see what you mean. I knew it was something like that, but I wasn't sure. I figured I'd clarify that before you go on.
Yeah. So the lake patterns you were saying. Oh.
Isn't that interesting? Like, go south, like zoom out and go south.
Why are they all stretched out, squeezy like?
Yeah, like in a northern pattern, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
What in the world? That's unusual.
What do you mean stretch out squeeze? You talking about just the house, is it, or what?
No. The lakes here. I'll post a picture. This is I mean, this is obviously Google Maps. It is what it is. Just take that into consideration.
Oh yeah, Alaska. Yeah, it's pretty much all like that, I think.
But look at
they bring those houses in on boats.
We're not talking about the houses. These are lakes. I zoomed in a little bit more, right? And all of the lakes are like oval, but they're all pointed in a direction.
Yeah, I see it more in the bottom left, especially where they're all kind of like have like directionality, and top right a little bit more, but then it's a little more scattered and oddly different shaped.
Those are all individual lakes, really? That's fascinating.
Right. Well, that's how it is. Where are you looking right now? Like, if you look around, the whole Great Lakes area with Google Earth or whatever, like Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, like almost all, like this whole area around, it looks like that for the most part.
This is the northern. This is the northern part of Alaska.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of. Yeah, you do see that in a lot of places that do have permafrost. I've looked at that stuff. You'll see that up in like Siberia and stuff too. A ton of that. I actually just saw something not too long ago about like sinkholes and stuff. Like, I guess in some of these it was really interesting. Like there's an area in Siberia, I believe, where at one time they cleared some trees to build like some kind of a settlement like in the middle of there. But then because of the permafrost, they couldn't build on it. Like there was too much like water seeping up and whatever else, they couldn't build on it, so they abandoned it. Well, due to the fact that they cleared the trees in the area, just the fact that there was no more shade on the ground, it made the permafrost start thawing. And it's now been, I think it was like 50 years or more. I don't know. Like, so like this whole, what started out as just like a tiny gap of trees has now turned into like this giant sinkhole that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Pretty crazy.
And yeah, for good reason, because if you think about it, permafrost would keep it from sinking, and the weight on top would keep building and building and building. And then when it finally defrosted to an extent, it would actually, all the weight would actually push downwards and cause a sinkhole. It makes sense.
So yeah, they're worried about it being what they were calling like a runaway event or something like that, where like this thing could just hit like basically a point where it destroys the entire like environment there, all the permafrost basically.
That's fascinating though. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, like this hole, as it gets bigger, like it sucks the trees into it. They fall into it, and then like then it grows even more because that tree's gone. More shade, like yeah, it's pretty wild. This thing's they showed pictures of it from a while ago. Oh, God, I wish I knew what video it was. I'm sure I could look it up.
That's always the most difficult thing too, right? When you see something and you can't remember where you saw it.
Morning, guys.
Yeah, not everything I watch I don't plan on using as a reference for like a debate later. So yeah, sometimes just talk about things I've seen.
Howdy,
Morning,
Sonny.
Sonny. What happened?
Hmm?
What happened?
Something happened?
I guess. Everybody went quiet all of a sudden.
Oh. Well, just ask M. Night Shyamalan. He knows a lot about the happening.
Yeah. The pattern of those legs, yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yes. Yeah. Weird.
Very, very bizarre. It pockmarked. What could cause that?
Gravity.
Maybe it's a giant liver.
Gurfraction.
Well, it is called the northern slope of Alaska. So maybe it really is a higher elevation going to a lower elevation.
No, it's kind of hard to tell. But we would have to know how Earth was formed to know a lot of this information. But unfortunately,
we already know that.
we don't know how Earth was formed. There's people that think they know how Earth was formed, but no, Earth isn't formed.
I think I don't know.
Formed by something out of nothing, for one.
I think I know, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Well,
you know what I think. You know what I know.
Go ahead.
We're not actually going to talk about that. I was just being silly.
I don't mind touching on it because we are talking about Earth. What were you going to say, Rookie?
No, I was just being an ass. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah, so they say Earth is formed from nothing, and just gravity creates something out of nothing, and creates spinning balls of matter that never occur in nature,
and plasma and all that other good stuff.
Just really, really weird.
Well, at least I can agree with them with one part of their argument.
Which one?
That it was made from nothing. That I do agree with. By nothing,
I can't argue with it.
I don't believe by nothing, but from nothing. Again, it's just my belief. But
yeah, well, the voice, the vibration, the frequency is not nothing either. But yeah, I think we're talking the same. I think we're along those same lines.
Those prepositions, I tell you what.
I can agree with.
English sucks.
Yeah. By, from, about.
Fucking.
Which word are we talking?
Oh, sorry, Kurt. I'm trying to.
Who, what, when, where, why? How.
Always making more and more questions and less answers.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what made us so inquisitive to want to know things in the first place? Like, that could have been programmed so we didn't have it. So
if we have it, an accident.
No, it isn't. No,
I'm joking, but it is funny to suggest. It is funny to suggest that it's an accident of chaos that we
maybe we're an AI and we just
seek
became aware.
Understanding.
Well, so think about that.
Order up towel.
That curiosity, inquisitiveness could have been made so that was just not there. It would have solved a lot of problems, wouldn't it? If we
yeah, but that makes Jack a really dull boy, though. Don't you agree?
In the philosophy of chaos and or order out of chaos, anything is anything. Everything is everything. It's like it's monism.
No, we're not going with that.
Well, I mean, some people do, though. Some people are monists.
Yeah,
monism.
Could you describe it again, just briefly? I'm sorry to.
All is one, and one is all. Monism.
All is one.
I'm number one. I am all that good stuff.
All is one, and one is all. That is really the summary of what monism is.
I am everything, and everything is.
Is it monism also like the idea that God split himself up and sent himself to Earth, and that's what we all are, as part of God, or some crazy thing?
That's a potential interpretation. Yep.
Well, if we're created by a creator, then we are the the creations. Yeah. So there's probably
monism is a tricky.
There's science. There's parts of us that would have to be part of the creator. Like I think we do. I think we have part. We do that. We have that spark from the creator within us. I believe that. I mean,
I agree. I agree with
you. Actually, I don't believe it. I'm going to say it's true. It's fact.
I feel it, so I say I know it. Yeah, even though you may not agree, that's okay.
That's true. Personally, I know it.
I'm okay with that. After all, if we all believed the same thing and all believed in the same things, we'd all be boring as hell. So, how would you ever learn if you didn't know what bad was?
So why were we given this? Why were we given this ability to question everything? question our own existence, to contemplate our own existence, to be able to reason and see things in all these different ways, different.
So that we could talk to a Zoomer that says, "I don't care."
I know. So really,
it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, but that's why I've been here for 4 hours arguing with you guys.
Yeah, we all know he's definitely lying because the dude would cut off his left nut just to go to space. So why do you care? Like, we're trying to help you not get scammed here, buddy.
I'd still get to go to space, though. Pinky-less, but I'd still go.
Here, yes, there's a GIF. TB, did you like what I put in the chat?
Let me look at the chat.
Unicky snip.
Snip.
A bit unicky.
He was speaking that island language or whatever, which was basically just nonsense.
I swear they dosed him before they made that movie.
Which one? And the Pirates of the Caribbean?
Which one? Yeah, every one of them. I mean, which one is he not acting like a weirdo?
I'm lost. I totally lost the trail there.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, I won't go there.
But yeah, Johnny Depp's talking about all the little space fanboys in this little GIF.
Yeah.
They would. Yes. I agree with CB. They would definitely give up. They would give up their future generations.
Let's help fulfill that fantasy.
Not me.
Nuts for the moon.
That has some publicity power.
I'll get to work on that.
Probably one of the better. Let's say you did it.
An easy way to control the population.
What's that expression? Let's say we did, but I don't know. I can't even remember. I used to hear that all the time.
Let's not and say we did.
Thank you. Yeah. I haven't heard anybody say that in a long time.
I said it yesterday, but not online.
Wow.
But I'm an old weirdo, so that would explain why I say weird stuff that's old and outdated. I enjoy the confused
That
look
saying is at least... Oh, sorry, Rookie.
No, it's all good. I didn't hear you start talking.
That saying is like at least 4 decades old.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember saying
it's our little secret, Jenny. It's our little secret.
I'm getting close. Only got 3 more years to go.
Oh, are you talking about
3
it?
years, I'll be in the next decade.
You'll be a half a century old?
No, I'll be 40.
Oh, 4 decades. Okay.
I'll be 50 in 2 years.
Nice. I don't mind the whole 50 thing, really. It's better than I expected.
Well, you 50, are you, Jen?
Yeah, last year I turned 50. The big
boomer.
I'm not a boomer. Let's not get it twisted.
I can't believe I'd be able to look back and
Gen X still.
think that 50 was long. 50 is a long time ago for me.
51. If she was 51, she'd be a boomer.
That's so weird for me to be able to be.
Did I squeak by generation into generation?
You could say
X
she's
by
right on the
year?
cusp. Yeah, you're right on the cusp.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. Thank God.
Xers aren't that
Well, that's
bad.
what I was told. I could be wrong.
I
was told I
mean,
missed it by a few years.
I guess I feel a little bit sad that people can't say rightfully to me, okay, boomer, because that's kind of fun to say in here.
Yeah.
I like it when like they if you saw me in person, you would never call me a boomer because like there could be a bunch of boomers around me
Sonny,
I
I don't doubt that at all. I never, judging by Sonny's voice, I would never guess that he was 50. And by the way he acts and presents himself, even though it's only over voice, I probably wouldn't never guess. I'll say this, though. The guess your age game was more fun like 5 years ago. But that's okay, too.
At the carnival or at the fair or whatever?
Well, no. I mean, I'm getting a little bit more well, I think maybe my issue is that I recently lost some weight again where I look pretty good. Okay, I guess. But it kind of, I think it's bringing out some things in my, on my face. Not a lot, really, but I have some lines,
Do women
because
realize
I
that
am
there's different
50
kinds of men with different kinds of women, like tastes? Like you don't have to be perfect. Sometimes.
Oh, yeah, for
a man
sure.
who thinks you're perfect, even though you're not.
Right. I wafted
Well, I would
off
say that
and
none of us are perfect, but you know what I mean.
I'll say perfect is cringe nowadays with all these Instagram filters. It's
True.
like they make you look so weird.
Yeah. Because you
Perfect
know that
is
should be
weird.
fake and shit. So yeah.
Yeah. Little
yeah,
natural beauty is
but
better than that
anyway,
fake stuff anyway.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with how I look. And I'm not just saying that because it sounds good or anything. But no, seriously, like 5 years ago, I looked, I was younger, and it was obvious. And I was getting like, okay, so 5 years ago, I was 45, of course. I would have to say people were saying I was like mid-30s. It's like, yeah, baby.
I think you're doing great, and you look marvelous.
But yeah, I've lost quite a bit of weight. I'm kind of really super close to my BMI, I think. So it's like whoop 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 whoop.
Kendrick Lamar has that song where he's like, I'm so freaking sick and tired of the Photoshop. Like, show me something natural, like ass with some stretch marks.
Yeah, I've got a few of those. You could tell it's real.
It's true though. Like,
Yeah, I
when
was
that
gonna
song
say that's
came
how you
out,
know a
like,
real woman from a fake one.
it's so true.
Yeah.
Like when that song came out, like the filters and everything were taking over, and it's true. Like somebody who's putting on all this fake stuff, fake this, fake that. Let me just do a
Oh
quick
man.
picture in front of this fake thing. Like
I tell
we're
girls,
all sick
I
of it.
tell young ladies all the time, I'm like, you do not need makeup. You look so good. Whenever I see an opportunity to tell another female that she don't need that shit on her face,
Amen.
and if I have a
do.
good mini acquaintanceship with them, I get an extra special opportunity to tell them that the main ingredient in your makeup is called mica, and children from third world countries work all day to mine that shit so you can put it on your face. How about that? Yeah.
Not to mention
Not
all the
very
fun stuff
often,
they
but
put in there to make it yummy.
Oh my God, slay girl.
The joke I was about to
Mhm.
make would totally fall flat now, so never mind.
Yeah, and if they do wear makeup, I just tell them, less is more, and it's a great conversation, and yeah, I kind of like working where I do because I get to talk a lot. You guys know how I like to talk.
Stop
I heard a new
supporting
phrase
mica
this morning that
slavery.
I never heard before.
Stop supporting the mica slavery.
Right, exactly. That's kind of it right there. You hit the nail on the head, Sonny. Thank you.
Damn it, Sonny.
Damn it, Sonny.
I love that.
Anyway, I got a really good way to work off any of that extra weight, by the way.
Me too.
Does it involve eating or consuming whey?
Okay. Okay, Gospel.
Not necessarily.
Okay, Gospel.
I had my eyebrows up for a minute, y'all. Just saying. Oh, so funny.
Did you say your tendrils? What?
I said I had my eyebrows up.
Oh, I thought you
For
said
a
I had my
minute. I was like,
tendrils
"Ooh,
up.
where's he going?"
Oh, I thought you said you painted him up. I was gonna say what?
Wait a minute. What is
No,
it?
no, no, no,
What is
no,
a
no.
tendril anyway? I gotta stop using words I don't.
This has turned into Abbott and Costello so quickly.
That's my fault. I'll take full responsibility.
Somebody give me the definition of tendril, and I'll be all right.
All right, give me a second.
Looking it up
like
myself.
It's like an arm. It's an appendage that you can use.
Yeah.
Leafless plant organ
Jenny.
attaching to another for support.
Wait, say it again.
There you go.
Leafless plant organ attaching to another for support.
Plant organ. Oh, so those little hairs that grow off of the plant that hold on to like the side of the tree or whatever that make it able to climb.
So it could be. You think that word could be used figuratively?
Yes.
Yeah. I would hope so. That's what the English
You're not all the
language
way
is
off
for, right?
base then.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't let those globe tendrils get to you.
Don't be
So
fooled by the globe that you got.
so somebody that is clingy could be referred to as having tendrils on you because they're trying to cling to you for support.
Oh, a codependent with tendrils. Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
exactly.
Oof.
Fucking alien plant. Oh, did I say that out?
Mm-hmm.
Has everyone ever considered that plants are the advanced form of life on this planet?
Yeah, if you guys watch that TV series that I'm always talking about, you know that.
That would be creepy, right?
It's got good stuff
They
in
were
it.
screaming out to us, "No, don't kill us!"
Planet. Woo woo. Planet, please.
Oh, saying the word planet, yeah, that's a
Raised by wolves.
I always thought planet had something to do with plants, but I guess
all
I
right.
was wrong.
If you think that's a controversial statement, what about the statement that plants aren't even alive?
I don't go with that.
Wait a minute. That they aren't even alive. Well,
aren't alive.
What do you mean by that, though?
Exactly. It depends on how you define life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yes.
So there are actually people that would go so far as to say that plants aren't alive in the pure sense of the word.
Wow.
You still need you still need a way to describe, because the plants can be no longer growing, they can decay, they can be no longer a thing. So there's that. So that implies that they're going from a state of ability to grow to a state of not able to grow.
Or reaching the end of their growth. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have to be alive to be able to grow. I don't understand these people. I mean, does that help them sleep at night, or
I think these are the same
what?
people that believe in space-time.
Well, then it sounds like it's
No,
just
not
a
necessarily.
category of life. There seems to be different categories.
Yeah.
Of life.
Well, when Gospel said that a second ago, immediately I thought about the getting rid of life topic that we don't even want to say the word.
Remember in the Bible when Jesus says he goes to prepare a place for us? How do you know we're not in that place right now?
I know. Yeah.
I know you laugh, but I'm telling you, think about it.
No, I apologize, everyone. I'm actually laughing at the last gift that was posted.
I know.
Yeah, that's hilarious. The Venus flytrap.
Yeah, so I've gotten some
crazy.
really strange feelings. Just, I don't know how to describe it, about the people around me. There's something. Well, I've always known they're really
That
weird.
kind of makes Santa Claus a whole new thing.
Weird. Other people are weird. I don't know. For the most part.
Other people are weird.
I've always known this, but the people around me, like when I'm just out and about, the vibe I get is strange. There's something. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
You think maybe it's because you're the strange one and they're just reacting to you?
Yeah, actually, I think
I mean, it's possible, right?
I think something's happening to me.
Sonny, no.
I would agree. I
Sonny,
think it's happening to all of us.
Yes, where I'm just all of a sudden it's clicking over into this different phase of perception, and it's
Jenny, that's twice.
Yeah, like my intuition is taking over. I only run and follow my day goes along my intuition, lines of my own intuition. What do I perceive through my filter, whatever that is, my standardization system, that I take in data and it has to go through my filter, so I have to examine it. Like some people take a long time. Words. Some people do. Some people take shorter time.
TLDR. I'm just kidding.
So
data and all those words.
Keep going, Sonny.
So I've run more and more on my intuition center only, where I only do what it is that I'm getting the signal to do. Okay, sometimes it's drink some water, sometimes it's eat something, sometimes it's stretch this leg,
Sonny, I'm with you. I really am. I'm not just saying it because it sounds good. Because you're older than me, but I totally get where you're coming from on the intuition, because we have it there for a reason.
Yeah. So here's what it is well, I've always kind of been this way. Like if there's sidewalks and stuff, let's say I like walking a lot. Like I can walk miles and miles and miles, but I like walking. Like I walk. I rarely ever follow any standard lines of travel ever.
Wait, Sonny, you didn't go in the right direction in the grocery store? They had the stickers saying you had to follow the right direction. So are you saying you went against the
grocery
grain?
store is another area, another category. I'm talking about outside.
How dare you, sir?
Out in nature.
Stickers on the floor is why I don't go to Walmart anymore. I'm just saying. Bastards.
That rhymes.
Sonny, always going against the grain, brother.
So I don't walk. So I'll walk across the field diagonally.
Somebody has to stand up against those
diagonally. Yes.
Because I've always been like a sailor. Like I've always been on a boat, so I would point in the direction I want to travel. Like if there's, or sometimes I'll just travel along lines of the shade from the trees.
That's lovely, Sonny. I appreciate that.
Hey, by the way, a new thing that triggers glowers is container.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like, oh, the container in the sky, but if you say a tire is a container or whatever is a container, that the word is triggering to them.
How dare you?
Okay.
To them, what?
Well, my preferred word in this instance, and I know we use container for practicality and, to make our point and such, but I think the word barrier makes more sense.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. We're talking about tires, but even the thought of a tire container triggers them like a square inches.
Container? Okay, so a tire is not a container now? Is that what's happening?
Start having a conversation with them. Start having a conversation with them, like that pressure is requires a square inches of a container. It has to be physical. Did you know that?
Oh my goodness!
Conversation about the container.
I need to start doing little clips from that show that I love so much, you guys. Because there's so many references to what we talk about in here. I'm not even exaggerating.
Hey, Elbow, give us the rest of the story.
So what happened was it was a conversation between the guy Mel and Sanic, right? So we're talking about water can't take shapes. He was and yada yada, and Sanic said, well, if you put water in a tire and you start spinning it, it will adhere to the shape of the tire. And but then it was like, yes, but you're having the water contained, and you have to adhere. So then I said do that in the outside, but he's like, with the water, you're using a container. I need you to do it without it being contained. Mm-hmm. The tire is not a container, and then he wouldn't let me continue. You know how Sonic is, blah 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 blah. So then I asked Kosho, is a tire a container? And he's like, well, for this purposes, you can use it as a container, but the tire is not really made to contain anything else.
Wow. Do you have a clip of that?
A tire is not used to contain.
Yeah, that's not his purpose.
Clip of that for CB. Oh man.
cool.
It's like
Oh, man.
somebody else came in. It's like, well, that's its whole purpose. That's what it's designed for, to contain the gas. No, it's just to transport the gas. I was like, wow. And then somebody else got up, and another Glover said, y'all just have it up the ass with this container stuff and yada yada yada. I was like, it's like triggering to them. It's like, he's like, well, and the coach said, well, if I use my mic, it's pretty big. If I put weed in my mic to hide it, it's not a container. Well, now you're using it for a container as weed containers. And for all intents and purposes, the mic contains all the cable inside. It's practically
yeah. It's another container. Containers. So wow, yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna start using those terms more frequently.
Yeah, they definitely are up the wazoo with containers now. They don't
so
like the word.
so show us it sticking to the outside of the tire and then spin it. That's what we need to see.
And then he started begging the questions like, "Oh, see, it just needs forces to adhere to it, so that's why the water." I was like, "Yeah, but you're the whole thing was like you're trying to use it." Well, yeah, blah blah blah.
Okay, great. So when does that happen in actuality? In reality, does that? Let's see it. A spinning object.
Okay.
What force they're imagining all of it. It's amazing.
Well, I've noticed recently that Zanuck is on this trip of spinning things, right, to prove forces, and kind of implying that, see, all of this takes place because of spin, ergo, Earth is spinning. I've noticed he's been doing that a lot lately. But most of the examples that he gives would be the things taking shape or bubble levels being shown level as they're spinning around inside a tire is one example he gave. All of that is based off of, what is it, centripetal force, the force in which things are moving away from the center of rotation, which isn't necessarily analogous to what he's trying to equate, subliminally equate to Earth's spin and containment of, water on Earth and things like that. I just find that interesting.
Ignorant. I love that. He's ignorant.
My favorite. You ignorant bastard.
What the hell is their problem with the container? Just a square inch is required to contain anything that's contained.
How many inches was it?
What is their problem? Because what it gets down to is that the oceans are all contained. That's why the water is level. Because it's the inside of the, like, you could swish around the air over your tub and work up the water, make waves. But if it's contained, then you're going to have this level sea level, water level. It's always level. Water is always level, the same freaking level everywhere on Earth. So someone's tub, the top of the surface of someone's water in their tub or their swimming pool in Australia is exactly parallel to someone's tub or swimming pool anywhere else, like let's say in England, perhaps, or Iceland. Let's go further. The same level.
Plus, if Iceland was frozen, you'd be able to get a measurement of curvature, wouldn't you? If it was curved, then it should have frozen.
Any space above the water level anywhere is all above the water. It's on top. There's no such thing as a surface of water that's upside down. No.
Also, another thing about a raindrop.
Thinking there's water. They think there's water upside down. They think there's water upside down somewhere, and it's all different angles, and it's spinning around.
Yeah, of course.
Billions of gallons of water.
It rains upwards under the ground. Duh.
I know, right?
So just to be an advocate for the devil here for a second, when it comes to the tire, there are forms of tires that aren't necessarily containers, but when you're speaking of a typical tire, yes, it's built to contain air. But there are airless tires that aren't built as containers. So just
structure,
just for specificity reasons, I figured I'd throw that in there.
Good point.
Very good point.
We'll just
I
say.
wouldn't want anybody getting confused.
Well, now you're going to have to be more specific when we're talking about tires. Damn.
Yeah, but it's like no one that's in this VC or ever honestly will join this VC is going to be driving around with on their commercial car some airless tires. So it's like
right. I'm just saying you know
that donut in my trunk does look like
to overthrow and overturn anything that you're saying. So I was just putting that out there that it is a possible argument somebody would make when they realize they've been defeated. So
I'm surprised no one said it yet. Oh well, the Elon Musk, the space rover tires. It's like, dude,
they make airless tires for lawnmowers. A lot of like commercial riding lawnmowers, you'll have the airless tires. They last longer. You don't have to worry about flats and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, they basically melt them onto the rim, though.
I'm surprised no one brought that up yet. But I think they know what we're talking about when we're talking about gas pressure. So if they go off to some red herring that, like, in an example that doesn't involve any gas pressure, it's like, well, okay.
That would be a red herring for sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but my lawnmower has tires. That's like, dude, and what are you talking about, dude? But I am surprised no one's brought that up yet. That is a good point, Napalm.
Yeah, I mean they would have to be just grasping at straws to bring that up. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, that's a good point. I'll keep that in mind as well.
I've never seen a tire like this before.
I've had thumbtacks in my tire. Just pull them out now. No more flats.
Yeah, that's the one, Napalm.
That's rad.
Yeah.
A dune buggy with those on it.
Okay, I don't understand. There's still air in there.
No. Well,
but
there's no pressure, but there's air.
Pressure, it's not contained.
I would just being a smart ass.
It's like a lattice structure basically that supports the tire. It's becoming fairly common.
Why is it not a honeycomb?
Commercial lawnmowers, because you don't have to deal with flats when you're out doing work. So that's where it seems to be most applicable is within
rocky surfaces too.
Yeah, a lot of like man lifts and stuff like that. You're driving over terrain for various reasons. Tree trimming, construction purposes. That's tends to be where these are being utilized. I'm sure eventually they'll get to the point where it's possible that vehicles that we drive may have them, but
Devon Island, maybe.
Yeah. So speaking of which, right, we were kind of on Google Maps or Google Earth earlier,
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about it, right? So they say that when you look at Google Maps, right, not Google Earth, but you look at Google Maps and you zoom out, it basically gives you a Mercator projection, right, where Greenland's bigger than Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But when you zoom in, that shoreline still tends to be, and maybe I'm wrong, but the squares that they have laid out and the grid pattern that they have laid out for Google Maps, when you go up to a place like Greenland and you're zooming in, that shoreline still appears to be the distance that it is on the Mercator projection with no distortion. Is that making sense, or am I just looking at it incorrectly?
I think I know what you're talking about. Here, I'll give a little screenshot to. Give me just a moment.
Because really the distortion takes place in Google Earth. As you continue to zoom out, it starts to warp those squares. But when you're on like Google Maps and it's a Mercator projection, same with like the shoreline of Antarctica, right? It's that distance across the bottom of the map.
Here, check this out. Posted these two. All right, so the top one, shows, basically I tried to pick two spots that are similar in distance, at least by appearance, at a certain zoom level. And it says that the top one is 121 miles across, but the next one is 496 miles across. You get what I'm saying?
Right. But what I'm saying is like your zoom in function. So when you're zoomed in on something, even like in the States within cities or even those shorelines, how does that image become a different distance when the objects are at the same proportion?
When you're zoomed in, I understand that. Yeah.
Because you can zoom in on the shorelines. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Greenland's definitely fuzzy and it gets super sketch up in those areas for some reason. But yeah, measurements across the water, I mean, the water's all painted in to begin with. So there can be obvious deception within the distances on water. But people travel these distances, right? So I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about when we were looking at the map earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems to me like the scale on the flat Mercator type projection doesn't distort in the same way that it distorts when you're in like the Google Earth one. Like your zoom in seems pretty smooth for the most part.
Mm-hmm. I don't know enough about the different layers in Google Maps to really describe what's going on. Because you zoom all the way out, you get one image, you zoom in. As you zoom in, you start getting different types of images.
Yeah.
That's what I'm referring to as layers.
Yeah, very weird strips, especially when you get to like places that are less populated.
Yeah.
Which it seems to me, if you're allegedly just running a satellite that's taking pictures, I don't understand why you wouldn't have the quality in less populated places. Like, wouldn't the quality be very similar, at least at a specific altitude, you'd have a fairly decent quality image. If the satellite's going across that spot no matter what, because that's the orbital path that it's taking, how does the satellite know when to take a good picture and when to not take a good picture? Unless it's programmed in there, but still, why would there be no benefit to having detailed images of every portion of the Earth that we know has land?
Apart from political privacy?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the blurring of secret military installments and stuff like that, for sure.
What I just shared a picture of there is apparently around Nook, Greenland. And it's at the same zoom level, but you've got high detail on the left and a completely different type of detail on the right. It's all part of the same.
Yeah, like if you're able to acquire a detailed image where a non-detailed image has been pasted over it, why would the choice be for the lower resolution strip to be placed over the higher resolution? Just doesn't seem to make sense from any standpoint.
Data? Think they could make the argument that it's for the purpose of the server?
Yeah, but how many? Sure. Sure. But if it's that close, you're talking about the ability to transmit data to servers that are fairly close. It's not like uploads from the alleged Mars rover having to be, you only have an 8-minute window where you can upload so many.
That's not
gigabytes.
how I meant it.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the efficiency of Google Maps as a software. Just like
I don't know.
when you're in a video game, when you're in a video game, it doesn't render the entire map.
Right. Well, they've eliminated 70% of the map by just painting over the water.
Mm-hmm.
So what percentage would that take up to have a more detailed image of some of these places? Because it's only in, extreme north, extreme south for the most part that you don't have these detailed images.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand. I can see that would be a case for an excuse, but is it a legitimate excuse? I'm not sure.
All right. I might have their excuse, or some of it anyway. This is something that I did a long time ago. Looking at like the ISS, what they claim for it anyway, like its orbital path. Like it only goes above like a certain degree north and certain degree south. It never goes over the North Pole or the South Pole in their model. And I'm wondering if that's like all satellites, like they can't go, just like we can't fly polar circumnavigation, neither can their satellites, as far as I can tell.
Look at the one I posted. Sorry, I wasn't trying to.
No, it's all right. Let me dig this up. I'm going to show. You may have seen it before, but like the path they claim the ISS makes. And I'm not sure if this is. See, like I can't say that that's all their satellites that are supposedly taking these pictures and stuff, but I don't know where they, it has to do with orbital mechanics and stuff like that, which I am not, one of them. But I did. You guys know who Dan was? It Dan Fowler or Faulkner? No, not Faulkner. Not Dan. Anyway, there's a guy that used to spend a bunch of time in here that he's pretty good with like graphic doing stuff. He made some GIFs or whatever that kind of helped to animate what they say is going on, and he did it both on Flat Earth and the globe. Let me dig these up. There we go. All right, so this is because I started doing this, and then he heard what I was talking about, and wish I could just grab all these.
Are Starlink satellites claimed to have circumpolar navigation? Not circumpolar navigation, but circumpolar orbital paths? No,
I
not
don't
at all.
believe so. No.
No.
So this is what I basically started doing, but way worse. And then he went and did the same thing. He like went and copied the last couple of orbits of the ISS from the ISS live tracker or whatever that they have. And so this is 2 orbits around, and then if you continue that, you can keep going back.
It's like a spirograph.
So yeah. Damn it. I hate doing this shit on my phone. I should go over to the computer. Okay, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I should definitely be doing this on the computer. I'll scroll all the way up again. Why did I do that? Here we go.
Did anybody else's Discord mobile change to where when you're in a voice channel, it gives you all the picture squares as if you're having like a video chat with somebody, and you have to change it?
Yeah, there's 2 screens. It's been like that for quite a while now. Like you can click on it and it'll show you like the video screens or their PFP.
Yeah, it's like it defaults to the video screens now. Whereas previously it would just default to like the scroll list.
Starts looking like some sacred geometry, doesn't it, Lou?
Yeah, that's what happens when you put it on the AE map, right? But then so you can see it never goes over, never reaches Antarctica's shore, never reaches the North Pole. So like if all the satellites are locked into something similar like this, then yeah, they would have to just make up any information they have up there. They would never even catch those freaking photographs. But then here's the last one, the third one that the Glober who helped to make these did. This is to try to explain it in their model, help to visualize it. So like the ISS is said to be like locked. It's not turning at all. It's just going in a straight line always. But then because of like our axis and the spin, the rotation of the Earth, that's what gives it its pattern that does that.
But what about orbital speed of the Earth? Because orbital speed of the Earth is 66,000 miles per hour, and and speed of the ISS is 17,000 miles per hour. In 1 hour, Earth it's like 6 minus 17, 49 miles thousand.
And then when I looked a little further into this back then, so I want to say it was like 51 degrees or something like that, that they did this, the orbital path of the ISS. And that was due to limitations of like Russian capabilities. Like supposedly we could do, we could cover the poles, but the Russian capabilities at the time were unable to do that. And so we just didn't. That was kind of the story, interesting enough.
Russian collusion.
And we have lunar satellites also.
Because I think I was arguing, like, why couldn't you pick an orbit that, like, would kind of spiral around and cover absolutely all territory of the ball? Kind of like how you ever seen the webbing of the inside of a golf ball? Like it just kind of winds around and around and around and around and around and covers everything. Why couldn't you have some kind of path like that? Instead, you've got something where, once again, we're not allowed to see the so-called poles.
Can't travel there on the surface. We can't travel there in the sky. We can't travel there in space. What's up with that?
Yeah, what is up with that? What's up with that? So then this last one was kind of his rebuttal to that question. Like, this is so, like, again, like these things, you're not steering these things around. They're just going in a straight line is the idea. We're moving underneath them. So my idea about picking an orbit that would do the webbing of a golf ball, like, that's not possible. But it is neat when you map the pattern of the ISS, though, over the AE map. That I really like. It's kind of a flower of life look. It's pretty cool. Sasha, with what you're saying there, no, see, that's the thing, is it's kind of the debate about, like,
but you know that when they're
you
saying,
can still have an orbit. It's kind of like an orbit isn't necessarily going around a ball. That's just the way that most people have it pictured. It's a circular path. So, like, these ones that are plotted over like the AE map, one of these, like, these are both the same. It doesn't require curvature for this to happen. It requires it.
Oh,
So for
really?
it to be on a ball, it requires it. But yes, you can have an orbit above a plane. It's a circular path is a definition of orbit. Circular path doesn't have to go around a sphere.
No, but I'm saying about satellites, what Globe are claiming, not what we are claiming.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. If there's space satellites going around the ball Earth, then yeah, where's the fucking curve? But that's not what
And
we're talking
not
about.
only that, if that satellite is going around the globe, are they going around the 8 inch per mile square, or are they going around some bigger ball? You know, when they say the Earth is bigger, and how they put that all that satellites if Earth is bigger, you know? You need to count on that. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, for all those questions that we have for them, the Globers we talk to, they just come up with total bullshit, just any ad hoc explanation that they can try to use their sophistry to get around or weasel you to believe just to get out of that argument. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and like this, I've thought about this also, right? This GIF that Miguel just posted, how it looks like that, and then how it also looks like, right, with the AE map, where the daylight is and nighttime is, because this is actually from the European Space Agency. That picture, it's accurate according to them for like where light was at the time and everything, and that is how it changes. If you watch it in animation over time, it looks just like this demonstration and this GIF that Miguel posted.
So quiet, huh? I'm curious, is there anybody else that works in an occupation where you, I know that there are thousands and thousands of jobs that fill this description, but just curious about anybody here that works in a field where you encounter tragedy every day.
It's tragic, the workmanship I see on a daily basis, dude.
So I just got off the phone with a young woman who I could hear a baby crying in the background, and her husband passed away this morning, and these are this is like, you know, not that specific scenario, but variations of that scenario on a regular basis. But there's got to be so many different fields of work that dwell. I mean, a state trooper, firefighter, not every single day for either one of those, but quite often. It's a very, very troubling field of work. Obviously, military. Not all roles and responsibilities, but the ones minor.
Yep.
How does a miner encounter tragedy on a regular basis? Wouldn't that be abnormal to encounter tragedy as a miner?
Well, maybe I didn't understand any English.
Oh, like terribly, horribly sad and overwhelmingly emotional, horrible things. I mean, so on one hand, yeah, it's all part of life, but on another, there's a wide variety of people's exposure to the difficult natural things of life. No matter how natural they are, some people are far more exposed than others. EMT, first responders. Moving on. So the ultimate conclusion of the discussion with the imaging devices, call them satellites or whatever, is that they just don't go north enough, and that's why things are so weird in like northern Greenland and like the different Russian islands that are a couple hundred miles north of Russia, stuff like that.
Like I was saying, at least with the ISS, which is the one that the only satellite I've really looked closely at what they talk about for the orbit. And because I was looking for pictures, I wanted to see if I could see at any time if I could see Antarctica from the ISS live stream or anything like that. Like, why don't we?
Sure. Yeah.
And so I looked into it a little bit more, and that's the excuse for why you never see that. Now, is that the same for all satellites? I can't say.
Well, that's pretty close in that one image you shared, the one that shows the flower pattern.
Mm-hmm.
It gets pretty close to that tip.
That's still a long ways away. So,
well, if it's 150 miles up, wouldn't you expect to be able to see maybe 600 miles?
Yeah, if the ISS was as high up as they say it is, right?
Precisely.
Then yeah, you would right. But if it's something smaller and more local, no, that's a long fucking way still.
Yeah. Well, at what time does the ISS or any other thing capture, let's say, all of Saudi Arabia from east to west?
It never does. I don't think you'll just see a portion of it. It'll have to catch the next part on the next lap.
Is there no way to mathematically triangulate where it could be in elevation?
So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's not. Again, I'm not like. It's not my strong suit. That kind of math is not my strong suit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about you would. I don't know. I guess you have to find out what the angle, like what degree angle is the camera? Is it 60 degrees, or you'd have to find out what the viewing angle is. But then you'd probably have to have a lot of details that may or may not even be available to do that geometry. I'm still curious about any evidence of imagery of the new moon that some say make the claim that you can't see it at all, no matter what, and then some people say on a super clear day with the right equipment you can see the new moon. I've seen both claims. There's no imagery. Why? Like, you should be able to calculate where the moon should be based on its pattern.
When it comes to the new moon, the thing that, I mean, I think I know what you're saying, but the thing that really, it's the more simple question that you hear, but like, how is it that if you live on a ball that, somebody doesn't see the moon, like it's everybody on Earth when it's a new moon phase, nobody sees any of the moon, period, no matter where they are.
Yeah.
I don't understand how, and I've read that they say it's because the moon has gone below the Earth's ecliptic. I guess maybe I don't understand that concept. How that changes anything? That sounds like a flat Earth to me. Like,
so
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's my issue, because I read all the Glober, like Quora or whatever. I read all the answers, and they're talking about Earthshine and all this stuff. My problem is on the day before the new moon, when it's whatever 1% crescent or whatever the percentage is. I don't know what the percentage is. I guess it'd be like, close to whatever. Let's say it's 1%. It doesn't matter. The day before the new moon, you can see the whole moon, the whole thing. Given the right conditions, you can see the whole thing. The part that's not lit up,
dim outline of it or whatever. Yeah.
So if you are arguing that it's because of the sun being on the other side, and it's the not lit up side of the moon, and that's why you can't see it. My question is, then why can you see it the day before? 99% of it that's not lit up. Why wouldn't you see at least 98% or 90% of the moon if the day before you could see the whole thing? It just and they say, well, the sun in the sky is just too bright, but the day before you could see it. Something about that just isn't adding up for me, and maybe I'm just missing. Can we invite Zanuck? I know Zanuck could clear this up for me.
Oh, he'll definitely make something up for you.
No, but Kosho actually really liked the moon. He was the one that was always talking about vibrations and stuff. But like, I read, science.com, all the different explanations, and I don't see any pictures of a new moon. I don't hear, like, I've heard the claims, but that's it. Well, what the crap is this? There will be a rare black moon, February 22nd, 2021. What is that? It's a black moon.
Oh, they're always making up new moons.
I clicked on this article that was supposed to be talking about a black moon, and it's a whole article about a snow moon.
Never heard of it.
Doesn't even use the word black at all. What is happening? Check this out. This is crazy. It feels like gaslighting. They wrote black moon and then they changed it to snow moon. It's really weird. I don't know. Yep.
Every time it's a new moon, there's snow moon.
That's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, that 1 day difference is just it doesn't make sense to me. You feeding ducks over there, Lou?
No, fucking playing Minecraft and these fucking villagers are fucking.
That I'm not familiar enough with the game to know the sound effects, but that is I have watched a few videos, so I think I know what you're
The
talking about.
villagers are sleeping, and I'm messing with my auto farm here.
By the way, Chris Rock appeared yesterday in his first show after the Oscars.
Yeah,
pretty much just sold out, right?
Yeah,
I wonder why.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't contrived at all.
Yeah, and I hear he didn't really say shit about it. Basically, like, just basically said he's still kind of in shock. Like, that's not Chris Rock. A good comedian, real Chris Rock would have freaking made a whole fucking thing to. Dude, if he's not pressing charges on Will Smith, he should at least be tearing him a new asshole with his comedy.
Yeah,
he would have used that in his skit. He slapped the shit out of me.
Unless there's a couple of explanations, right? It's all contrived and ridiculous and fake or whatever, or hypothetically, and this is probably the less likely option, for some reason Will Smith has a level of power or influence over Chris Rock that we don't understand.
And a matter of fact, Will Smith posted his the show in his TikTok.
Oh wow!
Chris Rock's show.
Yeah. Weird.
Hey guys. My theory is that it was a humiliation ritual for Chris Rock. And my guess would be that we might see more of Chris Rock pretty soon.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's my theory. That's my feeling. I don't have anything really other than
history.
Either way, humiliation ritual, but it completely staged. He was in on it. He wasn't really humiliated.
His ticket went from $42. His tickets went I'm sorry. His ticket went from $43 to $400 plus.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I did look into the Will Smith thing a little bit because, as the world turns. But he is very emphatic about trying to keep his life private as much as possible. In fact, his son, quote unquote, is quite the opposite. And I don't know if this is contrived as well, but I don't think so, that he got very upset about his son and publicly stated that, that he wasn't being very private about his personal life. He's a performer. It's not for everything about his life is supposed to be known to the public. And so, when Will Smith said, "Keep my wife's name out your mouth," I guess
he's embarrassed about his family because he failed as a father. Just look at his so-called son.
Yeah. There's a lot. We could talk for probably half hour on what you just said, Lou. You're exactly right. It was because it was right in front of his face. And so
he laughed.
I think he genuinely got puffed up, but I don't know. I mean, people need to wake up because, this is the same reality show as what they call reality shows. Behind the scenes, those people are being told to do certain things or made aware of certain things they normally wouldn't be made aware of to get a certain outcome. So I think part of it could be, there might be something between Chris Rock and Will Smith behind the scenes in their world of Hollyweird and all that shit. But they are actors, so who knows? Could be just for public consumption. Drama. Nobody watches soap operas anymore, so they got to do it on the world stage. Does that sound like that's on, or am I off base on how I'm approaching this, you guys?
It's there to get people's attention and to move people's attention away from other things. And case in point, how long ago was it? And even we are talking about it. So, yeah.
But I would not be surprised if they're also calling attention to Chris Rock because there might be a new, indoctrination movie coming soon to a theater near you.
What do you think? What do you think it was distracting us away from then? One bloke just hitting another bloke with the water.
I think it's a double-edged sword. People get divided over it and they argue, and then later on down the line, Chris Rock comes out with a new movie with underlying tones to it or what have you. Who knows what it'll be, but everybody will be paying attention to it. That's what. So first distract and then call attention to something else related to those people that caused the distraction.
Yeah, but distract you from what? What's it distracting you from?
Doing better things that are more productive. It could be anything. It could be, I could be right now doing notes for something to do with this server, but I haven't yet. Everything's a distraction, really.
If you let it be a distraction.
Unless you write down a to-do list and then do it, you can be distracted by anything.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to work out what specifically.
Okay. So the Oscars, the night of the Oscars, what happened the day before or something like that? That I couldn't answer for you, but yeah, that's a good question. Anybody else got ideas on that one?
Look, it's just keep the media keep you spinning. Basically, it's you've got your Ukraine bullshit, you got your COVID bullshit, you got your fucking Hollyweird bullshit, you got all your different bullshit that keeps spinning you around, making sure that you're not paying attention to anything important. Like that stuff just stops happening when you start talking about some bullshit like this. Like there's all kinds of real moves being made all the time that nobody's fucking looking at.
Like the Tigray War. That I've brought up a couple of times.
Yeah, they don't want us paying attention to them making money.
Pazza, are you aware of the Tigray War?
I am not. I don't follow that.
No, I'm not aware of
All right. So in the last 18 months, about 160,000 actually, people have died in the Tigray War in Ethiopia. And that's not on the news.
So
in the same way, where there's a lot of massacres and genocides that go on in Africa and third world countries that don't get news. But that doesn't mean So who's that? What benefit is there in overtly concealing that war and instead distracting you with other things? What do they gain by doing that then?
We don't pay attention to how much money they're making.
I'm deeply suspicious of a lot of stuff in the world, but frankly, there's a level at which I see that thing between those two, Will Smith and Chris Rock, and it's just one highly emotive idiot hitting another one. I mean, I don't see why. The fact that everyone else is talking about it, I don't necessarily
idolize those. They're idols to a lot of people. They pay attention to what those people say.
Sure, but it could just be that it was just one bloke hitting another bloke. It doesn't have to be anything other than that, does it really?
It could be, but an actor slapping another actor on freaking stage on TV doesn't sound like something that look. Anybody who's surprised at the idea that it might have been fucking staged, dude, like, you don't have to give it the benefit of the doubt that it's real. It's a fucking stage, quite literally, that they were on.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that he was slapped and not punched.
And the way he slapped him was gay.
There's an actual reaction of Will Smith.
Staged slap.
There's an actual video of Will Smith slapping a reporter, right? They try to kiss him. You could tell the difference between a real one and an actual.
There's a video where Will Smith is teaching a kid, like a 6-year-old on stage, like how he does a fake, like how to fake slap. And it's almost exactly the same thing.
I don't think the body movements really seemed natural to me. It was weird. I thought it was weird.
Chris Rock leaned into it, had put his hand braced for it.
Somebody slowed it down.
To be honest, it sounds like you guys are far, far more distracted by all this analysis than most people are. Most people go, "This is hilarious," and move on.
Are you on any social media, Pazza?
Oh, I what?
Are you on any social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay. Have you not seen this take up the quote-unquote airwaves of social media that you're on?
Yes, but I don't give a fuck about it.
I don't either.
Most people don't really. Most people don't either. Just because you're bombarded with shit on the internet doesn't mean say you consume everything you're bombarded with.
But it demonstrates its popularity. Even if it's nonsense and garbage, it still demonstrates its popularity.
So you're saying that because the social media platforms bombard us with it, it is therefore popular?
Maybe,
yes.
But what I'm also saying is that there's certain things that you're not aware of or bombarded with that are far more important than this, and it stands to reason that people are interested in quote unquote nonsense, things that are unimportant, trifling, whatever.
I would say it's almost the fact that because our lives are so strained and stressed these days, that a little bit of triviality is actually a relief. To be trying to talk about Chris Rock and Will Smith, it's so irrelevant that it just kind of relieves some of the tension of the more relevant things in your life needing addressing.
Yep. More relevant things in your life that need addressing. That is a great way to put that.
That's why I always say, if it's not edifying, throw it out.
Yeah, and you have to recognize the influence of social media in the fact that even if people didn't want to talk about it, it's still out there. Right? It's put out there so much that it forces the conversation and forces the distraction, right? Even if people don't care about it. Most people could give two shits, but it's the new hot thing to talk about, the new drama that happened. So every normie has to bring it up in casual conversation, right? It's just the ability to distract people from having meaningful, in-depth conversations about more important things, at least in my opinion. Because typically my interactions with most normies, you've got to get through all of the BS. Yeah, you got to get through all the BS, all the news of the day, all the celebrity drama before maybe eventually you can start having a conversation about something meaningful.
This is the way I see this as well, man. It's like two actors just took the whole practically world by just slapped in the face with some bullshit that they brought up, and everybody bought it. If two actors could do this, you think who else can't do this?
Chris Rock said himself, he made television history.
Paza must live in a vacuum, man.
And if I can bring this back to something that we often talk about in here. Remember with the Apollo missions, the first Apollo mission, there was a lot of viewership and a lot of interest from the public. And by the second and the third mission, they were losing this viewership. They were losing the ratings. So then in Apollo 13, there was said to be an air leak. And suddenly, because now there's drama attached to this event, all of the public was then glued back to their television screens. And suddenly space became cool again because now there's actually a risk of dying.
Wow.
Now it's the same thing with the Oscars. The Oscars has lost its impact. 10, 20 years ago, if it was Oscar night, we would all get together as a family and what movies are coming out this year. And there was some excitement and viewership. That's all waned now. So they've had to deliberately create some drama to bring the excitement back to the event of the whole bullshit.
Yep, that's all they have left. Yep.
Yeah, and they've been trying to do that with the Oscars for a while. Think back a couple of years with the mix-up of envelopes, right? The envelopes got mixed up. Ooh, there was drama within the Oscars.
Yeah, and it takes people's mind off of all these Kabbalists and what's really going on behind the scene. You think they just stop doing their little child, trafficking and any of that stuff? They never stopped any of that.
But it makes me sad to see how short our attention spans are and how easily we can be swayed or steered, because a lot of this is just flexing a muscle. They want to show you that they will dominate the narrative. They will pump it through all social media, and you will talk about this topic. And it is a power play. It's literally saying, this is what we're capable of. Previous Oscars, it was the black-white race issue. Remember when Will Smith wouldn't appear, or Jada Pinkett Smith wouldn't appear because this was a white event with white directors who only gave Oscars to white people. And then the next year, like you say, it was a swapping up of the envelopes. Then the next year, it was a bad host who maybe made some crude jokes, and suddenly the interest's back on the event. So they've been doing this year after year after year. The fact that we're surprised that there was some drama attached to the event.
Are you talking about the Ricky Gervais one? That was pretty funny. The Ricky Gervais one. He knows it pretty good. He's talking about Epstein. They're all like quiet. He's like, I know. You're all friends with him.
Yeah, he's shouting at them, you bloody pedophiles. We know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Oh, what are you guys talking about? These actors and actresses, they're pure as the wind-driven snow, right, Paza? Yeah, they don't belong to any little secret groups, do they now? So they have to create these little chaos scenes on the big screen or little screen. Now it is a little screen. They reverted down to this little screen, and they have to create all this chaos on there because people, like Solar said, people's attentions to these idiots is waning because we see through them now. Too bad, Hollywood. Bye-bye, Paul.
I just don't understand why this topic keeps being brought up within this server. Honestly.
What, social manipulation?
No, just the news of the day drama.
Well, it isn't about
That is social manipulation.
This is the thing. It isn't about them, Will Smith and Chris Rock. It's about how they portray the media, how they manipulate people. That's what it's all about. That's we're not talking about. Oh, Will Smith. We don't give a shit about them. That's their.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's mostly what we're talking about. It's the conspiracy around it or the manipulation of the media, like you just said.
Hopefully that answers the question of why
Yeah,
I keep.
no, I mean, I get it, but I don't. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
okay.
Good for you.
Huh? I guess it would be kind of like what detectives do when they're trying to catch a serial killer. They have to get into the mind of the serial killer and think about their influences, how they became how they are, so they can catch them. But for us, we want to catch them, their brain, not put them in jail. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that aspect of it. I'm just saying, like, why do we allow the media to influence what we're talking about and when we're talking about it, kind of thing? But whatever.
Okay.
You watch Barricade Garage, Napalm?
No.
Gotcha. He shares a similar sentiment.
Of, like, why the fuck are we even giving it attention, kind of thing?
Yeah, the thing is, even with that mindset, when it comes up, you address it and then you move on. But then it keeps coming up, and there's this, a certain level of conversational niceties where you're not wanting to just be like, yeah, we've already talked about it.
Yeah,
and
no,
then you
I get
cut
it.
people off or whatever. So you readdress the overarching theme. And then you move on.
Yeah, because I feel like there's a lot of geopolitical things that are taking place right now, right? That
I just want to find out, has anybody found a water bear? That's what I want to know.
A water bear?
Yeah, tardigrade.
Tardigrade.
Yeah.
Apparently they live on the outside of the ISS or on Mars or some shit.
Well, no. The tardigrades are supposedly everywhere. From the ocean floor to the top of mountains to museums to deserts to tropical
And they say
to
space too.
But they say that you can fit, or you would find more than 1 million in a droplet of water.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have with this tardigrade is they can grow to the length of about the thickness of a nickel, an American coin, the 5-cent coin nickel. Whatever the case, that's visible without a microscope.
I've never
That's visible.
seen that they can grow anything above nanoscale. To me,
Oh,
they were considered minute.
No, the tardigrades You can see them without aid of a microscope, even technically without the aid of a.
No. I mean, I'm not. That's not what I've read about them too. That you definitely need a microscope. In fact, I thought it was like an electron microscope almost that you needed. It was a very powerful one that you needed to see it.
I see.
Correct.
What's
That
an
was my
electron?
understanding.
So you can see electrons with it, or what?
But what
They're
was the
about,
point of the tardigrade?
half a millimeter in size. Half a millimeter in size tardigrades.
The biggest adults may reach a body length of 1.5 millimeters or 0.059 inches. What is that? Is that 1/16th? No? Is that 1/20th?
Was it zero? What?
0.059 inches. I hate when they give decimals and inches instead of the stupid fraction that you see on every measuring tape ever. Sorry.
That's 5/1000ths of an inch.
No, 5/100ths of an inch.
0.05.
No, it wasn't 0.005. I said 0.05.
Okay, yeah, that's 5/100ths of an inch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
6/100ths of an inch.
Or a 20th of an inch, basically.
Or 50 thousandths.
20th of an inch, basically. Quickly, small.
Yeah, 1/20th.
You think these creatures don't exist?
I wasn't suggesting that they don't exist. I just want to look at one in person.
Why do Glober's minds always go to, so it's fake? So you think it's fake?
No, someone said so-called tardigrades as if their existence is in question.
Super.
Well, a lot of times we do say that just because we've never seen one. You know, it's
sure. But
it's a so-called until it's verified, you know, by yourself. And sure, maybe a million people have verified it, but until I verified it, I might call it so-called.
All right.
Yeah.
For the record, 0.059 inches is slightly larger than 1/17th. So it's actually a little bit smaller than a 16th of an inch. That's why I'm saying it's only ever so slightly smaller than a 16th of an inch. Okay. Therefore, I can see that without the aid of a magnifying glass.
You'd see a tiny
What's
little
funny is years ago when I read about these, it was like there was like a magazine picture with it and everything where it was like you know, a color enhanced like microscope view of the thing, and like I think that's why it was that solar. Like we must have saw the same thing or have the same impression, because I don't remember it being something that you can see with the naked eye, not even close.
Well, no, the pictures you quite often see from an electron microscope set at a coarse resolution, and so you can see the detail and the anatomy of the creature and the features of it. Yeah, but if you see it in real life, it's just you wouldn't be able to distinguish it from a bit of dandruff, basically, because your human eye is not that good. You'd see it, you'd be aware of its presence in terms of its size, but you wouldn't be able to see its features. Which is why they show you an electron microscope image. You can see with electron microscope, you can see all the scales on it.
An electron microscope, an electron microscope would be overkill. You would just use like a standard like what do they call them? Like the regular slide, you know, you just put it. I'm not.
You could look at
standard lab microscope is what you would look at that with. You wouldn't use a fucking electron microscope or anything like that.
Look,
you could use your standard microscope, but you'd have to. The lighting's got to be great on those, and also it's a much better to see something in an electron microscope in the coarse range definition, and you get all the texture then as well.
Okay, great. So where is one of these things? Where do they exist? Where are they? Can I go
all over the world is the claim.
How do they know they survive in the vacuum of space?
I don't know anything about that.
That's what this is saying.
Who says that?
That's what this article says. It says 10 tardigrades have previously survived in the vacuum of space. What?
I believe in a lab they've put them in vacuums and they put them down to like 5 degrees Kelvin and then thawed them out and they're okay, or some of them have survived. They're under lab experiments they've demonstrated their hardiness. Let's put it that way.
And they make up a story and say, "Oh, these could live in the vacuum of space."
That's exactly how they say it, yeah.
Maybe that's what the bubbles are.
Yeah, that's exactly how they say it, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, it's a fascinating creature. I just want to see one in person.
Well, whoever else is talking was arguing, suggesting they don't exist or they don't, Where can you find these, you were saying? Well, they're everywhere, apparently. They're in flora and fauna all over the world.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm not questioning their presence. It's just I've sat there and looked at a little clump of moss, because supposedly moss is their preferred. I say supposedly. What do I know? But
lichen, moss, and various fungal formations.
So
but it's all,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
that doesn't. You understand though that if you pick up a piece of moss, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to find one.
Yeah, I understand that.
The problem I have is they're talking about a vacuum of space in this article, and it's from space.com. So what kind of space do you think they're talking about?
I'm not. That's besides the point to me, Sonny. I get what your contention is, but that's really besides the point. I don't care about the space part.
William Shatner going into space, I don't start questioning the existence of William Shatner. If you're going to talk about tardigrades, talk about them in an article which you don't find contentious, because there's lots of ways you can just evaluate the tardigrade and what it is and how it lives and its biological existence without having to resort to saying poo-pooing it because someone said it can survive in space. By all accounts, a lump of granite could survive in space because it could survive in a vacuum. That doesn't mean to say that granite is a myth or some sort of conspiracy theory.
This mutually exclusive. The space part doesn't matter.
Exactly, that's the point I'm making.
There's a lot of little videos though of the zoomed in under a microscope, and the 3D renderings that they do. When I tell people, like, I'll mention the water bear from time to time to different folks, and whoa, what's this? What are you talking about? And I'll intentionally show them the microscopic pictures or whatever, and not the 3D renderings, because it really paints a different picture entirely.
I wonder if there's water bears in the permafrost.
Yeah, I don't know. They have a lot of stories about these things, but
they claim they found one on the ISS.
Yeah,
you know that. And seaweed. I don't know how seaweed got up there, but not kidding. I'm not kidding. I wish I was.
You mean like a package of seaweed that you buy to eat, or?
No, they found it on the outside of the International Space Station.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if they found the water bear inside or outside, but I remember reading this like probably a decade ago now, but they said they found one. Seaweed too.
Yep, it looks like May 2011, tardigrades, water bears in space. Yeah.
Space seaweed.
Hey, that's a pretty good guess on how long ago too.
Yeah, good job.
This is one of those things where, like, you know how they said, oh, moon rocks can only be found on the surface of the moon. That's how we know they're real. And then they found them in Australia. And their excuse was, well, a meteor hit the moon and blasted it back to Earth.
A meteor hit the moon and blasted the moon rock back to Earth?
Yep, that's right.
And then it became a tree and petrified?
Yes. Yeah, something like that.
That checks out.
It went at the magic speed and like petrified into the form of a tree.
Yeah.
Was it like that, or was it something like that?
If something is identified to be
It always has
petrified
to be
wood,
something like that, so you have the wiggle room. You need the wiggle room with your NASA to change your story.
Yeah.
So it has to be something like that. Approximately something.
Someone was suggesting that something came from the moon and landed in Australia.
Someone suggested that, yes.
The truth of the story is nominal.
Nominal is a fun word to use. By the way, for the record, that's a good word. That should be more commonly used.
NASA uses it all the time. Everything's nominal.
And the short definition, being so in name only.
Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a freaking lie to me. Right? So if you think about that definition and you say that the launch of the satellites today was nominal. Just think about that statement.
That would be a hilarious quote. Is there? Did they say something like that?
They always say it during launches.
Oh man!
I mean, just listen to the back and forth in like mission control and stuff like that, or think back to what was it, the Mars rover landing? The one guy at the conference, that's all he could say was nominal. Well, we've looked at everything and it's nominal.
We have a nominal velocity of what? A nominal velocity? And then what's its actual velocity?
It's actually nominal.
Yes, yeah.
You're
I
talking
always
about
use
nominal,
the
actual,
word.
nominal, or
I guess I used it in the second definition because it started freaking me out. I thought I was using it wrong all these years. Because when people ask me to do something, I'd say I'd do it for a nominal fee, which means a small amount. But I didn't know the other definition for it, so I just looked it up. I was like, oh,
nominally speaking.
yeah. Just want to add that real quick.
I'm still trying to figure out how they can tell how fast they go with space. Like, what are they using for a speedometer? How does that work exactly?
Yeah. How do they get a reference exactly?
Speed is nominal in space.
Just nominal.
They like lick their finger and like stick their finger out the window, and then how fast the energetic particles hit your finger, and you know how fast you're going.
Yep.
Yeah,
you never have a spaceometer.
We're going 125. Just tell them it's 12,500. That'll work.
I think that they use that fancy device, level waterometer, that we heard about the other day.
Yeah, you put that together with the refractometer and the gravity.
And the chugga chugga machine.
Chugga chugga.
Yeah,
the
they work great when you're doing downhill water skiing.
Water skiing on a slope of water.
Our German friend from yesterday has one of the most innovative sports in the history of mankind. Downhill water skiing.
Watch out for that slope water. Some lakes are sloped water. They have sloped water, right? Yep.
No boat required.
Just slide down the water.
Someone just has to figure out how to make the jump too, so we can have downhill water ski jumping.
Downhill waterboat ski jumping. I like that. The water.
There's no boat. They don't need the boat.
They don't need the boat.
They don't need a.
No, and what they do is they call that downhill water skiing isn't without a boat. Isn't that what they call surfing?
No, it's not. What they call surfing.
Could you imagine an
Oh, no,
entire?
Sonny, that's a pretty good answer. I'm gonna, even though he's a globe, we'll give him that one.
It was.
They're always going downhill a little bit when they're surfing, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah. But
The
imagine
wave.
the entire lake being a wave.
All waves aren't steep enough.
So you weren't here yesterday when the guy was saying that the elevation, the water elevation of one side of the lake is higher than the other side of the lake? You didn't hear that?
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
that. The German guy.
Yeah. Bees or Please or whatever his name was.
Did he say that the difference was nominal?
No,
Von Schlieffenschnaben.
it was it was super German, more
He said it
German
was
than normal
100
German.
meters.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meinem Arsch.
Just imagine. Just imagine you're at the lake and it's tilted. Water tilted. Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine.
It seemed
By
to
the-
me that he was suggesting, how do you know that it's not higher on the other end? Something along those lines, wasn't it?
Well, level is just perpendicular to plumb, so there's that.
Mm-hmm. And never
Yeah,
is.
that's what he was trying to say, that the source and the target, even though they were both, the same elevation above the lake, they weren't the same elevation relative to each other because one side of the lake was higher than the other.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Germany's weird.
I don't know how to respond.
Imagine wanting to believe something so bad you make such an absurd statement. I can't even fathom it.
So really brainy over there in those parts, huh?
Well, at the very minimum, his parts.
All in the head though. Like it's all just imagine this, and what if you were there doing this? No, we asked you for a direct measurement. In reality, just imagine this. Look up in the sky. It seems to be. No, I don't want to say that Germans are like this because that would be too hard to believe that all Germans kind of believe this way. But it seems to be more prevalent with certain groups that are like that. I don't know. It must be the specific brand of mind control that was used in those areas, is my guess.
Well, I found in general that especially the German population is very subservient to their government. Well,
Would that
very.
be like a
They
nationalism?
banned the letter Z, man. Like they banned the letter Z because Russians used it on their vehicles so they know not to shoot each other. I'm dead serious. They banned the letter Z, so now it's not Zelensky. Now it's Elinsky. So
what?
Samsung is getting rid. They have a line of phones that are those foldable phones.
It's a good thing they can't.
It's the Z model, and they're getting rid of that. Zurich insurance companies changing their name. Like they
That is
over there.
wild. So it's a good thing they can't have an army anymore. I'm grateful.
Well, the thing is, that isn't the only letter they use. That's just that particular force, right? So they got a European force, an Asian force, blah blah blah, and they all use different letters. So pretty soon we're not going to have an alphabet in Germany.
Yep, Germany was sacrificed because it had to be.
Oh,
Germany, not too many people know this. Germany actually has the largest military pit in Europe. What could go wrong, right? Anyway, I have noticed, just to support what everybody was saying, I have noticed the German people that come here that are Globers, they're the most offended by flat Earth. Who is the German dude that used to come here with his 3D models, his Blender models back in the day.
Oh my God, I was thinking of him like a minute ago when they mentioned a German guy. Oh, that guy was so frustrating to talk to.
I do remember the Blender models, but
I'll think of it later when I'm
It
not
just
trying
doesn't
hard to
work.
think
See,
of
look at my Blender model. It doesn't work. That was literally every argument he ever made.
yeah, I would
Earth
just
isn't
ask
flat
him,
because of my Blender model.
why not? Why doesn't it work? Sometimes playing dumb is the best hand you can play.
It's not even playing dumb. They do it all the time. They'll think things like blah 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 is impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, yeah, prove that, show that. It just is. Okay, yeah, show me. It's obvious. Okay, if it's so obvious, show me. And they never can. So what, time zones can't work on a flat Earth. Oh yeah, okay, show me. And it just ends there because they just make claims with no evidence over and over and over.
So when you were talking about the guy that was saying that one side of the lake was at a higher elevation than the other side of the lake, was he really pressed on how elevation was being measured, where it was being measured, what it was being measured with, and for any proof of this claim, or was he just kind of stating it? I wasn't here.
No, he was all over the place. Like he actually probably made everyone in the chat dumber, so we didn't actually think of that.
Yikes.
Because elevation is measured from sea level. So you can't have sea level at two different elevations because that's how elevation is defined in the first place.
It's called sea level for a reason.
Yeah, you were saying about the laser and the target, and you said there's no way you know how high the target is. It had to be lower or higher or whatever.
So bizarre.
But I feel like that's an idiotic statement to say that one side of the lake is higher than the other. Even in the globe model, this wouldn't make sense.
We know.
Yeah, we told him that. He didn't care.
Okay.
he had a fundamental
Just as long as
misunderstanding
it's flat, I
of
don't care.
reality.
Yes. So
Each
these
side of my
it seems like
garden is higher than the other.
seems like these people want to believe that it's a ball so bad that they would rather there not be words like sea level or horizon or horizontal or flat. Like it's because they want to live on this ball so bad. That's all. That's why
Look,
they
if you gave one of these atheist ones a choice and said believe in God or flat Earth, they would say I'd rather believe in God. That's how and they're
exactly.
vehement atheist fedora wearers, and they would still just okay, I'll believe in God, just don't make it flat.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. That's how bad this is. It's worse. You know what's worse though? Someone that knows that the Earth is flat, but goes along with all these other blue pill ideas that are basically superstitions, and it's like, you know what? I'll just say it publicly. That's retarded.
There is a renaissance of superstition in our modern era. I have seen it in many places.
I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious.
It's quite prevalent. But go along, no, the Earth is flat, but go along. Oh, the government's still fine, and they're doing great things. Go to hell, please. If someone hasn't moved on beyond that point, they're just like, there might be a lost cause. I don't know. I don't like to profess anybody a lost cause, but get a freaking clue.
So would this be a superstition? I guess maybe it's depending on how I look at it. So when I play soccer, I'm a goalie, right? So my water bottle is always behind me to my left. So when you're facing the goal, it's the post on the right that my water bottle is always at. Like I always put it there. I never put it on the other side. But then I think about, is that superstitious? Did I start that because I found that I was playing better when it was on the left? Or is it so I know where it is at all times if I need to grab it quickly in between plays?
You're probably the only person that can answer that question.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Kind of a superstition, but it's also kind of...
Is it in your view while you're playing, or is it behind you?
It's behind me, so it's in the goal.
Oh, so you can't use it as like a spatial reference.
No, I use the lines on the field as spatial reference. And when the goals are out of whack, it messes me up big time if the goals are off center, because I use the lines on the field as a reference for where the goal is behind me when I'm coming out to cut down angles.
Paul. You know, the same thing happens in basketball. If you're used to playing in one type of court, like sometimes they have different, like if you play outdoors versus indoors, some people use the pole as a spatial reference in like being indoors, because sometimes the basket comes from the ceiling. It'll screw up their shooting because they, for whatever it is, just like, you know, it just throws it off a little bit. And sometimes the pole is straight up, and sometimes they're straight up and they got a, you know, frame or just extend it out. So relative to the pole, the backboard is different. There's all sorts of like little things that'll just like screw you up. Even if the rim is slightly tilted down, just that will screw you up. Sometimes things like if there's a like behind everything, like say the behind it's a wall, like in a gymnasium, that can that screws you up as far as spatial reference. Things look further away than they are, or closer than they actually are.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly our brain processes these things as well. Just to pull it back to the example of soccer, right? So if I'm playing goal and the goal's perfectly lined up, it's in the middle of the box in which I can use my hands, right? But the center of the field, the circle at the center is not perfectly centered, it's off-centered. That'll throw me off as well, especially when I'm further out of the box. So it's like just little differences like that. What's up, man?
Well, because of a lot of it, like especially if you're using the lines, you know, I know in football, you got to take angles to cut people off. It's really the angle at which you attack the ball in football or soccer, I'm sure. And like if you use the line as a reference, it's like if the line's off a little bit, your angle's going to be off if you're running relative to that line.
Oh yeah,
like 100%. That circle, if it ain't centered, you're like, okay. If you always like okay, straight down the middle of the field, but if you're using the circle as to designate in your mind where the middle of the field is, and the circle's off, and you're not running down the middle of the field, you're running to some other place.
Yeah, especially as a goalie, right? Because playing goal, angles are very important. Meaning, coming out of the goal, I'm cutting down the angle that the attacker has to shoot, right? If I remain in the goal, they have a lot more area.
You could argue it's the most important thing.
Yeah. So those line references being off is huge for a goaltender. And it's something you don't even, your brain sees it and processes it so quickly. It's crazy how quickly your brain can use those references and put you in places that are where you shouldn't be based off of something being out of whack.
Hey, Napalm, is my mic working now?
You're working good, Dave. How's it going?
Quick question I always wanted to ask the soccer goalie. The penalty kick situation, is that literally a coin flip, or is there some kind of tail you can get from which way they're going?
So it lots of times it is a coin flip. There are some indications that somebody taking the penalty kick will give you. Lots of times it's the arm opposite of the kicking foot, right? So if I'm right-footed, or if the kicker's right-footed, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to their left arm and also their hip angles. Because if I'm lining up for a kick, I'm right-footed, and I'm going to kick the ball to the left-hand side of the goal, my left arm is going to come out away from my body so that it'll help me pivot and come across my body with the shot. Whereas if I'm right-footed and I'm going to kick to the right-hand side of the goal, my left hand is typically going to stay close to my body. So that's one indication. But kickers also know this. So sometimes they'll use, their left arm down, but still kick the ball left. Or put their left arm out, but still kick the ball right.
Okay, I figured it was literally like a coin flip, but then you try to bluff each other out of what you're actually doing. So it's kind of like a little mind game, right? Anyway.
Yeah, and
Y'all go
especially at a young age, right? So when I teach young goalkeepers, literally it's when they're first starting out, it's pick a side, fully commit, and hope that you can make some body adjustment to where the shot is placed if it is on that side of the goal as you're diving. So usually youth ages, you really want them to just kind of pick a side and stick with it so that they can get full extension and get a full dive out to the post to hopefully stop it if it goes to that side. But as you progress, lots of times you try to look for little tells within the kicker, but it's not easy. It's a big goal, and they're very close.
Okay, anybody in here think they live on a silly globe besides Paz? Dead Air Dave strikes again. Y'all continue.
All right.
You're dead air, Dave, because you always ask, a couple questions, man. You always ask, where's the curvature? Dead silence. Any proof of the globe? Dead silence. So, it's your fault.
You got a point there, Indio. My bad.
Wait.
Oh, sorry, got nothing.
He had a good question about penalty kicks.
Why is that important?
Now, how many flat spots are on a soccer ball?
Depends on the ball.
Yes, it would.
What is the shape of a soccer ball? And no, I don't mean a sphere. The pattern on it. Give someone a free cookie if they guess.
Aren't they pentagons?
They vary.
Hexagon.
I think it's a truncated icosahedron.
Yeah, it's laid out.
Traditional
Flexing my
soccer ball.
nerdiness. Flexing my nerdiness.
I think he's right.
Icosahedron. A truncated icosahedron. I see. Huh.
So
There's no air in it.
That's the traditional stitching pattern, but now they've got a lot of heat glued synthetic materials to where they have patterns, kind of like baseballs have, these weird patterns that they'll stretch around.
Says here that it's a prolate spheroid, and it says that it has 12 pentagons, 5-sided shapes, and 20 hexagons, 6-sided shapes.
I was going to say it was 6. It's 5 and 6s.
Truncated, icosahedron. Truncated icosahedron. Interesting. These shapes are all examples of polyhedra, 3-dimensional shape whose faces are polygons is known as a polyhedron. Essentially.
And truncated means they cut off the points, right? They cut off each of the points.
I see. A Buckminster ball consisting of 20 hexagonal 6-sided and 12 pentagonal 5-sided surfaces, also known as a truncated icosahedron, except it is more spherical because the panels bulge due to the pressure of the air inside the container while they're all sewn together. When they're sewn together and inflate, they make a new sphere. Yeah, we don't have that on Earth, bros. Just trying to help you out here.
Oh, who was here last night, or approximately 14 and a half hours ago, 15 hours ago?
Probably me.
There was the topic. Somebody came into the chat, and I was trying to help them understand about the Curie point and stuff. And then somebody in the text chat said they meaning Globers probably say that the rotation of the Earth of the molten liquid is what forms the electromagnetic field. And I said basically that is what their claim is. And then I looked for a demonstration of generating an electromagnetic field with a molten material, and they did that. And in order to create an electromagnetic field, they first of all, they used some version of sodium molten, and they rotated it, or rather they stirred this molten solution or whatever 29 times a second. So I don't know about you guys, but something about that seems like a false equivalency.
Yeah, I've seen that. Kosho used to show that one all the time. So it was molten sodium.
Yeah.
But that is okay. So that molten sodium will generate an electromagnetic field, but in order to generate electromagnetic field, it has to be jump started.
But it also has
so it's
to have
contained within an electromagnet. It's inside of an electromagnetic field that was already created.
Yeah.
So it's actually just acting sympathetically. Basically, it's electromagnetically coupling to the external field. It's not generating its own field.
Exactly. And it's sodium and not nickel and iron. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, the theory of electromagnet, the theory of, well, yeah, they're going to say, so the Curie point applies to like bar magnets, paramagnetism. So all the, this is what they say, all the molecules and atoms all line up, right? And so that creates basically a bar magnet out of some material. But electromagnet means you have a current, right? And a changing electric current creates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field creates an electric current. So this is a chicken egg problem. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Mm-hmm.
But they can't maintain it. So if they cut off the external field, it no longer is not a self-sustaining electromagnetic field, which is what the Earth is.
I didn't realize the melting point of sodium was under 100 Celsius.
Really?
Yeah, it says sodium's melting point is 97.79 Celsius. But its boiling point is 882 Celsius, which is 1600 Fahrenheit. Very, very high.
Isn't sodium reactive to oxygen? Like if you have pure elemental sodium and you expose it to air, no, it's reactive to water. That's what it was.
Yeah, water.
So if you expose it to air, it like explodes or something.
Sodium is a soft metal. Calling sodium a metal is the way that the the periodic table of elements and how they classify the different elements and stuff. I don't know. It seems weird to me, but
Metals are classified as such because their
structure,
their atomic structure, yeah, is crystalline.
Yeah.
And the way they figure that out, they use what's called X-ray diffraction. So they blast it with X-rays, and then it leaves like a shadow on a plate. And that shadow is like one of these polyhedron, right?
Yeah.
That we're talking about. So many things are just related like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if it projects a pattern that's like geometrically, what would you call it? Like a crystal.
Yeah, yeah. Rookie, you're hot micing.
No.
It could also be classified as a metal because of what they call electron mobility, like how easily the an atom of that element gives up or receives an electron. I think that it might have to be behold some threshold. But I mean, these are just like classifications. They don't really mean.
Yeah.
How good of a conductor is it? Does it say?
Sodium.
Make some sodium wire.
Electrical conductivity for all the elements in the periodic table. Well, I don't know what these numbers mean. Some of them say not applicable, which stands to, but I guess by rule of comparison, here I'll post the link. There's an entire list of all the elements and their conductivity, but I don't know what S over M means.
That's a unit called Siemens. SIEMANS.
It's in reference to electrical conductivity, I suppose. So
yeah,
gold.
I think Siemens is the other unit must be everything with electrical stuff is like it's always in reference to some other unit. So Siemens is probably like amps per surface area or something like that.
So it appears that bromine has the highest. Oh no, that's negative. That's a negative exponent. So I guess bromine has the lowest because it's 10 to the negative. I mean, it's 1 times 10 to the negative 10. And that makes it the smallest number because there's not even any other numbers. No, sulfur. Sulfur is 1 times 10 to the negative 15. So sulfur, I guess, is the least conductive material, which means it would make the best insulator, right?
Ew.
If something has the lowest conductivity,
no, because that this is something. Well, this is where it all gets weird, man. This is why electromagnetism is kind of a little mystery. Usually, the ability to stop a current from passing through it is correlates to what's called the dielectric constant of the material, which is also, guess what? That's also the refraction. So it's really, so it's how fast. I'm trying to think how to put this so it's simple.
There is an actual article on nature.com with the title, published in 1907, the year 1907, Sulfur as an Insulator.
Yeah. Usually the higher the dielectric constant of a material, the better the insulator it is. So the best insulator that I know of is, other than vacuum, is a man-made material called captan. It's basically foam.
Isn't sulfur
Teflon.
usually a gas?
I
Yeah.
thought it was in its natural form a powder or a solid.
But you said its boiling point was what, like 100 degrees Celsius?
Well, that was sodium.
Oh,
I was looking at this list that I posted in the chat of the electrical conductivity of the elements, and I was just looking for the highest one and the lowest one, and the lowest one is sulfur. No, I'm still looking for the highest one. I'm looking if there's
think
any.
of it like this, okay? So like that, the values they have is Siemens, which is the conductivity, but the reverse of that is the resistance, right? So that's resistance to a current. The dielectric constant is related to something called dielectric breakdown, which is if I try to pass a current, how much does it resist a current passing through it at all? Doesn't matter what the current is, right? So one is like, if a current is flowing, how much current will actually pass through versus how much resistance, right? But the dielectric constant is, there's no current flowing, you're trying to pass a current, right? So at what electrical field strength do I have to get to until that material breaks down and a current passes through it regardless? Right? So think of it like this. If you had a pipe, right? And like, one type of material lets, X amount of water flow through it. Another type of material lets a little bit less flow through it. But they all let something flow through it. Everything will let something flow through it eventually. But the dielectric constant is, if I try to flow a current through it, and think of it almost like a blockage, at what point, how much pressure do I got to put into the system before the current will flow?
Mm-hmm.
Would this relate to permeativity and permeability?
Yes. Permittivity is the dielectric constant, basically.
I'm sort of grasping it a little bit, and it sounds interesting, Indian.
This is why this particular part of the field of electromagnetism is confusing, because depending on what you're using it for, even though it's the same thing, they're using different terminology. So the refractive index is also the relative permittivity and permeability combined, which is also the dielectric constant versus what the hell do they call it in magnetism? Resistance to magnetism. What would be called diamagnetic properties, right? So like, even though these are the same things, right? They're the exact same things, but they're different terminology depending on what you're using. Depending on the field you're in and the application. So if you're using like material science and you're using electronics, they'll use the dielectric constant. But if you were doing something like making lenses, they wouldn't use that. They would use relative permittivity and permeability. Right?
Yeah, I'd be interested in the permeability.
But it's these are all the exact same thing, though. It's just like using different words for the exact same thing depending on what field you're in, the application. It's just like the convention they use in that particular field. Which is why this shit is confusing, is because they use the different words for the same thing all over the place.
Well, we're talking about a potentially a barrier, not necessarily a container, is what I'm getting out of what you're talking about. I mean, I'm kind of getting it a little bit, really, but not enough to like talk about it with somebody. But it's fascinating. So appreciate you.
Silver on the list is the highest electrical conductivity, higher than copper, and copper is higher than gold.
And that's why the best wire you can buy is Teflon coated silver wire. Because Teflon has the highest dielectric constant that can be actually fabricated in such a way that you can make a wire. There's others, but I think Teflon has a dielectric constant of like 40,000 or something, which is fucking high, needless to say. That's its
gold is used
resistance
more
to
often.
passing a current.
Yeah, and gold is used more often in like external connections because of its inability to corrode, where silver and copper have the ability to corrode, which will interrupt the electrical flow.
Silver is highly corrosive. Like like silver will corrode very fast. Obviously, everyone's seen silver tarnish. It'll tarnish faster than copper will. Gold is actually the best thing to use because, well, I mean, the one problem with gold is that it's almost too malleable, so the wires aren't strong, so you can't like abuse the wires. They're great for electronics, but if you wanted to like, wire like from here to, Indiana or something, then it ain't gonna work. The wires will snap all the time. You just be repairing them 24 hours a day.
But I thought all of that information was done by satellite.
Satellite. Anybody from the early 2000s? No POD?
Yeah, I'm listening to that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
That was their shittest song though. So.
Oh. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it, but of course, I still liked NASA in the early 2000s. So.
All right. I have to say, I never, ever, ever gave a monkeys about NASA. Never cared.
Yeah.
I was never a fanboy. I never hated them. Just yeah. Until I realised they were big fat liars.
Yeah, India. When you were talking about the same thing being used with different terminology and it being very confusing, I was on another server one time where it was like a 2-hour debate between somebody who was stating that everything on the EM spectrum could be considered light and other people saying that no, only visible light and infrared and ultraviolet are light. Everything else is something completely different. And this went on for like hours.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
Hours.
That reminds me of two of my real life friends, man. If you got them in the room, they would argue about the stupidest thing for hours. And the thing is, they'd both be wrong, and they'd be arguing. And me and my other friend, usually like four of us hung out, we would just sit there and drink beers and laugh at those two arguing for 2 hours. Being both wrong, being like both of them are wrong at the same time about different things. It's so funny.
It was like a semantical argument where like both sides are right and both sides are wrong at the same time.
Yeah. Technically, light is only the electromagnetic spectrum that's visible, but there's no functional difference other than you can see it versus you can't see it.
Right.
You can't really see infrared, technically, or ultraviolet. I don't know why that's considered visible light, even though it's not visible.
Because there are animals outside of human beings that do have the ability to see into some of those spectrums, right? So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt if there's some humans that can see it. You know what I mean?
Possibly.
Well, that's arbitrary at that point then, because then you're basically saying because there isn't an animal that can see magnetism, that it's not considered visible. But if I don't know, if an animal could see magnetism, would it be considered visible at that point? Like,
they claim now that birds can see magnetism.
all right,
that would make
and that's
sense.
how they figure out which way they're flying north and south in the winter, and that's why they
awesome.
I think they figured this out by high tension lines. There was high tension lines that was like fucking up the way they fly. And their speculation was they can see the magnetic field and they're aligning themselves to the magnetic field and flying in a direction based upon that. And then they went and actually looked in their eyes, and in their eyes they produce something called a superoxide, which is very susceptible to picking up magnetic fields.
But what about when they put them like in a box or whatever and transport them? You know, it's not like they somehow they orient themselves, and I've just heard of experiments like that.
Well, I'm just listen. It's a scientific paper. It may or may not be true. Half the shit that comes out is not repeatable anyway, so
yeah,
you have to take it all with a grain of salt.
So butterflies do that same north-south thousands of miles navigation over and over again. I'm not sure about fish, but the way that birds school and the way that, or it's a flock rather, and the way that fish school.
Oh, it's so incredible.
It's almost identical. It is really a fascinating thing to me.
It's like a wave of some sort. It's just incredible and it's beautiful.
I used to watch this flock of pigeons, and there's a hawk that's right here that likes to eat the pigeons. But they would fly in a flock. In dead center, there was one white pigeon would be dead center. It looked like a big eye flying. It was really weird. But they'd all spaz out whenever the flock came around, and they would all group together in like this huge flock and like fly in every which direction. I guess like if you're a pigeon in the flock, hoping hope it's not me this time.
Oh God!
That hawk was hyper aggressive, man. Like I'm telling you, I watched the hawk catch a pigeon, land in a tree, and rip the freaking pigeon's head right off in front of about 15 people.
Wow, that would be a sight to see.
It was a bunch of old ladies too. They were like, ah!
Oh man, you probably had the best day watching that shit.
I was cracking up. They didn't think it was funny though.
I mean, I don't want old ladies to be scared, but in retrospect, you know, just talking about it, it's like kind of funny.
Like its head off.
India, was it a squirrel that they got?
No, I said pigeon.
A pigeon. Yeah, I've seen hawks fighting around here in mid-air over prey, like literally tearing the prey. Two hawks, like one would swoop down and tear the prey in half from the other one, and they would just drop it.
Oh man, I hope it's not me this time.
I've seen it, like all of a sudden I was riding, I hear this thing go plop, and I look over and there's a freaking dead, mangled squirrel. I look up, there's two hawks like going, ah! Like doing a dog fight.
Yeah, there's a bunch of videos on YouTube about birds flying in their formation. I think the first picture that Gospel Bear posted for fish, that's way better. The other one is too close. You can't get it. Too short.
Also, you know what the hawks do here in the city? Because there's a huge park here, right? So the hawks come into where the skyscrapers are, where the pigeons are laying their eggs. They pilfer the pigeon eggs.
Oh, bastards.
From skyscrapers.
Well, that's nature. That's what they're supposed to do. Steal eggs.
And I suppose if there was a dog small enough, they wouldn't be opposed to that. Just a different snack choice.
I guess so. It'd be pretty sweet to be a hawk, huh? Or an eagle. An owl, that'd be kind of cool too. Birds of prey. Would I want to be a bird of prey, or would I want to be a beautiful bird?
A squirrel. Can you imagine the conversation? Hey, honey, you see the puppy poodle out on the porch there?
There's a squirrel prancing across the open field.
Just out there a minute ago, Fifi was just out there. Oh, not there anymore.
I'm distracted by the squirrel, Sonny. There's tons of them around here. So cute. Sorry to be so random and stupid.
That's okay. Squirrels will fight with each other too. I've seen them
I know.
go.
I was like, hey, look at the squirrel, right in the middle of what you were talking about. Sorry, bro.
I've seen squirrels pilfer each other's food too. Like someone will be squirrel will be munching along, just all not a worry in the world, and another
This
one will
one's desperate. It's burying.
race by and snatch the food and run off.
Get this. This one's desperate. It's burrowing into the ground. I'm gonna have to buy them some nuts. I don't think the peanuts. I don't think that's their favorite. I saw this one video where this dude, he was like an engineer or something. He did this elaborate, like, thing that the squirrels would have to go to get their nuts that they wanted, and it was so cool. But anyway, I thought it was like walnuts, but
Penny, they do bury their nuts.
well, then maybe that's what this little one is doing because he's going to town still.
Yeah.
Right from here, he's so cute.
They actually burrow all in through the ground. There's some areas where they're burrowed in where I live, and you step on it and it's just all soft because they've dug tunnels through the whole area.
Yeah.
Then
someone just tuned into this for the last 4 sentences and didn't hear anything else, they would think that this is a perverted server.
I used to live in Olney, Illinois, and it's known as the home of the white squirrel.
Squirrels bury their nuts. That one's really going to town. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh, that's good, man. High five.
Well, there's this old saying, to the pure, all things are pure.
True that.
I was actually scratched by a squirrel. I tried to pet one when I was like 5 years old, and this shit fucking scratched me. Yeah, don't pet a squirrel.
Yeah,
they
they're
don't want to be
mean.
petted.
Yeah, they do not.
People having pet squirrels.
Well, rather than talk about nuts, we could bust some balls.
Whoa, yeah!
Oh,
get it started.
I'll get it started. So earlier, the guy mentioned he was on another server and people were confused about light. There is a rising movement within the flat earth community where people are equivocating frequency with light and therefore frequency with sound. Therefore sound is light because everything is light.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they basically are, throwing science out completely. Like Quantum Erasure would always say science, 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 but, pseudoscience, but don't throw real science out with the pseudoscience. Don't throw everything from the mainstream out and then start from scratch and come up with nonsense like sound is light because it's measured in hertz. Sound is electricity because it's measured in hertz.
Those little distractions, like you just mentioned, could be planted. I'm sure of it. Yep. They're probably planted in on purpose to diffuse the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or to make flat earthers look totally retarded, right?
Well, yeah, and that's done in the result of it also. Yeah, secondarily.
Yeah, and it's a two-pronged attack as usual. So you have the extreme to the one side and the extreme to the other. So that's the one extreme. And the other extreme is just equivocating science with knowledge because the etymology of the word means to know.
Sounds
so
like
therefore anything you know is science. Yeah, so simultaneously within the flat earth community, everything is science and nothing is science.
No.
And now we look stupider than stupid.
We gotta put a stop to that shit. Who else is gonna stop it?
I mean, you could do a simple thought experiment, let alone a real experiment, to figure out that light, just because it's measured in hertz, is not sound. Light and sound are two different things. They operate differently, they're received differently, they're created differently.
Is there any type of group of people you can point out that are equivocating light and sound as being synonymous?
There's a lot of ether proponents that are doing that nowadays. I don't want to name names, but they're within the circles that we all frequent.
That would be a misunderstanding of what.
Well,
ether
to be
would be
fair,
considered. I think. I mean,
this all boils down to three
sound.
fallacies.
Well, using sound as an analogy for perturbations in the ether isn't necessarily incorrect. To say that they're the same thing would be incorrect.
Yes, but why they're saying they're the same thing? Because they share a word and a measurement, and that's frequency or hertz or cycles per second, anything of this nature, right? Therefore, this is measured in this is measured in this for this equals this. It's a false equivocation, right? It's an etymological fallacy, right? Because they're going back to the roots of the words. And it's a lexical fallacy because they're using the same word in a different context with the same meaning when it should be a different meaning, because it is a different meaning. So they're committing three fallacies simultaneously. And people are promoting this nowadays. They're going on Nathan Oakley trying to tell him that's the way it is and getting eviscerated, et cetera, ad infinitum. It's getting quite ridiculous, to be honest.
That is pretty ridiculous, because hertz, you can literally measure any cycle in hertz. Anything, any possible conceivable thing that's in a cycle, you could measure in hertz. It's just a unit. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's like saying wood and steel are the exact same thing because the measurement of the inches that you use to measure it is utilized.
Napalm, don't even finish that. It's so much worse than you could possibly imagine. So you're correct. They're measured in pounds, therefore the same thing. But they all have electricity, don't they, in their fundamental parts? Therefore, they're both electricity. Correct? And electricity is measured in hertz, and light is measured in hertz. Therefore, steel and wood are just light. They're just hard formations of light. They're solid light formations.
I have heard those arguments. I've heard that exact same argument. Everything is, monism. That's monism.
What this sounds like to me is just an advancement of the Flat Earth Society's argument that they're ridiculous statements, that this is just them.
No, it's the New Age religion, Sonny. It's the New Age religion. One is all and all is one. Monism.
Well,
No, they don't.
But I wouldn't be shocked if it was the Flat Earth Society that's pushing all of that kind of thing.
Well,
mixing it all in.
That guy is a monist. The weird eye fat guy. What's his name? He's not that fat, but the guy, the Flat Earth Society guy.
Are you talking about the Flat Earth leader?
Yeah, that does all the interviews. That he's the Flat Earth guy. You know, like I always forget his name, but he's the person that shows up. Give me a moment. I guess every time I ask this question, everybody acts like they don't know what I'm talking about. I have to look at his face to try and remember his name for some reason.
Yeah, make no mistake about it, guys. The Flat Earth is going to be hijacked to wedge New Age religion.
Yes, Sargent. Thank you. Mark Sargent. He is a monist. I've heard his talks recently, and he is fully head first dived into monism.
Didn't he say some dumb shit like there's machines underground creating lava or something?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm pretty sure he said something ridiculous like that right before the Flat Earth Australia conference, right before he made that stupid commercial.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to talk shit about. I don't even want to give that dude airtime.
Yeah, no problem. But
because that's obviously saying that that's what he wants. That's his motivation. I'm not saying he's not a flat earther. He probably is, but I think flat Earth is secondary to like his true motivation.
Oh yeah, that's pretty obvious.
I mean, it's not like he's the only guy that shares these views.
Correct.
But the idea that the flat Earth itself is part machine and part simulation is shared by a lot of people. You know, like at first glance, it seems like we live in an organic world, but if we're inside a structure that's machine-like and the organic is kind of like a biosphere or a biome within the machine, and some of the external things like the lights in the sky are simulated, I mean, that's plausible to a lot of people.
Yeah, just the transhumanist freaks.
I don't know. I kind of liked what was said just a second ago. I think it was AI that was talking. Yeah, I think those conversations are interesting. But the transhumanism, I mean, that's a whole nother ball game right there.
Well, here's the funny thing. If it's all a simulation and then we take the simulation plugs ourselves into a machine, and like, is that like a double simulation? Like,
A simulation within a
Indio,
simulation.
did you watch 13th Floor and remember the plot? And towards the end, where the one guy who was part of the simulation escaped, and he's like, "Wow, I'm in the real world. I'm a real person now." And then he saw something that reminded him, "No, you're just in another layer of simulation."
yeah, that's kind of, what's that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where they put themselves like in people's dreams?
Inception.
Inception, yeah, and it's like a dream within a dream within a dream.
Yeah,
They never
Christopher
know if they're
Nolan.
coming out. It's the same basic idea. I mean, simulation versus dream world. I mean, what's the difference? Your consciousness is in another place. That's really the underpinning of it.
Yeah, I think that kind of talk too. That's extra fascinating.
Well, that is part of the whole transhuman
Is
style
it?
philosophy. Yeah, like make no mistake about this. If you listen, just put playlist on YouTube and start listening to things about space in the new pioneers about space, new things, right? Not old things. You will hear a lecture about we're trying to reproduce a star on Earth so we can get power. And then you'll hear another lecture about things happening in the far distant universe. And then like the third or fourth video that will automatically pop up will be about humans eventually downloading themselves into machines and then eventually transcending the machine and becoming pure electricity floating in the universe.
Oh yeah, they've done a TV series about that. It's called Altered Carbon.
Yeah, like eventually we'll be electrical signals just floating in free space
Well, you
without a
kept
corporeal body.
yourself, quote unquote, for lack of a better term, in Altered Carbon was a disc. And you could put it in another bio machine we know as our bodies, whatever. But yeah, it's cool stuff, man. I wouldn't mind watching it over
Thieves.
again.
They put
Yeah, and then the
discs into
dream, Jenny, the dream eventually is that you don't need the disc anymore and you don't need the biosuit anymore. You just exist as etheric information in the universe.
Like Q from
Sounds
Star
lonely.
Trek.
Sounds
And
really
we just
lonely.
circled right back to what Gosler was talking about, the monad, right? I'm just one with the universe. I'm just a consciousness enveloping everything.
All is one and one is all. And yes, I am mocking it.
That's fine.
It deserves to be mocked.
I am biased against monistic thinking.
Ooh, that also sounds like Schwab's little minion where he said, like, it comes down to like, what is the self? Does it belong to you? Does it belong to a corporation or a government or to the collective?
Or we like the Sims.
We are Borg. We will assimilate you.
Resistance is futile.
I think we could be like the Sims.
Maybe someone could put my consciousness inside Optimus Prime's body. That'd be good.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Boy. Okay, so why is the monoism, whatever, why is that BS, you guys? Put it down. Just lay it out there. I mean, I was listening, but we've been talking about a lot.
It's logically contradictory. It's a violation and refusal to accept the law of cause and effect or the law of causality.
Okay.
it mingles the two in the same way that they do with the narrative of gravity. Gravity exists because of gravity, and gravity makes gravity.
Wow, that is a problem. I got you.
It's like that in a way, but there's probably somebody else that can put it in better words.
Monism is the idea that everything is one, and even though there's individual parts, right? We have distinguished parts. It is all just part of this one, and that there's actually no real separation between the two, and that the separation is completely conceptual in our minds.
Whoa, that's cool.
Which, I mean, there is some validity to it in some mathematical sense, but I mean, that's just like a rabbit hole.
Well, isn't that what the Trinity concept is supposed to be?
Well, hold on. The part is not the whole. The part is not the whole.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I retract.
Jenny, you're on the right track. This all stems,
am I?
Parts are artificial distinctions that we make as human beings.
Mm-hmm. Our distinctions that
What were you going to say, AI?
Right.
Yeah, AI.
So this all stems from thoughts. This all stems from thoughts about the Creator, right? So, who and what God is, and it's essentially a belief that God itself, whatever it is actually us, and we are part of it, and we're all one and together, and one and the same thing. So God isn't individuated from its creation; it's part of its own creation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what monism is. Yes.
Yeah, there's been
of course, for us, it feels like we're missing something, because then you have the uncaused cause problem again, it seems. So you yourself are eternal in this view, ad infinitum into the past and ad infinitum into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and all this
Whereas
stuff
a
comes from
non-monistic idea
Eastern
is,
religion.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go.
I was just going to say, non-monistic ideas and more Western philosophy of thought is God exists eternally and we are created at a point in time, rather than we are eternally existent with God as part of God.
Well, our bodies, I believe our bodies were created at some point in time. That's my
The monad is not. It's time too, as AI just said, right? So the past, present, future, they're all simultaneous. There is no actual time. Time is just like an illusion. Everything is happening simultaneously. All aspects, all possibilities, everything exists simultaneously, all at the same time. And that's just our consciousness that breaks up. Yes, it's just our feeble consciousness that breaks up and individuates and distinguishes things. But all that shit's an illusion, and that's the basis of basically Eastern religion. Now, if you think about what a mandala is, you ever seen like a Buddhist mandala?
Yeah.
So it's like there'll be like usually typically 8 to 12 different figures on there, and each one of those figures represents some aspect of a deity, right? And even those deities have sub features, right? They actually have, but they anthropomorphize them, right? So they actually make them into like other deities, sub deities, right? So you can think of it like God, archangels, angels, that type of hierarchy. So they have this hierarchy of divinity, right? So there's the monad, there's everything, but then there's like different aspects of God, right? This is also in the Kabbalah and all that shit. So there's different aspects of God, and each aspect is represented in Western culture as an angel or something. But in Eastern culture, they call them, well, our translation is that they're gods. But they're all like different aspects of, say, the Buddha. But the Buddha isn't God. The Buddha is just one aspect of this monad God. But God isn't like God as in it's a personification. It's just everything. God is just everything. The universe and all the time that it has ever spanned in every possible universe, all smushed together into one.
Yeah, I don't like that. Everything, a time is man-made
And that you're just viewing it through a certain viewpoint, right? You're just viewing it from your own individuated viewpoint, but all the things that distinguish, trees, houses, people, thoughts, yesterday versus today, all those things are just because of your individual viewpoint, but that's just actually an illusion. That doesn't really exist.
Oh man, no, I don't like that at all. No. I mean,
yeah. What's interesting about all of these, Jenny, is that it gives us an individuated experience as a self entity, at least from our experiential point of view. But it deprives God of being an individual. God is a conglomeration rather than an individual. And it's a completely different just way of looking at who and what God is.
There's someone new here named Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum with no roles. Do we want to unmute them? Okay, I think we ought to. Lumpy,
That's a great screen name.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum, we love your name. Welcome.
Hey, am I on?
Hey, I got a DM from him.
You are on.
Lumpy gas means you shit yourself.
Hi. So at work, I'll go over this one thing that the claim was that they're making curves in the road because they're detecting Earth curve based on surveyors, and there's a couple problems with that. One, on a sphere, if you imagine a basketball with the lines going certain ways, if you were to put that into SolidWorks, you could change them lines any which way, and everything would need to curve all the time from every perspective you're looking at. Based on where you're at on Earth, everything's dropping down and away from you at that point. There would be no way to determine, because nobody ever sees Muppet vision from the side of their own head, looking at Earth with you looking, with the Earth tilted, and the equator could be tilted more or less or whatever, but either way, from every perspective, it would have to be, for the surveyor, right? It would have to be changing. And it was a baseless assertion claim, and it was also another logical fallacy in the claim was I had the word the one, but it would have been false equivalency, because you're everywhere on Earth at 360 degrees based on where the observer is observing from. At that point, you would have to start making it curve to give more land because it's spherical. It's so ridiculous, and it took me a while to figure out the problems with the claim, and how to explain it in a way that because you're not going to be able to tell parallel to the horizon from, say, Minnesota. Do you know what I mean? If you're looking, if the direction you're looking is actually parallel to, and then you would have to be able to determine that, but then forget the fact that it's curving down and away exponentially every direction from every perspective on anybody on Earth. So if they're in Mexico, say, the sliver would have to go wherever they're viewing 360 degrees. Nobody sees Muppet vision the side of their own head from space. Say, huh?
Love claim to you. I want to know who made the claim that
it was
surveyors take account into the road curvature when they build roads. Who said that?
Yeah, it was on Google. The guy was responding to me with again. I try to tell people, things like air pressure needs containment.
Well, that's not true. Like what he said was a lie. Like that's not true.
That's why I said there was two logical fallacies in the claim, and all he was doing was parroting.
Just his whole claim that they take it into account. That's not true at all.
No, that's also a lie. Yes,
Department of Transportation of every state. Like Department of Transportation of every state has a publication on how to do surveying. I've read like at least 5 of them. None of them say anything about fucking curvature in any of them.
Okay,
so
totally, 100%.
Transportation Minnesota, their manual for doing surveying. Typically, you can just download it from whatever Public Works for your state is. You can just download the manual and read it. None of them take curvature into account. That's a silly claim.
I agree. That's why I said it was a baseless assertion. There is no actual evidence claimed and I agree. You're 100% spot on. But I thought I had a way of explaining the perspective aspect.
Survey system.
Yeah, I agree. I just thought I had a way of explaining it based on the perspective from where you're at on Earth, as the curve would be happening all over the place all the time. There would be no way to put the sliver in the right spot.
Yep, but
Because
the curve would be in every direction.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yep,
But
based on
let's
where
get to
you're at.
practicality. Though.
Nobody.
Let's get to
In the
practicality.
confusion, and I think the confusion, I had a way of explaining it would take too much to write into text, and I thought maybe it would help somebody, maybe because that's it. Did I help anybody at all? That was the goal. I'm good, and I promised I was going to be good. Huh?
My friend, we could take it to reality. Okay, so if anybody's ever seen a road construction project, they don't build roads 2 miles simultaneously, right?
Yeah, that's it.
They don't have a big enough crew for that. They do it in sections. And I'm going to tell you this: if you've ever built anything out in the real world, you know that the tolerances necessary to quote unquote account for the curve of the Earth are impossible on a practicable level with the machines that they use to do road work. Not to mention that everything they do is malleable, right? So the dirt, they can move it. The stuff that goes on top, the tar, the blacktop, all that stuff is just going to take the shape anyway. So to say that you'd have to mathematically account for the curve of the Earth is, to be quite frank, retarded.
Yeah, I know it is. But I thought I'd come up with a way that the audience or people hear or whatever, or it's recorded and later down the line someone hears it. But that's all I really wanted to do. Is it was too much to put into text to try to explain it. I hope I was clear enough. But that's, yeah, the guy showed me the article and said, this is why roads curve. I was like, I just look at these people at this point, man. They're like believing something. It's kind of frustrating. But anyway, man.
Hey, I dare anyone.
Huh?
Yeah, no problem, friend. No problem. That's a great idea. And I think anybody can do a practical experiment and just go ask the road crew, where's their calculations for the Earth curve in the 500 yards that they're working on at the moment. They laugh at you.
Yeah. It's in the equation. It's not in the reality. I totally understand it, and I totally agree. 100% I agree. It's not real. It's a part of the equation that just gets stuck in there that doesn't even account for anything real because it's based on perspective from wherever you're looking. And 2 miles down the road,
caveat.
2 different crews being able. That was a great. I also, when you said that made me say, "Oh, yep, that's another way to explain it." But 2 crews working 2 miles away from each other, trying to account for. It's just you guys got it too. So anyway, man, thanks a lot. And I was hoping I was a little helpful.
Even if you read there, well, I mean you made a perfectly good explanation. I would suggest just like dumbing it down because typically, if you're talking to just normal average Globers, they're just the normal average Glober is their level of. I'm trying to be diplomatic here. Right. Their level of knowledge about this subject really has to be dumbed down. They have like spatial and geometry problems. So that's the suggestion. The explanation is pretty
really
fine. It's actually good. It's just like you got to dumb it down for some people.
Yeah, I was working on it. That's what I thought I had done. But anyway, thanks for the time, guys. I wanted just to share that idea.
Yeah. I mean, it was fun. It's not this is a constructive criticism. It's not like you didn't say anything wrong. I'm just saying is that I just know from experience all the people that come in here, and you should too if you've been in here a while. That you really got to hold people's hands through shit because you probably would have to even explain how surveying even works to some of these people.
And in the meantime, while you're trying to explain something to them that ought to be obvious, you have to try to coax their pride at the same time. It's crazy, man. This world's insane.
Yeah, it is.
It is, dude. Hey, guys, thanks a lot, man.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And I hope that last statement wasn't offensive. I'm just trying to be, a nice guy.
Even if you read their documentation, they say that they don't have to account for curvature.
I didn't.
They're not doing 100 kilometer squared surveys.
Right, you're totally right. I've already seen the documents. I didn't screenshot them at that time. It was months ago or whatever, sometime back, and I wasn't going to get into that much of it because he thought that he believed that the surveyors are already doing this right now. He thought he had evidence of it because of the article, and I would have had to go back and search for what you're talking about. Then anyway, it's just so much all the time with these people. Their belief.
Department of Transportation. Just look. Yeah.
Yep. Minnesota DOT. Yep.
Look up from any Department of Transportation. That's all you have to search for.
Okay, man. Thanks for the time, guys.
And I also say one thing that's frustrating about Goldbergs is that they'll work really hard to debunk flat Earth, but they won't investigate the globe with the same energy, that's pretty frustrating.
Well, their debunking is always there's logical fallacy in almost every claim I've ever heard. And then they're not recognizing the evidence when you present it. They don't answer questions. They always answer questions with questions. They it's a God-sized problem or something. Maybe it is. He said he'd blind us, and I'll get off that topic. I'm not claiming I know that for sure. I don't know what I know for sure, except for I believe I'm physical. It's bright out right now. It's we got some snow outside. I don't know what I know. That's kind of what I'm trying to say is claiming I know what God is putting into people is obviously not something I can verify. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no doubt.
So anyway, guys, thanks.
I don't know what I know is a pretty true statement. I mean, you can't probably get any truer than that.
Yeah. And it isn't that, it takes time to get to that spot. But anyway, man, it's you guys helped teach me how to think. Thank you. Not particularly you, the communities. Is it Quantum, Nathan Oakley, a number of people, Flatsway. I don't got to do all that either. But I am kind of circling around the 24/7 sphere. I write it down on paper, hand it to people, or Nathan Oakley or Huey, and say, hey, just go listen for a while. Try listening. See how it goes for you. So anyway, and then I troll trolls, man. When Globers come to our channels and just start saying stupid stuff, I'll say stupid stuff back to them often. Because I never go to a Globe channel and start, just chanting at them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Hey, yes, it's good to have you. Welcome. Welcome on board.
Right,
I went ahead and verified you. Obviously verified. So, yeah, good to have you.
Oh, you're one of my favorites, dude. I love your guitar playing. Another thing, I just want to say is I had a couple accounts, and what happened to a phone got stolen. Then I tried to verify the number he claimed it had, or it wouldn't send the actual text. So if you see like a few lumpy guesses, it's because I had gotten out of the server, tried to re-put a phone in because the phone changed. You know what it is. I'm just trying to get my phone number verified, and then the text won't actually come through. I don't know if that explains the problem, but yeah, I've been lumpy the whole time.
We have a podcast, right?
Lumpy
Gas. We have a podcast, right, on iTunes and Spotify.
What? Hold on, let me find a pen. Is it the same name? I got a pen and paper right now. Write it down.
If you go on Google, right? If you go on Google and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord podcast, it'll come up. So it's on Spotify and Spotify and iTunes. So what they are is like.
Yep, I use Spotify.
Debates that were made in this live stream encrypted.
Okay, you got it, bud.
So they're just clips. It's a good thing to point people to because sometimes we're not even talking about flat Earth in here. But if they really want to if they really want to see something specific, you know what I mean, and not have to wait around to be somebody. You can send them to that.
That's really helpful because there's often times where it could be 45 minutes before a cognizant point relating directly to flat Earth is put through, and it's hard because people don't have that kind of patience, and they don't, and often don't have that type of time. They got children and a job, and
plus episodes.
Yep, I wrote the podcast.
Episodes are broken up too, as in specific. So some are about gravity, about spin, about this, about that. So if they have a particular thing, they can just look and find it.
Got it. Perfect. I didn't have that. I didn't have that resource. That is another little thing that'll hopefully help people, because helping people is good, especially when it comes to believing truth. All right, man. Thanks, guys, for all your work. I'm gonna just get out of.
Do my imitations dead air.
Oh,
Jay.
hey, I'm
Anybody got
gone.
any measurements of curvature? Who said that? Who said something? Sorry, I
Does
talked
a
over
ruler
you.
count?
I think Lumpy was kind of hot micing for a second.
Yes, a ruler counts. Actually, a ruler is preferable.
Yeah, we need a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
So Eratosthenes supposedly measured the number of stad between Syene and Alexandria. We actually had somebody go and measure, see how long a stad actually was. So human sheeple used to be, whatever he did. He actually went because they actually have a Greek era stadium in Cyprus, and he went and actually measured it, figure out how long a stad was.
Cool. Do we have the record of the meters or whatever?
I think it ended up being like 278 meters. But I actually have a citation. It's called "What was the length of Eratosthenes' stad?" And there's tons of different values, and pretty much the range is like it has like a 10% range of values.
Awesome.
So like between like 270 meters to like 310 meters, something like that.
So we just asked the Globers which one
link.
version are you using, Globers? Anyway, we're also going to need along with that.
Depends on which black swanage you're using, right?
Wait a minute. We need the speedometer he used, and also we need the elevation meter along the entire distance. We need all
and his communication method.
That's right. How did they?
I want to communicate.
How did they sync the sundials? Come on now. Were they using satellites?
It's sync the sundials. That's fucking funny.
Gentlemen, sync your sundials now.
Dude, can you make a sundial with a calendar built into it?
Dude, I'm 500 stat away. How do I set my sundial? Comedy galore right there, man. It's going to take me weeks to get there.
The better comedy is them arguing. So some people will come in here and they're just like, they won't let it go. They just will not let it go. And they will argue Eratosthenes for like 2 hours in like the lobby or debate text.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, you got nothing. Like, give it up. But they'll just keep going.
If people don't see the beauty of them putting this archaic thing on all of our materials, and then people come in here and use something so high tech as a alleged character from 220 BC with sticks and shadows, with no defining details or specifics, technical information about said measurement, if it even.
No primary source. So we don't even have what he wrote.
Nothing.
We don't even have the secondary source, something that wrote about what he wrote. We have the tertiary source. Somebody wrote about somebody that wrote about somebody that wrote something.
In the 80s. That would be the 1980s.
Yeah. Yeah. And the third hand source was written like 1,000 years after he was dead.
So you're saying we know more about Santa Claus than we know about Eratosthenes?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good point, too. I mean, you could point to information,
and of course,
like the color of his socks, like who his workers are.
Hold on.
His wife's name.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I am referring to Saint Nicholas, the actual historical character who we know very little about, but enough to know that he was a real person. I'm not talking about the cartoon character Santa Claus.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
What I'm saying is we have more evidence that Saint Nicholas existed than Eratosthenes. That's all I'm saying.
The actual Saint Nicholas. Yeah, I
Correct.
got. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I there was a website I read that was actually made by a professional historian, like a PhD in history. This is the guy's profession, and I'd have to go. I have to try and find it. There's a lot of information on like I've lost because I just don't make those arguments anymore. But this website said that most historians don't believe he existed, just because there's no primary sources and there's no secondary. His first mention is by Cleomenes, something like 800 years after he was dead. And then there's the ideas like, was it Styx? Is it Wells? Like, which one is it? Did he use 3 Styx? Did he use 3 Wells?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have clowns that come in here. Well, they did it. Like these high school kids replicated it again. Have you ever seen that one? They'll post this link to like some,
No, I saw
version
the
they
Canadian
did,
on the
but
bicycle though.
that proves divergent sun rays, by the way.
The Canadian on the
Yeah.
bicycle one.
Yep. So in the parking lot at the beginning of the video, before he goes off on his little ride, he's got both of the measuring devices. They're side by side, right next to each other. And he took a photograph of them. And you know what? The lengths of the shadows are different lengths. And they're only 3 feet apart. If that. They're literally right next to each other.
But
yeah,
parallel
so it's
rays.
I'll show you a picture of it.
But
so this is the problem with like Globers, man.
Mm-hmm.
Is their confirmation bias and cherry picking. They didn't even like confirm that the measurement was even what the measurement was at their starting point, right? They just wrote off and then compared those 2 measurements, but they didn't do the initial measurement, right? So like, what is it in the parking lot where I start? Because if you're gonna say the sun's coming in at one angle in one place and another angle in another place, you have to do the measurement at the first place. Right, so this is a comparison. It's a comparison between 2 values.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do the first part, so there's nothing to compare it to. But they did the first part, but they didn't include that in their experiment, their tests. They only did the confirmation bias part. So hold on, let me post the image of that.
What Sonny said reminds me of the YouTube tramp stamp. I was looking for music. I was just curious, flat Earth songs and stuff, and I found out that band from the '90s, Bare Naked Ladies, did this song titled "Flat Earth." It's a mockery song, but despite it being a mockery song, YouTube finds it necessary to do the tramp stamp.
So does YouTube support their claim that it has been scientifically disproven within their little snippet?
Yeah, and scientifically disproven conception.
Yeah, I actually wrote the body copy for the legal document, so I can read it to you if you want me to.
It's not even a question of science, really, is it?
Well, I mean, I told you I wrote the body copy for the legal document. If you want me to read it to you, I will.
Read it.
All right. Section 2, paragraph A, clause B. The etymology of the word science means to know. We already know the Earth is a globe. Therefore, scientifically, the Earth isn't flat. Period.
Damn it.
Okay, great. So that's good. Then, so all we need then is verification of the science that they used to know that it's a globe. Can we see that part? YouTube, Google, whoever you are? Numpties.
Yes, at one time we believed in the globe as well. I guess we were a little numpty ourselves. But luckily we woke up. Not everybody is so lucky.
That's true. That's true.
Numpty are the ones that refuse knowledge,
Yeah.
not the ones that don't have it.
Numpty Dumpty sat on a fence. Then Numpty Dumpty learned how to science. Numpty Dumpty took a great fall, and Numpty Dumpty gave up the ball.
Poetry.
That's really the only way it could go.
So I posted those divergent rays. So you can see the timestamp. You can check it in the video yourself. I proved the Earth is a ball with my bike. But I didn't actually really pay close attention when I was actually doing it. Antonio Subaretz found this, by the way, not me. May he rest in peace.
Well, you can
I know a
leave
lot of
it.
people didn't like him, but he came up with a lot of good info. No one can do that.
Yeah. People heading on out of here. Even Lord Stephen H. Christ bit the bullet. I didn't agree with him on concave Earth or whatever he was posting, but I did like his work on the firmament. That stuff was solid.
Oh, he's dropping puns.
I mean, it was obvious that guy had a little bit of mental illness going on. I mean, it just sucks. I mean, I know he has a belief, and I believe in concave Earth, and I think his interpretation of the evidence is completely wrong. But I won't say that concave Earth is completely baseless. But him having, it's dumb, man, because people take the personalities and they'll go, like, well, this dude's crazy, so concave Earth, actual argument,
I guess
who it
I'm
is,
guilty of
what they
that
believe.
too. I mean, ultimately, you got to see if what they're saying has any substance. I think people get lazy and just say, this is a kook. I don't even have to listen to you. I can move on. But that's very dismissive. The truth can come from anybody.
It's also a logical fallacy.
Yeah.
It's also a logical fallacy. It's no different than like an appeals to credential or argument from popularity. It's the same foundation, right? This person said it, and this person's crazy. Therefore, whatever evidence he said doesn't show what he said it said because he's crazy. Even if Hitler says the sky's blue, the sky's blue. It doesn't matter that he's a murderer. Murderers can say true statements.
Yeah. And weren't the Greeks that they're getting this heliocentrism from, pederasts, pedophiles, and boy humping catamite prostitute, lovers and stuff like that with their, freaky, sneaky culture or whatever? I mean, we still take all of their, knowledge and stuff like that with no problem. We don't say, oh, these were catamite boy humpers or whatever, quote unquote degeneracy they fell into in the late stage of their culture. We just take their knowledge and leave the rest in history.
I used to use this argument when Gobers would try to make the argument ad populum fallacy. Like, more people believe the earth is a globe than flat. I used to say, well, that means there's more pedophiles that are globe earthers than flat earthers. And now they don't want that. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. Then they try to backpedal. Like, because if you're going to start making ad populum arguments, I can start applying that to anything I want. And using their logic is just as valid as what they're saying. Yeah, that's called I use this a reduction to absurdity. It's like you can take their argument and reduce it to an absurd conclusion to prove that it's wrong.
Oh yeah, and some people
be careful with that though. If you say reductio ad absurdum to someone, they'll tell you you're ad homing me.
That's
funny. So they identify it as absurd.
It reminds me of a joke that Kent Hovind did. He does those kind of zinger, dad jokes and stuff like that. But he was talking about a news article that said evolution has its own, day or something like that, its own special holiday. And Kent Hovind was like, evolution already has its own holiday. It's April 1st, April Fool's Day.
That's valid.
I posted a video in Mods. Did you see that, Lemon?
I did not.
It's pretty funny. So a little kid asks, Daddy, where do people come from? And he's like, well, there was Adam and Eve, and then they had babies, and then they had babies, and then she goes, Mommy, where do people come from? And she's like, well, first we were monkeys and blah, 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 giving the whole evolution story. The little girl goes, Dad, Mommy said you're wrong. And the dad goes, oh, she's talking about her side of the family. Doesn't evolve from monkeys. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Wow.
I mean, who wants to believe? Why would you even want to believe that? Like, why would you fight for that? That I'm an animal. Like, why would you fight for that viewpoint?
And then trying to act like you're smart. And then trying to act like you're like so intelligent that like we got all the answers, but yeah, we're monkeys.
I'm a rational man because I think I'm an animal. I mean, come on.
Where's the logic there? What are they trying to say?
They want the freedom. They want the freedom to give into their base animal urges without morality. The ability to fornicate, have several sexual partners, do this, steal, and not have pesky morality, which comes from, being more than, say, an animal that can address certain aspects of his or her behavior. So they think that that's worth, taking man down a peg and making them more like an animal.
That's right. Lack of no responsibility. That's really what it's about. I don't have any moral responsibility for my actions because I'm just an animal, and because animals don't have consciences and they don't, there's no animal hell or heaven. If I'm an animal, there's no hell or heaven for me either, and I can do whatever I want. And that the calculus is this to my advantage or not? And that's the only calculus to take.
Yeah. Even the argument about free will being a thing. People say, there can't be such a thing as free will, but that implies that, everything's determined, even your thought process. So even if you told me there's no such thing as free will, I can't even trust that statement because ultimately it's just the firing of determinate chemicals in your brain or whatever version of determinism you'd rather go with. You have to be free to arrive at that truthful statement for it to even be compelling. So at that point, it's just self-defeating. but people don't care as long as they have the freedom to, sin and be unaccountable.
On that topic, I rediscovered this word that was in my brain, just don't ever use: agency. And I'm going to try and use it more regularly. Just wanted to share it again.
Oh, yeah. It's ironic that people are saying that there's no free will out of the desire to free us to do whatever we want. Very ironic indeed.
Yep.
What's an agent?
Somebody who chooses. Somebody who can make rational choices to choose this outcome or another outcome. A free agent in a novel would, I guess, choose to marry Juliet or try to, I don't know, divorce her or something like that in Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. But have you ever had a character in a novel trick you into doing something in real life?
No.
Harry Potter.
What, buy tickets?
Well, he makes witchcraft seem cool and that he has friends despite, participating in the dark arts. And it tricks you into thinking that witchcraft can give you power as opposed to damning you to eternal hellfire. But that's ultimately J.K. Rowling, who's probably, writing and, I don't know, channeling a demon or something like that to write her literature.
Look, even in occultism, it says that there's a cost to using the dark arts, right? Even in them. But in Harry Potter, there is no cost. His use of magic is only to his advantage. He never has to pay any cost for it.
Yeah.
That's not even a belief in occultism itself.
And these demons that you consult for magic, they hate you. And they're not going to do something without a payment. They're going to be like, you need to give me blood, your loved one. You need to give me a sacrifice. And plus, I still hate your ass. And we'll see you burn and be torn apart in hell anyway. There was a convert from the Hinduism and the New Age, Peggy Hubbard. And she talked about the price that she was paying for her participating in, quote unquote, magic and occultic arts. She talked about how the Hindu gurus would throw spells at each other and try to test each other's power. She talked about how she was walking along one day and she saw just on the side of the road or whatever, a stillborn deer. And it's like deep inside of herself, she knew that animal was paying the price for her occultic practices, that blood was demanded, that life was demanded. And so we may not see the cost, but this stuff works by laws that we can't even fathom or understand. That's why it appears that God says, stay away from it. You don't understand it. You probably never will. But there are laws that operate here that you're ignorant of. Don't do it. And there's going to be some consequences.
All day, this chat has been big brain. There's been just a lot of big brain conversations today, I'm just saying.
Well, I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express.
Is that like a commercial joke? Like, because I'm wearing are you gelling, like that sort of thing?
Yeah,
I'm
like
gelling.
it's like some commercial, like dude just goes in off the street do surgery. He's like, "Well, I slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night."
Nice.
Get a good rest today so you can be big brained tomorrow.
Dude, now the Globers are going to go to Holiday Inn and then come in here and try to defeat somebody.
Check out
Dude, the most annoying false equivalence too. You'd be like, "Oh, you can't see curvature," and they'll say something stupid like, "Well, you can't see your own brain, can you?" Dumb, dude. So dumb to say something like that. Yeah, but we know brains exist. 'Cause I can crack open someone's skull and see a brain.
What if it's
You can't tell me
Schrodinger?
where I can go to see curvature.
What about Schrodinger's brain?
What about ELO?
Great band.
Yeah.
Electric Light Orchestra?
Yeah, but check this out. Their album, it's like this spaceship thing with the rainbow and the globe and the moon and the sun. And the title of the song, Strange Magic. I just thought it was funny. But of course, that's only one song on the album. Evil
Where
Woman is on.
exactly is Xanadu?
Oh, I don't know much about all that stuff. Mr. Blue Sky, man, they were.
Mr. Blue Sky. Yeah, I have an 8-inch that has Fire on High, which is all instrumental, and then the A side of it is Sweet Talking Woman.
Hmm.
Yep. Seems like they were given instructions to send certain messages that were still, 30, 40, 20, 30, 40 years later talking about here.
Mm-hmm. One of their albums is called Secret Messages. Oh, man. Oh. I wonder if this Jeff Lynne guy was yet another MK Ultra victim.
Well, I think some of them were chosen as messengers by Tavistock. And some of them were just retired because their usefulness, like they started talking too loudly or something. Look at John Lennon, for instance.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I saw that.
Yeah, we don't know anything about these people that are on the world stage. Like when they die, we don't even know that for sure. None of it do we know, or can we verify? Unless you go to some event and okay, there the person is.
Well, didn't the story of the Atlas Shrugged progress because they noticed that people were missing, and so they went out looking for them? Whereas if you just kill yourself off in the public eye, nobody's looking for you anymore.
Mm. I just felt confused all of the time when I was listening. I listened to the audiobook of that Atlas Shrugged, and I was just like, this is a really confusing story. I was picking up on certain elements, but ay.
Yeah, I think you could watch it probably 6 times.
I
and
never watched the movie.
Still pick up different things from it.
Highly creative started vanishing.
Yeah, anyway, this title of the ELO album, the very best of all over the world, would kind of imply there's no under.
Well, bringing up Atlas Shrugged, the author Ayn Rand was an existentialist, believed in existentialism, which goes back to kind of your term agency, right? Existentialism is kind of like the philosophy of individual freedom and or ownership of oneself and one's own agency.
Okay. Gotcha. I was
through
thinking
use of
that.
free will.
Yeah, I was just thinking that agency was a better alternative than what people are always beating the drum of sovereignty.
Yeah, two can be used interchangeably, kind of. Sovereignty would lead you to believe, or could lead you to believe, that you have a sovereignty over a creator, meaning your sovereignty is higher than the creator's. Could be viewed that way.
Yeah, because of the whole preeminence clause.
Well, speaking, we were previously talking about uncaused monastic religions. There's many of those that basically posit that we are the creator, which put ourselves into a creation so we could learn more about ourselves and then ascend back into ourselves. So while we're here, we actually are the creator. So we need to realize that we are in order so that we can return from whence we came. Which, by the way, isn't exactly divorced from people within the flat earth community. There's a flat earth person that we've experienced here who basically thought that they were ready to ascend back to godhood, but turned it down so that they could save the rest of us.
That's reminds me of what is that called? Delusions of grandeur.
Yep, that would be a way to put it.
Yeah, it's a logical. It's a cognizant error that there's several.
Well,
I don't know how many? But
are we not what you would say part of what people would colloquially call a truth movement?
that's what they call it. I would say yes.
Yeah, but before flat earth, there was a thing called the emergent truth movement, which was all about these new age philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
everyone who's a protagonist in a movement considers themselves to be part of a truth movement.
What? You think everybody considers themselves to be
no one should call themselves sovereign. Because sovereign means chieftain. You can't be a sovereign without subjects. Once you got a bunch of subjects running around, you've sworn to protect. You're not a sovereign.
Yeah.
The right term, I guess, would be free man, someone who exercises dominion over his environment.
Having free agency.
But if you're an agent, who's the principal?
The creator.
Free agency, yeah. Free dominion is better though, because agency implies subordination to something else.
The creator. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the agent for God. God's agent. Be the first time someone called themselves that. Agents of God.
Yeah.
So you've heard that term.
Secondary to the primary agent.
Well, when you adopt agency for corporation, what do you actually become in the real world for that corporation? Because the corporation is dead; it can't do anything on its own. So it requires an agent to act on its behalf in the real world, and then you perform actions on its behalf.
You breathe life into that dead fictitious entity.
The best thing about being an agent is that you're not liable for the actions of the principal. Basically, the just following orders defense. like limited immunity for the police come from, because they're just agents of municipality or the state or whatever. So they're not doing anything. They're just, it's the principal doing something. They're just acting on his behalf. So they're not liable for their actions.
So, would necromancy be the incorrect term if I was trying to say that you were giving, like, life to the dead, right? Like, if you have this fictitious entity that's not living, but you are performing an act of agency, giving that dead fictitious entity life or interaction within the real world, would that be similar or synonymous to necromancy?
Only, no, in the way that necromancy is supposed to be demanding a dead body, so it has to have been dead first, as opposed to bringing a fictitious thing into quote unquote reality. So necromancy implies that you're bringing something back to life.
Gotcha. What would be a proper term, or is there a proper term for that?
I don't know.
Yeah, incorporation. Look, this whole idea that people hate, right. This whole idea that people hate corporations and big bad corporations and evil corporations, that's all designed to make you, the common man, stupid, ignorant, and afraid of having corporations of your own. Because if you incorporate in certain levels, like Indio said, you become indemnified for certain things. You're able to make more money. You're able to exercise more power. You're able to remove liability and remove seizure of your goods. You're able to perform so many more things. But why would they want you to have such power? They want it for themselves. So they tell you, oh, it's so naughty. It's so evil.
Yeah, that's why we incorporate. I mean, there was a legitimate justification for corporations, because there'd be some project, like say building a bridge, and like doing this for everybody, but they don't want to be personally liable for building the bridge. So, like, you know, someone gets hurt or whatever, so they create a corporation to limit their liability. You know, and so they can actually get some project done. Corporations were invented just for this, to limit the liability and to spread the risk among a bunch of people. Some enterprise. Every corporation is supposed to be made for some public good. That's what I don't think people understand, is that every corporation has to have a purpose that is for the public good. Making money is actually not a legitimate purpose to create a corporation.
Yeah, it's to provide a product or service. So we're all backwards. Should be I agree with one thing that I heard before with well, I won't even mention it. The monetary system. Well, we all know what the problems with that are, but we should be a resource-based economy. If things are resource-based, then that's what's real. That's working with reality instead of all this phony shit where you have all these fake things doing nothing, like insurance.
That's insurance is another third-party liability deal.
I mean, I'm not saying there's no use for insurance. I'm not saying that at all. But you see how, like, all the tort litigations, like thousands and thousands, all these cases, like, wow, all that energy wasted in the fake system, like all set up with phony intentions and false foundations.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't that whole system stem from insurance initially, corporations in general? Wasn't it
Well,
insurance for ships that were transporting goods?
sure, but it also affects the individual. For example, I don't know how wealthy you are, but do you have the money necessary to repair the damages that you do to another person because of how you operate in the world? I highly doubt it. So, for example, you're zipping along down the street and you cut somebody's arm off with the side of your truck. Do you have the money to repair the damages to their life for the loss of their arm? No, probably not.
Well, if all our value had been stolen from us, then we probably would actually be able to do that individually. But since it was stolen from us, we have no value because it's all been stripped away from us and mortgaged to foreign bankers.
Well, I would say the restitution of that doesn't necessarily need to be instantaneous. If you have the means or the ability to pay for damages, I would say yes, with future labor and things like that. But the whole crux of the matter is restitution in general. Most of our justice system or things that are imposed on people isn't necessarily a balancing of the harm, loss, or injury to the party that caused the harm, loss, or injury, because the third party judiciary system that we have seems to have a vested interest in not necessarily making sure that those scales are completely evened out.
You know what's weird? Like in the olden days, they used to have lex talionis, law of the claw, eye for an eye, right? So you lose an eye and an arm, let's say, and therefore you can't work, and therefore you should be restituted for the rest of your life for that loss, maybe, let's just say. But then you go over and you chop the other guy's arm off and pull out his eye. Now he can't even work to pay you back. So now you both lose.
Right. There's no balancing of that scale in that situation, right? Like you're not being compensated for your loss in a just way. You're seeking revenge, basically.
Yeah,
Kind of like
part of the corruption factor in like our modern system is local benefit, you know. You're supposed to have like a conglomerated benefit, but there are people who can make decisions that get local benefits for their decisions, like monetary incentives. You know, a lot of politicians are multimillionaires, especially career politicians.
I would say most, if not all.
Yeah, and they're supposed to get such a good paycheck so that they can just chill out and do their job and not have to worry about money, and therefore they don't need to be swayed, right? You know what I mean? Let's look how good that turned out.
Yep, bivocational can be a very good thing.
Yeah, I just feel like our current justice system, especially within the United States, is just there's not a lot of justice being served, meaning time spent in a jail isn't necessarily compensation to an injured party, right? there's not full restitution of what took place. It's very, sometimes there's fines or amounts that are imposed, typically in small claims courts and stuff like that, right? That do give some sort of justice or at least restitution to the injured party. But many times, especially when it comes to nonviolent crimes or crimes with no injured party, there's really no balancing of that scale, right? Like somebody getting a ticket for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, for instance. Who, after it's all said and done, would technically be the injured party within the scenario of somebody driving 5 miles an hour over the speed limit? The law enforcement and the judicial system. At the end of the day, when the judicial system clears their books, who is at loss? I would say the person that was issued the ticket and levied a fine for going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yeah. See, that's a trick question, because the proper injury in that regard is actually to you and your honor, because you entered into a contract on your honor that you would obey the rules. So you're actually just dishonoring yourself when you travel over the speed limit. You're violating the law that you agreed to, because the contract that you signed actually becomes law that you lawed against yourself.
Right. If you're a licensed driver operating a licensed vehicle, correct.
Well, this is where we get into like a nebulous situation. It's not nebulous. It's more like, okay, so creating an unsafe condition is an injury. So I can't like go recklessly swinging a running chainsaw in a shopping mall. That is an injury, even though like I didn't damage anybody. What is it? They call it
reckless endangerment.
Causing. It's a tort called causing undue alarm. Right? You're disturbing everybody's peace by making them scared because you're swinging this chainsaw. And kind of driving over the speed limit, it's also like AI said, is that basically when you signed your driver's license contract, you agreed to the traffic code. And by agreeing to the traffic code, you are admitting that those regulations in the traffic code are,
applicable to you. Yeah.
Prohibited, right? They are injuries, and you're saying they are injuries. You're like conceding these things. Me driving 5 miles over the speed limit is creating an unsafe condition, which is, disturbing everyone's peace, which is an injury.
It's kind of a stretch, but that's probably how they look at it.
Yeah, that's exactly how they look at it. It's like it's almost like building a layer cake.
To have an actual crime, you do need an injured party.
Well, you need injury and damage. It's not just injury. You need to have damage because you need to prove damages.
Injury includes damage to your person, your property. Have some kind of claim.
It has to be substantial. It can't be just theoretical damage. It has to be actual damage. So if you say, "Hey, this person scared me, man," you better like bring the freaking bring the bill.
No, actual damage.
Because you needed therapy because of you're so scared now you have PTSD because someone drove 5 miles over the speed limit.
Somebody could try that, but
well, that's what you have these licenses. Basically, you're like all these defenses. You're just going. I don't. What you're really doing is, please don't shoot me on the side of the road. I'm going to sign your little piece of paper so that you don't shoot me on the side of the road, and I'm going to throw away all my rights, because I don't want to be harassed.
Yeah.
Because you can sign all your rights away. You can sign all your rights away, no problem. For some benefit, right?
You could, I guess. Yeah.
But what is the benefit of the driver's license? I'm not really quite sure.
Driver's licenses are for people operating in commerce on our public roads.
The direct benefit of the driver's license is to not have to bond yourself for the damages you cause on the road. You are then eligible for insurability. That's really the only tangible benefit I can find.
Yeah, I guess. Because what they say, the driver's license is evidence of competence.
That seems fair.
And by the way, you are eligible to bond yourself for damages. Okay, so you have to negotiate with insurance company as a free person, which, by the way, costs a lot of money.
Every state
you
usually,
can
if you
prove
look
that
up if you look up their motor vehicle code, it'll have like the compulsory insurance regularization, and right under it, it'll say "or," and it'll have some stipulation where you self insure. And typically, it is you got to deposit like $1 million or something with the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, if you got an extra $1 million laying around.
Yeah, you're swinging high and swinging low.
I think in Massachusetts it's $50,000, which is the same amount of minimum coverage for compulsory insurance.
Yes.
The personal injury part. So the minimum coverage in Massachusetts is $50,000 personal injury and $10,000 property damage.
Wow.
So when you
That's the minimum
register,
coverage.
when you register your vehicle with the state, you're basically giving them ownership of the thing, and you're now the keeper of the car. You get to upkeep it and repair it and put gas in it and use it to go to your job to pay taxes. But if they see you don't have your sticker right or whatever, they could just take your car because it's their car.
Well, that's quite a rabbit hole, right? So there's the manufacturer's certificate of origin, right, which is the actual title to the car, and then there's a certificate of title that you give to the state. But the state is actually the owner of the car. Well, what would they call it? The legal owner, and you're like the equitable owner or some ridiculous thing like that.
You're the beneficial owner. You get to benefit from having the thing, but you're the legal owner at the end of the day. You don't realize
that's why
it,
it's so
but
easy for them to seize it, because they already own it, right? And basically, when they seize the car, they're just like taking away your right to use it anymore.
yeah, they're going to take their car away from you and put it in
and I mean,
a what do you call those lots that hold your car, and the price goes up $100 every day you don't come get it.
Yeah, the impound lot.
Yeah. And then
my
they'll
friend
crush it
lost
into
a
a
1978 T-top Camaro, fucking in mint condition because of that bullshit.
Yeah, they'll put you in jail for a week while your car sits and just racks up a bill for you that you can't pay. Then they get to just sell it at auction.
You might as well just go piecemeal a car together, like from any place you can get, and just go drive it illegally. When they take it, just fine.
Johnny Cash
I was just
made
using it to travel.
a really good song about that.
Oh yeah, he took all the parts from his job at the Cadillac factory.
I'll post it. It's such a good song. Johnny Cash is so
every day
epic.
he takes a different part home in his lunchbox.
Cadillac, one piece at a time.
Yeah, I love Johnny Cash.
Copy link.
What a storyteller.
And that's the funny part, is part of their authority comes from the fact that the car was an article of commerce that was imported, basically. So it's imported from another state. So it's an interstate commerce. So then once you have something that's an interstate commerce that goes from one state to another, you subject yourself to shitloads of regulations, because they can restrict that in any way, shape, or form they want, which is totally like so here's a loophole. If I grow marijuana, say in Massachusetts, sell it, right, or trade it, there's nothing the government can do about it, because their jurisdiction, in no way does that article infringe upon their jurisdiction, right? So say I don't use their money, I don't send it across state lines, I don't do anything that interacts with the state. They have no legal authority to regulate. So there's all these little hooks that you have to do. They have these hooks, right? You use money, that's a hook. You ship it across state lines, that's a hook. You sell it at a store, use sales tax, there's a hook. So like, there's all these little hooks to let them, interfere in your, life.
That's how Tommy Chong got popped. His son had a company that made glass bongs, and the feds tricked him into sending an order across the state line that would be illegal to ship paraphernalia into a certain state, and they made this huge order, and they produced all the product and had it ready to ship, and the guy was saying he was going to come and get it. Then he would say, "I can't. Hey, can you just send it?" And he kept begging them. They were saying, "No, that we can't send it to that state." I think it was New Jersey. And then finally talked him into doing it. And then as soon as they sent it, then they came and popped the whole operation. And then Tommy Chong
I know something similar. This person, this is almost 20 years ago now. So they had an online only business of selling water bombs and shit. But they only sold them in Massachusetts. Right? So at the time, sales over the internet wasn't regulated. So that they could sell paraphernalia over the internet within Massachusetts. But they couldn't send it over state lines, and they also couldn't sell it at a storefront. Eventually, someone convinced them, right? Someone purchased it online and said, I'm going to come pick it up and pay for it then. And they slipped. One of the employees slipped up and let the person do it that way. And as soon as they did it, boom, busted for selling paraphernalia.
Yeah, that's the same exact scenario, yeah.
Yeah, so the state, to establish subject matter jurisdiction, they have to establish something called minimum sufficient contacts. So that means that whatever activity you're doing, it has to intersect the state in some way, shape, or form. And if it doesn't intersect the state, they don't have jurisdiction to act. But if it does, then they don't. Because what people were doing is California has let's call it beneficial for female divorce laws, right? 50-50 splits. So what this girl did was, she was like, "Oh, I'm going to California with our son for and I'm gonna go to visit my mother or something." So she filed for, when she got there, she filed for divorce in California. So the guy shows up to defend the lawsuit, to defend the divorce. I'm not, basically, I'm from West Virginia. What is this California divorce thing? And just the mere act of him showing up, the state tried to argue him crossing the state line established minimum sufficient contacts, and they have jurisdiction to exercise their divorce laws against these two people. Well, the Supreme Court found that was a bunch of bullshit. Minimum sufficient contacts.
What does that mean?
It's you have to have contacts with the state that are sufficient to give it jurisdiction over some activity. And that those contacts are something you have to come under, it has to be something, right? So filing for residency. No. It has to be some governmental thing, right? So if I applied for a permit or a driver's license or, filed a police report or anything like that, you have to interact with the state in some way. This is what the court found. This is what I was trying to get to, is that the state of California tried to argue just him crossing the state line into California was enough. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's not enough. And this proves that that a state is not an area. It's not a territory. The state is a political organization. It's a body politic. It is not a territory. So when someone says I'm from the state of Mississippi, that does not mean the area of Mississippi. You cannot be in the state of Mississippi. The state of Mississippi is a body politic, a corporation, a legal organization. And in order for them to have jurisdiction, you have to interact in some way with them. And just crossing some imaginary boundary that they drew in the dirt was not enough. It was not enough. They said that he had to like do something, right? He had to come under the in some way. So one way would be like filing a police report. So you've interacted with the state because you've asked the state to protect you from something, right? Or registering a piece of property. You've asked the state to enter this into the records, and then once you've entered it into the records, you have access to all the laws of the state to protect your property, right? So you've interacted with the state in some way. Just physically being present in some geographic area is not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually for every state there's two states. Like there's California state, and then there's the state of California.
And there's the people of the state of California, which is a different thing too. The people of the state of California. So sometimes they caption criminal cases that way. Because they're different things, right? So there's the public there's the public at large, right? So anybody can actually, and most people don't know this, anybody can prosecute a crime. Anybody. Literally, any crime committed against the public at large, right? Anybody can prosecute that. But the state prosecutes that, ostensibly, supposedly, for the public. But there's also the state itself as an entity, right? And that state can have a crime committed against it. So and you can prosecute crimes committed against yourself. Like you can look up
by prosecute
by a guy named Roger Roots who has you are the lawyer. You're the prosecutor.
Okay, well you said anybody can prosecute. That means what? Like call the police on somebody, sue them? What does that mean?
It means you can prosecute a crime. It means you can go into court and charge someone with a crime and prosecute it as if you're a district attorney.
Okay, couldn't just a private attorney do that for you?
Well, you are a private attorney. That's
if you have the knowledge to do it yourself.
It's better than me explaining it. I'll give you something you can look up to read about it. It's called it was published in Seton Hall Law Journal by a guy named Roger Roots, who has a Juris Doctorate, right? It's called Are Cops Constitutional?
Okay.
That's the name of the article. Just Google Are Cops Constitutional and read that. So the first two sections of it, like the first two paragraphs, goes over the legal authority to prosecute cases, because cops did not always exist in America, and neither did district attorneys. But crimes were still prosecuted. Well, who prosecuted the crimes? Regular people prosecuted the crimes, because the theory of government is that the government is in the hands of the people, right? It's not just relegated to whoever self-appoints themselves. Anybody can execute the so-called laws of the state. Anybody. Now, you're not going to get paid. You're not going to get compensated. You're supposed to do it as like a civic service, because you're a member of society, and everybody should want, good public order.
So, Andy, are you saying if I wanted to, I could personally prosecute NASA for fraud?
Can we?
This doesn't apply at the federal level.
Can we prosecute Fauci for crimes against humanity?
I don't know. You'd have to go to The Hague. I don't know about that. I know that this private prosecutor, this only applies to the states. Doesn't apply to the federal government, because people have tried at the federal level. And the Supreme Court shot that shit down. Because the federal government isn't what we call a common law jurisdiction. The federal government is like, you got to think of it like the United Nations. And the states are the nations.
Hi.
Hey, did y'all get one of these letters too?
Let's say, wait, whoa. To vacate.
Mike.
You must
Isn't the federal government like a military?
You say military?
Yeah, like I don't know, some type of military law instead of the normal thing that we have in.
No, the federal government is like, if you thought of like what the United Nations and international law is to federal law, the federal government is like the international law, and the states are like the federal law.
Oh. Yeah, the federal government is
So
like
the purpose of the
another
federal government
country.
is to regulate interstate commerce, right? So what's the purpose of international law? Is to regulate commerce between nations, right? So it's really just like the same structure, just applied at a lower level down. That's why, like, the federal government has jurisdiction. What do they call it? Exclusive and original jurisdictions of all causes in maritime and admiralty. So that's shipping and all that crap, and that like shipping and all that stuff is just international law. So they have jurisdiction over that shit, whereas the states have jurisdiction over domestic laws, right? So wherever your feet are standing. You can think of it as like the law, what they would call the law of the sea versus the law of the land. Even though they say the federal law is the law of the land, it's kind of like a misnomer. The United States has something called a dual sovereignty. So you're because of the 14th Amendment. So you're a citizen of the United States and you're a citizen of a state. But people, until the 14th Amendment, people never referred to themselves as citizens of the United States. They referred to themselves as citizens of New Hampshire, citizens of Maine, citizens of whatever. The 14th Amendment kind of like erased all that shit because it turned all the states into federal territories. And I'm not even going to get into all that, but because that's a fucking mess.